The young man, slowly moving through the forest, thought that another day of intense struggle for his own life was approaching, but it seemed that this did not bother him at all, because, looking at the large lake, he resolutely noted to himself that he was ready for whatever fate would throw at him. Our hero is a 15-year-old boy named Sun Changming, who is a traveler, and according to the order certified by travelers, he must receive some kind of gift from fate. The young man suddenly remembered the events of 3 years ago, when suddenly, during a strange natural phenomenon, divine beasts came to the village. Then a white tiger fell in the region of the western mountain range in the kingdom of Qin. The ruler of Qin Lei personally went to the mountains to meet the animal and escort it to the capital Sanyang, making him the protector of the country, and within 3 years the ruler and the tiger destroyed 6 states and united them in most mountain ranges. The red bird fell in the southern wasteland region, where the Dazhou sect rules. Chui, a student follower of the sect, accidentally met Zhu Haiyou during training, and 3 years later Wu Zetian came and seized the place of the head of the clan. He went through 19 sects in this region and spread fear of the Dazhou sect, making it the most powerful in the area. But the next moment, Sun Changming's train of thought was interrupted, and he remembered that no one knew that not 2 creatures, but 3 fell from the sky that day. He hesitated a little, and then took a small fish out of a bag of water, put it in his palm and stated the fact that it was a very ordinary loach. With surprise, our hero carefully examined his pet, thinking about something or simply admiring the fish. In turn, it seemed that the loach was looking attentively at the young man with incomprehensible and surprised eyes. The next moment, approaching the lake, the young man released the river dweller with the words that he would be better off in the river. And a second later the guy remembered that when he first saw the fish, he thought that it was a divine beast, which is why he entered into an agreement with him. Continuing to reflect, the young man noted to himself that in 3 years, besides the fact that his soul was able to move into the body of the loach and share his feelings with it, he did not discover any other unusual abilities in the fish. Despite this, the guy never despaired and always remained positive, even this time when he felt that his ward had swum so far that he could freeze and become hypothermic. However, in the next second, Sun Changming forgot about his thoughts, because, being mentally in the body of a fish, he noticed something very interesting that lay right in front of the loach. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because it was a small, but delicate and beautiful pearl sparkling at the bottom of the lake. Our hero was not shy and expressed his delight to his little friend, shouting that this was an amazing thing that he already liked. Realizing that the young man was standing on the shore and watching everything that was happening, the fish noted for itself that the responsibility of delivering the shell to the top fell on its shoulders. Therefore, the loach smiled, telling his friend that today they were very lucky, because there had not been such an excellent harvest for a long time. As he was about to return to the guy, the loach suddenly noticed that right in front of him there was a whole flock of large piranhas. At the same time, in a small village, smoke could be seen between the tents, symbolizing cooking and indicating that evening had come to the city. The next second there was a strong knock on someone's old and small door. It seemed that the guest was impatient to get inside as soon as possible. A small cute girl inside the hut smiled and loudly stated the fact that her beloved brother had come. And indeed, the next second the door opened, and our hero appeared on the threshold, smiling and clearly happy to meet his little sister. Closing her eyes wide and also spreading her arms wide in different directions, the little girl walked towards the young man, telling him that she had been waiting for him, and now he had returned. However, the young man clearly wanted to laugh at his sister, so he put a fish in his mouth and, holding it by the tail, began to make scary faces. Realizing that the main thing in this matter is not to overdo it, the young man grinned and, turning to Sun Changyen, informed her that she should calm down a little. Then he quickly noted that he had managed to find the pearl, which meant that tomorrow he would be able to pay the tax on his life. Having examined the pearl closer, the guy continued, noting that in the evening they would be able to eat all the supplies, rejoicing that the girl was happy that they would finally be able to eat to their fill. The next minute the little girl replied that they had potatoes, carrots and just a little rice left. Quickly devouring her food, Sun Changyen heard her brother wishing her a pleasant appetite with satisfaction in his voice. The girl was clearly worried about her older brother, so while eating rice, she offered the young man something to eat, but when she heard that he had eaten well on the street, she became angry. With a serious look, the little girl said that she did not believe him and that he was lying again, because even sitting with him at a short distance, she could hear how much his stomach was rumbling. Realizing that the child could not be fooled, our hero, pulling up a plate of rice, said that he would gladly eat the porridge, but did not want anything else. A minute later, Sun Changyen looked carefully at the loach and asked in horror how a fish could eat a piranha, because it is so poisonous. Sun Changming noted that there is nothing wrong with this and that such food is useful for the loach in order to survive. Night quickly fell on the village, so quickly that after a short period of time a month appeared in the sky. The fire was still burning in the small makeshift fireplace, while our heroes were fast asleep, lying on the floor on a kind of bed, which was more rags than linen. It seemed that something was wrong with the young man, because he was covered in sweat, and his eyes were closed, as if he was experiencing pain or discomfort. Our human hero remembered that when his loach was fighting with piranhas, he reached into the water to get a pearl, and at that moment was bitten by one of the poisonous fish. Delirious, the young man turned to himself, saying that he needed to hold on at all costs, because his sister needed him, and one day he would definitely take her from this terrible place so that they would no longer live like pigs. Looking carefully out the window, the young man thought he saw someone's head, but it did not resemble a human head, it was some completely different creature. It seemed that Bindweed was also watching everything that was happening, and having opened his left eye, he also noticed an entity located outside the house. The whole face of the beast glowed with red light, its body did not have clear outlines, and its leg resembled the limb of an elephant. It was very difficult to understand what was on the animal's mind. Either out of fear, or for some other reason, but in the next moment the fish jumped from the place where it was lying, and the very next moment settled on the chest of our hero. At some second, around the place where the bindweed was located, a bright light, reminiscent of a fireball, lit up, and after a short period of time, this golden glow spread across almost the entire room, especially highlighting the young man's body. None of what was happening was hidden from the beast standing on the street. He carefully looked at what was happening in the hut. However, the animal either did not dare to go inside, or it did not need it, so after a few minutes it turned around and walked away. The night passed quickly enough, and the next morning, at dawn, Sun Changming woke up in a great mood. Having carefully examined his hand, the young man thought that yesterday there was a wound on it, and he was poisoned, but despite this, he woke up full of strength in the morning, not understanding how this could happen. He thought for a moment, only to say in the next moment that, based on his experience, he must continue to act. Then, turning his gaze to the piranha, the guy thought to himself that, most likely, this was all the merit of his fish. Taking his little friend in his arms, he happily said out loud that 3 years had passed, and perhaps that was why his abilities began to appear. After some time, the young man began to think about something else, that he lived in the great kingdom of Wu, in a village called Jiehu, in the poorest place in the entire kingdom. Thinking to himself, the guy added that all the villagers are poor, but they have no choice but to live in this place due to the harsh laws of the kingdom. Going out into the street, our hero looked carefully at the young man who was in front. It was he who brought the young man out of his thoughts, asking him to come as close to him as possible. The stranger said that Sun Changming needed to be extremely careful, since last night the monster reappeared in the village and killed 2 families. Once again immersed in his thoughts, the young man thought that in addition to the fact that they live in a poor village, they are also constantly in fear and rejoice at every night they experience. The guy suggested that the main reason for the appearance of the monster in these parts is a large hill near the village. After all, if you believe the village elders, then this is where the tomb of the ancient demonic god is located, and at night his descendants come to the town to pay tribute to their ancestors. It seemed that our hero could think about this all day, but the next moment he heard the sound of a gong. Everyone who was on the street at that moment froze and looked carefully in the direction where the sound was coming from. A man in military uniform shouted loudly that it was time to pay the tax on life, which meant that everyone must immediately come up and pay tribute. Lost in thought again, the young man thought that due to logistical problems the village was unable to grow food, so the villagers had to risk their lives to survive by harvesting pearls. A moment later, a man approached the man, who with tears in his eyes and with sadness in his voice said that he did not have time to collect the pearls. However, the next minute something happened that was least expected. With great force, the leader raised his leg and, swearing, hit a local resident. Looking up at the unfortunate man, the official noted that he could not pay his tax, but despite this, he still wanted to get food. A moment later it was our hero's turn. He gave away his pearls, shocking all those gathered, who noted that the bead had a beautiful color and cost at least 4 bags of grain. However, the next minute another person intervened in the conversation, who, having weighed the bead, said that it was not that good, which means that its cost was at most 1 bag of grain. Carelessly throwing a small knapsack to our hero, he told him in a sharp and angry voice not to stand still, making way for the next ones. Sun Changming said with sadness in his voice, turning to himself, that the tax laws are already harsh, and despite the fact that he is honestly fighting for survival, he is being ripped off by lower officials. But before the guy had time to go far, the one who threw the bag of grain suddenly turned to him, declaring that he heard everything, even though the young man spoke in a quiet voice. Approaching Sun Changming, the thug, without hesitation, said that since the young man was dissatisfied with something, he would gladly kill him. Clenching his hand into a fist and with rage on his face, the leader attacked the young man with all his might, shouting for him to die. It seemed that some power that had been dormant all these years had awakened in our hero, as he extended his arm and quickly defended himself from the blow. The official looked at him with fury in his eyes, not at all understanding how this could happen, because no one had opposed him before. One got the impression that the young man himself was surprised by such a change in himself, who did not understand what had happened and why he had become so strong and resilient. The next moment, Sun Changming looked in surprise at the official, who was sitting on the floor with a red hand, unable to accept his defeat. With a weak voice and rage in his eyes, turning to our hero, he asked if he was really tired of living, since he did such a thing. The official's assistants, who were carefully watching what was happening, heard the boss again and again asking the young man how he decided to rebel against the masters of this world. A minute later, a local man approached the guy and, holding him by the back of his head, explained in an apologetic tone that this child does not know manners, so you shouldn't waste precious time on him. In a quieter voice so that only the guy could hear him, the man asked him to step back, explaining that if something happened to him, who would take care of his little sister. However, the next moment one of the soldiers intervened in the conversation, turning to the leader and informing him that there was no need to look for trouble in the village. He explained this by saying that if they ruin relations with the residents, they will lose money, but they don't need that. It seemed that these words had reached the leader, because, getting up and leaving, he declared that he would spare our hero this time. The next moment, the guy's thoughts went into a different path. He thought that when the toothy one ate the piranha, the guy himself felt a surge of energy, which means that this event was somehow connected with him. Realizing something else, the young man stood up and quickly headed somewhere, informing his savior that he had decided to take a walk to the river. The guy ran to the lake as quickly as he could. It seemed that some idea came to his mind, which he immediately decided to test. Opening the bag filled with water, Sun Changming took out his fish from it again. Turning to the critter, the young man asked him what he could do and asked him to show everything he was capable of. There was no need to ask for long, because the very next moment the fish jumped into the pond and began to rapidly swim further and further. The next second, the nibbler grabbed onto some unknown fish, clearly intending to eat. Our hero thought that while his loach was feeding, energy was transferred to his body, and quite quickly. The young man was so involved in the process that he did not even notice how night had fallen on the city. The young man looked at the fish in surprise and noted the fact that for such a small size, so many different foods fit into it. After putting his friend back in the bag of water, Sun Changming continued to note that it was surprising, because the loach eats, and the main character is filled with energy. After a little hesitation, the young man told the fish that it was time for them to return home. However, the next second the guy changed his mind, deciding that it was too late and he would wake up his sister, thereby incurring her wrath. Before the young man had time to think about anything else, a minute later he drew attention to a blue stream of light that appeared almost next to him. Carefully observing everything that was happening from the bushes, he thought to himself whether there were cultivators in front of him. Trying to make out each of them, the guy did not understand where all these people could come from in their village. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar man, who, peering into the distance, told everyone gathered that this was all very strange. A young girl standing next to him asked the guy what he wanted to say. With calm and reasonableness in his voice, the stranger explained that, most likely, they ended up in this place because of evil chi. The trembling girl asked the man if perhaps they should go back if the situation had turned out this way, and he did not object, answering that if they were scared, then they could go. As he watched everything that was happening, Sun Changming thought about what cultivators were doing in a village like theirs. However, before our hero had time to think through his thought to the end, he heard a menacing voice declaring that he had noticed someone in the bushes, and ordered this person to come out. The next moment, a small blade flew towards Sun Changming, who was hiding in the thicket. Looking in horror as the blade approached, the guy cowered, not understanding what to do next. However, nothing terrible happened, since the owner of the bladed weapon stopped him in time, and our hero thought to himself that just a little more, and he would have been killed with a knife. Returning to his companions, the man stated the fact that there was no danger, and only a local hillbilly was hiding in the trees. Suddenly the young man turned around and asked our hero if he knew how to get to the scorched hill. Out loud, Sun Changming said in a timid voice that he didn't know what it was, but thought to himself that there was another batch of corpses standing in front of him, which was deliberately going into danger. Realizing that the young man was clearly telling a lie, the young man noted that it seemed to him that they should no longer protect all worthless mortals from evil spirits, let them protect themselves. With anger in his voice, he added that asking directions from a hillbilly is the same as asking how to get to a hill from a blind man. Hearing such a statement, our hero began to seethe, not understanding how he could be compared to a blind person. And so the very next minute, pointing his finger somewhere back, he asked people if they were accidentally talking about that hill on the mountain behind their village. Having calmed down a little, the cultivator confirmed the guy's words and asked if he had ever visited this place. Hanging his head with some kind of doom, Sun Changming said that he had never been there, because according to the village elder, this place is one big grave where immortal spirits are buried, and there are not even bones left from everyone who went there. With amazement on their faces, the three strangers laughed loudly, noting to themselves that, most likely, the place there was not entirely bad. Not understanding this reaction, the guy did not let up and continued to say that strangers should under no circumstances visit this place, since the elders assured everyone that no one had ever returned from there alive. One of the guys, continuing to smile, added that, firstly, this does not concern them, and secondly, he needs to remember that the elders say this so that people believe in all these fables. Not understanding what these people were talking about and why they found it so funny, the young man bowed his head and obediently agreed with them. Then in a quiet voice he added that they were just another gang of daredevils seeking to gain power or fame, but since the guys didn't want to listen to him, then rest in peace. The stranger again noted that the people of the village should not believe all the lies they are told about, because there is no truth in them. Finally, he said that at this place the young man and all the residents of the village should leave artifacts that are rarely used, and then the spirits will not touch them. Addressing his companions, he suggested moving on, since they were faced with some important task. Sun Changming watched them leave with great regret, knowing that everything he said was completely true. Planting a bindweed on his hand, he added that one way or another these people will not return, but this only plays into the hands of our hero. Looking carefully at his fish, he became lost in some thoughts or memories. However, the very next moment the guy noticed the bag that the strangers had left and decided to see what was inside. Without a shadow of doubt or embarrassment, the young man opened the knapsack, noting with amazement that there were a lot of interesting things inside. Having poured everything onto the ground, the young man did not even pay attention to how his faithful friend managed to grab something and even began to chew it. The guy was so engrossed in the artifacts, noting to himself that, unfortunately, such things would not be able to be sold in Jehu village. Therefore, returning all the items back to the bag, Sun Changming noted that he would better use them when he managed to leave the village. The very next moment, the guy, who had been calm just a second ago, shouted at the critter, paying attention to how he was finishing the sword, explaining to the fish that he was going to defend himself with this blade. Looking carefully at his friend, the young man asked how he was feeling. However, the bindweed did not look the best, and therefore, with bitterness in his voice, our hero shouted that he knew it. Quickly grabbing the toothfish by the head, the young man began to tell the fish to immediately spit out everything that it had swallowed a few minutes ago. In order to somehow help his waterfowl friend, our hero pressed the tail with force, and this had its effect. The very next moment the blade was lying on the ground, and the guy was explaining to the critter that he should stop eating everything, because it could end badly. True, while carefully examining the knife, Sun Changming noticed some changes in it, and therefore asked the fish if it had really eaten that blade. Having received satisfactory answers, he began to smile, thinking about something of his own. The young man swung his knife and, with all his strength, cut off some object that lay right in front of him. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he declared, turning to the critter, that he was able to turn garbage into real treasure, and this was a quality that the young man had never known about. Taking the fish in his hands again, he looked at it with a mysterious face, clearly planning something very interesting. Then it got to the point that Sun Changming began to feed his friend all the items he had, but was sad to discover that he was unable to turn the critter into a workshop for making treasures. Taking a small tablet in his hands and turning to his friend, the young man stated the fact that this was the last artifact left by the cultivators. Without a shadow of a doubt, he threw the thing into the fish's mouth, ordering him to eat it to see what happened. In fact, the effect was not long in coming, because the very next moment the loach began to emit some kind of warm and sunny stream. This feeling was passed on to our hero, who noted that he felt as if he were in some kind of hot oven. The next moment, the young man's attention was attracted by some unfinished symbol. However, the most surprising thing was that the fish began to have light coming out of its eyes and mouth, and it seemed to be transforming, which scared Sun Changming very much. The young man looked at the loach in surprise, not understanding why he was changing and what gave the impetus to such changes. The next minute the guy was already smiling, stating the fact that the fish had grown a little and had changed in general. But the changes affected not only the loach, but also our hero, who happily reported that he had become much stronger, which means that from now on they can climb with the loach into the most dangerous places underwater. The next day the guy got up as early as possible and, leaving the house, shouted to his sister that he would come soon, and while he was gone, the girl should closely monitor the household. With joy in her eyes, the little girl shouted to her brother, asking him to come back as early as possible so that she could spend time with him. The young man went to the river, clearly planning something, taking into account the events that had happened the night before. Having pulled out the toothfish from the same bag, the young man grabbed it with both hands and ordered the fish to go into the river to complete the task. Carefully watching how the fish plunged into the water, the guy thought that thanks to his current strength, the toothy fish would be able to protect itself. By transferring the soul into the body of a fish, it will be much easier for a young man and his personal friend to find high-quality pearls. Seeing everything that was happening underwater, the young man thought that he had been searching for pearls for 10 years, so it immediately caught his eye. There must be a lot of jewelry, since the guy needs to earn a lot of money. The very next moment, Sun Changming's gaze, like the gaze of a fish, was directed at the bone pearls, which looked much more valuable than ordinary pearls. However, the toothfish was clearly confused by something about this, so he was in no hurry to swim up, making it clear to our hero that this was some kind of trap. And this was actually the case, because from the darkness a huge open mouth was approaching the toothy one, intending to swallow it. Looking in horror at the strange fish, the young man stated to himself that it seemed to be some kind of demon. At the same time, the young man did not dare to attack or defend himself, and therefore ordered the critter to move a little to the side and simply watch how further events would unfold. It seemed that Sun Changming's instincts had not failed him, because after a short period of time, the river monster began to move in the other direction. The young man shouted to the loach that it was necessary to act as quickly as possible, because the dangerous fish could return at any second, therefore, there may simply be no other chance. Swimming closer, the nibbler was about to grab the prey, but something else caught his attention, and he hesitated. Realizing that everything was not going according to plan, the young man shouted to his friend to take the pearls as quickly as possible and not pay attention to foreign objects. Time played a key role, because the very next moment the sea monster seemed to suspect something was wrong, and therefore turned around and headed towards the place where the bindweed was. Realizing that things were taking an unpleasant turn, Sun Changming shouted to the catfish that he had been noticed and to swim as quickly as possible. For a moment the bindweed hesitated, but then it came to its senses and, turning around, began to quickly swim away. Assessing the situation and looking around, our hero ordered his friend to head forward, where some kind of crevice was visible. Trusting its human friend, the fish quickly swam to where it was told. And this is not surprising, since the sea monster did not calm down and clearly did not intend to let go of the bindweed, thirsting for reprisals. The huge jaws of the sea creature were ready to bite the toothfish with great pleasure. Seeing how the fish swims up to the second exit from the cave, our hero stated the fact that the intelligence of the river predator is quite high. Quickly leaving the cave and finding himself in safe waters, the bindweed heard his friend order him to swim back as quickly as possible. Although everything was not so simple, since the toothfish faced a new danger in the form of some strange fish. Bindweed thought that this was another deception, although Sun Changming explained to him that there were giant two-headed eels in front of him. However, such explanations were unnecessary, because the very next second the eel wrapped itself so tightly around our bindweed that, it seemed, everything was decided for it. And this was actually so, because even if the eel had not crushed the fish, it could easily have bitten it with its huge teeth. Standing on the bank of the river, carefully seeing and feeling everything that was happening, the young man with doom in his voice turned to his friend. He saw him floating on the surface of the water, realizing that his friend was very bad at that moment, and he was struggling with all his might for his life. However, the very next moment the young man, without any fear, loudly addressed the eel and shouted for it to stop. Not knowing whether the fish heard him or not, the guy did not hesitate and was soon in the water, heading towards the two-headed eel. One head of the eel, as it turned out, did not see or hear him, because it was completely absorbed in its, albeit small, victim. Squeezing it as tightly as possible, the ominous head opened its mouth wide, about to lick the fish with its huge tongue. Bindweed only looked at what was happening with horror in his eyes, realizing that he could not influence the current situation in any way. Not expecting help to come, she finally appeared in the person of Sun Changming, who shouted his friend's name very loudly. Looking at the huge eel, the young man, without finding words, called him all sorts of indecent expressions. And he still looked at how the huge fish continued to shake its large tail, now trying to spin the guy. Realizing that the two-headed eel had succeeded, the young man did not give up, but, on the contrary, grabbed a knife and furiously prepared to confront the sea monster. Between Sun Changming and the fish, not to the death, the young man inflicted wounds of varying degrees of severity on the eel, wanting to emerge victorious from this difficult battle as quickly as possible. It was difficult to understand what chances anyone had in this fight, because the eel continued to squeeze the young man more and more tightly, showing its strength and power. Finally, the bindweed also joined the battle, which, apparently, moved away from the shock and forcefully grabbed the fish by the tail. Realizing that this was working, the very next second the bindweed switched to the throat of the river animal. This bore fruit, because after a moment the young man was released and, carefully studying the situation, continued to praise the bindweed for his excellent work. Victoriously swinging his blade, the young man clearly made it clear that in this fight he had won a well-deserved victory. However, this was not enough for the young man, as he had something else in mind, furiously waving his knife underwater. And this was indeed the case, because after a few minutes bloody traces and severed parts of fish appeared on the surface of the water. Having cut up the eel, our hero hurried to pull the individual parts ashore, clearly intending to take the catch with him. After some time, sitting on the beach and relaxing, the guy simply relaxed, clearly pleased with himself and his catch. And the next moment, the bindweed directed a stream of air in the form of frost onto parts of the fish, trying to cool it a little so that the meat would last as long as possible. Carefully observing his friend, Sun Changming noted, turning to the toothy one, that he could have been very seriously injured, and, after a short silence, he added that he thought that he had lost his friend forever. Flattered by such a remark, the bindweed with tears in his eyes said words of gratitude and said that the young man was a true friend. True, within a minute the young man gave the fish a slap, called it a fool and said that if the bindweed does not know how to fight, then it is better not to get involved in such situations at all. Erupting into a tirade, he noted that bindweed, apparently, has no desire to live, and added that if it weren't for him, they would have cooked fish soup out of it long ago. In a softer tone, as if jokingly, he said that the fish really continued to argue with him. Gently stroking the toothy guy on the back, Sun Changming stated the fact that the wounds had healed quite quickly, and this meant that he was worrying in vain. Realizing that the sun was setting below the horizon, our hero informed his friend that it was time for them to return, and most importantly, they needed to remember to take the eel with them. Walking through the forest, the young man was pleased with everything that happened, even despite a number of nuances. Passing by a destitute man, our hero thought and stopped for a while. However, only in order to share with the man part of his catch, a piece of which was already lying on the ground. The man clearly did not expect such generosity and did not understand why this was happening, but he was clearly happy. Having recovered a little from the shock, our hero's fellow villager, looking after him, did not stop thanking the young man again and again. Having walked a little forward, the young man drew attention to some other man standing sullenly next to a tall tree. Carefully examining this man, the guy thought that something strange had been going on in their village lately. Sun Changming thought that a group of cultivators were going to the hill again. All of them were bold and brave, so much so that the young man would not try to dissuade them. True, without finishing his thoughts, the next second he heard the stranger he had been studying so carefully calling out to him. With horror in his eyes, the young man froze in place and, stuttering, began to ask the man what he wanted. Hugging the guy by the shoulders in a friendly manner, the stranger with a smile in his eyes said that he just wanted to ask for directions. Hearing this, Sun Changming, trying to rotate, told him that he could find out the path from any resident of the village, but suddenly realized that the man was saying that the residents of the village did not have the spiritual power that he had. For a moment, an awkward silence hung in the air, indicating that our hero clearly did not understand what we were talking about. However, the stranger did not stop and began to ask the guy his name. The young man was in no hurry to answer, because he did not understand how some random person could know about his spiritual power. Grasping the hilt of his blade, he continued to think that cultivators usually disregard the lives of mortals, which means that this person could be dangerous. And as if reading the young man's thoughts, the man continued, noting that the guy should not be nervous, explaining that he did not expect to meet a person in such a wilderness who had awakened his spiritual power, and therefore was interested out of curiosity. Scratching his head, the man said he didn't want to scare the guy. After a little hesitation, addressing the young man as a brother, he asked if he knew where the scorched hill was. Not understanding why this man was interested in such a place, the guy calmly said that a huge hill was located right behind their village. Looking after the grateful man, Sun Changming thought to himself that he had again met a man who had gone to certain death. However, suddenly the stranger stopped and, without turning around, asked the guy if he was studying with anyone. With sadness, our hero guy answered negatively, adding that he was born in a village, not in a sect. Continuing to stand in his place, the man said that it was a shame, since the guy had promising talent. Throwing a small bag to the young man, he thanked him for his help with joy in his voice. The man said that this knapsack would be of no use to him, but our hero would definitely need it, because he has a big heart. Sun Changming clearly didn't understand what happened and wanted to clarify something, so he started shouting loudly to the man, trying to stop him. Seeing the stranger waving his hand, the guy thought that this man would never return again. And again our hero did not manage to come home until the month had risen in the sky. In the hut the young sister of the young man was dozing peacefully, and even in her sleep she thought that she really wanted to eat. The very next second the little girl jumped up, hearing her brother announce in a loud voice that he had arrived. Sun Changyen jumped into her brother's arms with a joyful exclamation, informing him that he was late again, and invited him to sit down at the table as soon as possible. While the girl was happily devouring the food, our hero carefully examined the stone that the bindweed had taken from the bottom, thinking that in appearance it was an ordinary stone weed, but for some reason the monster was very concerned about it. Not understanding what it was, the guy decided to hide the artifact and switched to the bag, which was handed to him by an unknown man. Taking out a small tablet with Dongfang written on it, the guy wondered if this was the name of that stranger. Not finding an answer to his question, he quickly switched to the knapsack and decided to examine what else interesting was inside. The young man looked carefully at the knives, noting to himself that there were specimens with bubbles, some with rulers, some kind of pills, that is, he got a whole set of armor. The guy wanted to study these items more carefully, but the next moment his sister called him, who with anger in her voice said that he should join her and eat, otherwise she would eat his portion. While the young man listened to Chang Yen, his faithful assistant Bindweed chose a small knife and pills for himself and looked carefully at the weapon, not letting it out of sight. However, the very next moment the critter decided that all these items had been prepared for him, and began to eat the blade. Sun Changming, sharply grabbing the bindweed, began to disturb the fish, demanding that it spit everything out immediately, since steel is not food. However, before the toothy dog had time to do this, something unusual began to happen to him. Like several previous times, he began to glow with a golden light. A moment later, some very strange objects fell from his mouth, or rather, he deliberately began to throw them. Having looked closely, our hero thought that these were some unusual black balls, but they flew with such force that they could even kill. This is indeed so, because in the place where one of the balls hit there was a very large dent, as if it had been caused by some heavy object. It seemed that all this did not bother the critter at all, because he continued to shoot again and again, spitting out these unusual small objects. With surprise in his voice, our hero shouted that these balls are like armor-piercing shells, and their advantage is that they are easily replenished. Sun Changming noted to himself that, most likely, his loach had acquired some new skill, and, after thinking for a second, it seemed that some unrealistic thought had come to the young man. Looking carefully into the eyes of his waterfowl friend, the guy said that since he had become so strong, they could pull off one very interesting trick. It was a dark night in the city, illuminated by a bright and powerful flash of lightning. This was not the village in which our hero lived, but some kind of large city with beautiful and majestic buildings. A pretty girl stood in front of the large doors, but you could tell from her stance that she didn't dare enter or knock. At the same time, in another room there was a small candle on the table, barely illuminating the room. However, this was quite enough for the man who sat at the table, studying his visitor. Rising up, the young man greeted the newcomer, stating the fact that she had arrived after all. And this was the girl who, a few minutes earlier, stood in front of the large doors and did not dare to go inside. In a timid voice, the brunette began to talk about some kind of sister mentor, although she didn't really explain anything. Quickly interrupting the brunette, the young man explained that it was he who asked his mentor to lock him in this room to avoid the deaths of innocents due to his enchanted hand, adding that he did not know how long he would stay here. Finishing his conversation, the young man in a soft voice asked the girl why she came to him. Beauty noted that she wanted to say goodbye, due to the fact that she is unable to accumulate chi, she will have to cultivate in the outside world, which is what she is going to do. With thoughtfulness in his eyes, the young man said that their Ding Bofu, the once talented celestial, was still just as arrogant. And after a little hesitation, he added that, after all, it's not very pleasant to look at how some of your contemporaries are superior to you. Quickly changing the topic, he said that it was time for the girl to go, but finally warned her to be as careful as possible because the world was not at all safe. And after the departing beauty, the recluse reminded her that she should always be restrained. The weather was wonderful outside, and everything was, as always, quiet and calm, which was conducive to swimming and underwater adventures. It seemed that our hero and the toothy one were preparing for them, who said that they were obliged to get rid of a huge and terrible fish. This was their main task for that day. Although, looking at the huge monster that was violently jumping out of the water, it seemed that this would be extremely difficult to do. Toothy did not know how to think, but he knew how to complete the task, and therefore the very next minute he quickly plunged into the pond. By the way, what immediately incurred the wrath of a huge aquatic beast, which, having noticed the loach, opened its mouth, was clearly going to attack from minute to minute. However, unlike the previous time, the nibbler was no longer afraid, but clearly knew his task. Just in case, Sun Changming reminded him of it, loudly shouting to his river friend that he should use his signature move. True, the critter did not have to be repeated twice, because the very next moment he began to throw his deadly balls. The effect was achieved so quickly and easily that our heroes were surprised at how simple and quickly everything turned out for them. A few minutes later, such a terrible and violent beast as it was before, lay on the river bank. As a present for their hard and difficult work, our heroes held in their hands two small, but such beautiful pearls. Addressing the loach, the young man noted that he would keep the bone pearls for himself, while his faithful assistant could eat the meat of the predator. Although a moment later, Sun Changming took out a pill from his bag and, with a loud exclamation, throwing it into the fish's mouth, said that it was a present from Uncle Dongfang. Having eaten enough, the loach rested, and our hero concentrated on something. It seemed that he was plunged into a trance. After a minute, concentrating and turning to himself, the young man said that it was time to start. Listening to his feelings, the guy noted to himself that this time everything was different, since it was as if an incessant warm stream of the river was wandering in his stomach. The young man seemed to be enjoying this to the fullest, as a pleasant light spread throughout his entire body. Coming out of meditation and carefully looking at his stomach, the young man discovered a new mark on it, not understanding where it came from. Stretching, he noted to himself that the day had flown by very quickly again, which meant it was time to go back to his little sister. Although thoughts haunted Sun Changming, who was trying to understand why a previously unknown symbol appeared on his left chest, and now the mark had migrated to his stomach. Looking into the distance in amazement, the guy noted to himself that he actually knew nothing about the division of boundaries in this world. However, realizing that night was just around the corner, the young man, as usual, took his sleepy fish and dragged it home. Along the way, thinking out loud, the young man noted that when he manages to leave the village, then maybe he will find himself a mentor, and if he's lucky, also a sect with sisters. While our hero was thinking, a brunette was floating in the air not far from him, wondering what was happening to her sword. It seemed that he did not obey her at all, so while she was flying in one direction, he performed strange pirouettes and strove in the opposite direction. Hearing someone's screams, the young man became quiet for a second, turning to the loach and asking what was happening and where the strange voice was coming from. The next second, a girl flew from the sky, warning the young man to be careful. Before he could think of anything, Sun Changming realized that someone's figure was looming over him. Looking carefully at the woman's breasts, the young man seemed unable to even think anything, realizing that now this beauty would crush him. Our hero tried to say something, however, given all the difficulties and awkwardness, instead of words, separate phrases simply came out of him. After a moment, the forest became suspiciously quiet, and no one was in a hurry to break this silence. The girl spoke, saying that she was in a lot of pain and that she did not expect her sword to suddenly malfunction. Sitting astride the young man, she looked at the stranger with horror, cursing and apologizing, not knowing what else to say. Justifying herself, the beauty said that it was a misunderstanding, as if wondering between the lines whether the guy was feeling okay, and, having confirmed that everything was fine, he headed to leave. The next minute, the girl looked after the leaving young man, asking him to take his time and listen to her. Showing some kind of badge, the brunette began to explain that she was in the service of the royal court and she needed to know something important. Still calm, the young man asked what was the matter and how she ended up here. Pointing somewhere into the distance, the stranger asked Sun Changming if there really was a scorched hill in that direction. Having learned that this was so, the brunette added that in the vicinity of the scorched hill there is a dense accumulation of harmful qi, going there is too dangerous and frivolous. And after hesitating a little, she continued that because of this hill, the villagers must be weak and exhausted, although she noted to herself that the young man looked quite healthy and energetic. Seeing the bewilderment in the eyes of her new acquaintance, the pretty girl with confidence in her voice asked him to give her his hand. Stuttering, Sun Changming said that he did not understand anything, but at the same time he thought that the stranger was most likely crazy. But the very next moment, coming close to our hero, she took his hand, not paying attention to the young man's protests. A minute later, something inexplicable began to happen, because a stream of fiery energy appeared in the area of the guy's wrist, which flared up more and more with every second. Understanding the guy's bewilderment, the beauty asked him about his feelings, and he screamed loudly and demanded to let go of his hand. While the stranger was thinking that the young man had very strong Gen gene energy, he said that she was the first to start all this, so there is no need to accuse him of being rude. It seemed like the brunette was about to change the subject as she asked our hero how old he was. Having learned that he was 15, she thought that he was a year younger than her, but despite this, he accumulates the power of symbols. In addition, an additional advantage in battle is given to him by the rare Genjin Qi, which is very strange. It seemed that the guy was pretty tired of all this, and therefore, after clearing his throat a little, he asked the girl for forgiveness. As he walked away, he said as he walked that if he was no longer needed, he would go about his business, not wanting to listen to the fact that the girl asked him to stay. True, the beauty still succeeded. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Yun Nanaying, who was an official in the Department of Government Affairs of the kingdom and was investigating the harmful influence of the hill. Having heard all these explanations, our hero with a smile asked the girl about her place of work. Having once again received a satisfactory answer, the guy began to warn the beauty that all sorts of evil spirits crawl out in these places at night, so it is dangerous for her to move on, but at the same time, he asked where she would live. This answer did not bother the stranger at all, because with a smile in her eyes she pointed to some place and said that she would stop here. And a moment later, throwing some kind of checker onto an empty field, the girl screamed for housing to appear immediately. Sun Changming looked at the new home with surprise, noting that it was a high-tech house, made from a capsule, which, by the way, the beauty invited him to go into to see what it was like inside. However, realizing that it was getting dark very quickly, the young man said this out loud to Yun Yenying. When leaving, he gave the girl advice that she should not sleep in the house, but should dig a hole, since it would be much safer. Standing in front of a new and beautiful building, the beauty looked in amazement at her new acquaintance, wondering why she would dig a hole, much less how she could sleep in it. It was stupid, also because just a few minutes later deep night fell on the forest. Sitting in splendid isolation, Yun Yenying thought that she needed to make a breakthrough and accumulate the power of symbols, and besides that, she should also study the source of harmful qi. The girl also did not understand how she could conduct research when the entire surrounding area was destroyed by this energy, destroying everyone except her new acquaintance, who was in no way concerned. At some point she started up, blaming herself for forgetting to ask the name of this strange guy, who behaved in an incomprehensible way, saying something about evil spirits and a pit for sleeping. The beauty's thoughts were interrupted by some strong roar that came from outside. Quickly jumping out of bed and going to the window, the brunette tried to understand where exactly it was coming from and who exactly it could belong to. However, what Yun Nanaying saw could not be described in any way, because it was the same terrible monster that a few days ago encroached on our hero's home. Locking herself in a small house, the brunette saw how it raised its huge paw, clearly in order to deliver a crushing blow and destroy this building to the ground. Looking out the window in horror, the girl did not understand what was happening there. Despite her abilities and experience, it seemed that she had never seen such animals, so she did not know how to behave with them. Perhaps the brunette could have come up with something if she had been in a different position, but she didn't even have time to think, because the beast began to quickly destroy her home. And while Yun Nyaning was trying to escape, Sun Changming came home, joyfully informing his little sister about this, who was still looking forward to him. True, before he had time to cross the threshold, the young man heard the girl protest, asking him to wait a little. The thing was that the little girl was used to her brother making some scary faces every time, wanting to scare her sister, albeit as a joke, and this time she was expecting the same. Therefore, grinning and grimacing, our hero did everything possible to entertain Sun Changyen a little, and she told her brother that he would stop fooling around, because it was time to go to the table. After eating and clearing away the plates, the little girl noted that she would be happy to do the dishes after hearing her brother's exclamation of approval. And he, looking at his river friend, told him that the nibbler was eating more and more every day, and only half of all the pills that were in the bag remained. Therefore, he did not know what and how to feed his friend so that he would grow big, but a moment later the guy took out some large stone, noting that he simply had nothing else. It seemed that the toothy one was not at all embarrassed by such an unusual food, because with enthusiasm and great appetite he began to devour this large and hard piece. At that moment, Sun Changming felt something that he had never felt before. It seemed that some amazing enlightenment began in his head, and thoughts flowed like a river. He thought about some 3 parts, and then some kind of spiritual technique came to his mind. And then thoughts began to swirl, such as binding by the spirit, attracting the spirit, curbing it, the art of witchcraft, relating to spirits of different types. The young man did not know exactly what this meant, but he suspected that while the bindweed was growing, with the help of suitable techniques the young man was able to learn. The night passed very quickly, so lightning fast that within a couple of hours the bright sun began to set over the village, heralding a new day. Getting out of bed and stretching, Sun Changming, turning to the toother and his sister, said that today is the day when you need to pay the tax on life. Holding 2 small pearls in his hands, he continued, noting that the time had come to exchange these jewelry for meat for his beloved sister. Having decided to visit Yun Yening, he came to her immediately after breakfast and was horrified to discover that only planks remained from her house. Looking at all this with longing, our hero wondered whether the girl really managed to survive, thinking that it seems that in life everything depends only on luck. However, the very next minute the young man heard someone calling him. Raising his head, Sun Changming saw that his new friend was sitting on a tree, who asked the guy if he had extra clothes, explaining that her house was destroyed at night, and she was saved simply by some miracle. Looking at the pretty beauty from bottom to top, the young man thought that he was opening up a rather piquant view. However, it seemed that this did not bother him at all, because he stood and carefully assessed the beauty, realizing that the girl did not look her best. Sitting on a tree in stockings and a nightgown, she became embarrassed and blushed, and then she shouted to the guy with such force not to look at her, that it seemed that there was no place in the forest where she could not be heard, and to make her words sound much more convincing, she jumped from her seat and slapped our hero in the face. Surprisingly, the guy didn't get angry, on the contrary, he apologized and said that he had a cape, warning in advance that it was a little shabby, but given the current situation, this would be suitable. Despite the fact that the cape was actually not the newest, the beauty accepted it with pleasure and quickly began tying it, wanting to put herself at least a little in order. Thanks to the young man, Yun Nanaying reminded her interlocutor that the day before he forgot to introduce himself to her and tell her his name. Realizing that this was actually the case, the young man quickly retreated and told the brunette his name. And within a minute, Changmin was answering another question from his new acquaintance regarding why he came to these places so early, explaining that this is the day when the villagers need to pay a living tax. The guy explained that harmful qi is destroying the village of Jehu, so the residents can earn their living by fishing for pearls. And after a short pause, he added that local authorities had announced the date for collecting the tax, only then could residents receive food. Approaching closer to his home, he noticed the military and stated the fact that government officials had arrived, which meant that very soon it would be necessary to pay bail. Realizing that there were many men ahead, the beauty said that, given that she was inappropriately dressed, it would be better for her to hide in a tree, which she did at that very second. And the next moment, government officials began shouting loudly for people to come out of their homes and pay taxes, because otherwise they would not get food. One of the officials cursed, saying that they were sent back to this hole, and not only was it far away, but there was practically no gain. Another government representative, addressing the boss, stated the fact that things have been tight lately, clearly hinting at something. However, he only sternly noted that going to see the widow of the Fu family for 6 days in a row was not difficult, but as it is necessary to do one's job, no one wants to do it in good faith. And after a pause, he added that this time they would be able to collect much more, so there is no point in complaining about this village. And indeed, after a short period of time, a long line of village residents lined up in the village, each of whom wanted to get their portion of food, in return giving away what they had managed to get over the last week. However, the boss's attention was attracted not by all these little people, but by our hero, who stood at the very end of the line. A minute later, the official told everyone to leave. Carefully studying Sun Changming, it was clear that this man was planning something bad. Indeed, there was no need to expect anything good, because the next moment a group of 3 soldiers surrounded the young man. Sitting on the tree, Yun Yening did not understand what was happening. It seemed that she had never seen anything like this. And a moment later, in a menacing voice, addressing his subordinates, the boss said that they should detain this guy. The military surrounded our hero on all sides, who clearly did not understand what was happening and why the tax was being collected in such a strange way. Holding the pearls in his hands, the leader noted that, despite the fact that the jewelry was made of bone, they were of amazing quality and high price. And raising his hand, he declared in a loud voice that the young man was entitled to 1 bag of grain for 1 pearl. All the residents of the village began to look at each other in bewilderment, saying to each other that the boy had handed over not 1 jewel, but 2, and that the grains yielded only 1 bag. The boss, who was sure that no one would resist anyway, suddenly heard someone's voice addressing him. It was Sun Changming, who with indignation in his voice reminded the official that he had given him 2 pearls and demanded that they be returned since he did not want to pay justice. Hearing such a remark, one of the warriors began to laugh, looking our hero in the face, and added that he did not understand who he was going against in the first place. The brunette sitting on the tree carefully watched everything that was happening below, afraid to miss at least some detail. The beauty thought to herself that the lower governing bodies of the kingdom were so rotten that those at the top did not know about it and did not even suspect it. And the young man, plucking up courage, said that the officials must have a hard job in the district administration if they had to come to such a village, and added that since they were all pathetic, then why quarrel? Hearing such a statement, the officials could not stand it. It turned out that no one had ever called them pathetic or lowered them so low. They thirsted for revenge and reprisals, and therefore within a second one of them, grabbing his saber, headed towards the young man. Sun Changming clearly did not intend to tolerate such an attitude, and therefore began to fight back with all his might, showing that he deserves all the best. Our hero's blow was truly stunning, because he managed to throw the soldier several meters back. Other officials, looking at all this, whispered, noting that the young man had become too bold, which meant that this had put his life in danger. And the very next moment another warrior, using magic, decided to pacify the young man with a different approach. Placing the chain on the ground, he was clearly going to deal a crushing blow to the guy, knocking him down. Realizing that this was a magical weapon, Sun Changming thought that, as far as he knew, officials were not allowed to use anything like this in ordinary villages. Although the young man was not embarrassed by such magic, because the very next moment he grabbed the opposite edge of the chain, which was directed in his direction. Our hero pulled the chain with such force that the official on the other side flew into the air and flew somewhere. Realizing that he needed to defend himself to the end, Sun Changming pulled out a blade from his pocket. The guy understood that they wouldn't just let him go, so he decided to wound his opponent so that it would be easier for him to deal with everyone else if they suddenly decided to follow his example. A moment later, blood sprayed from the official's hand with such force that, grabbing it, he began to scream loudly, shouting the rudest words. The fellow villagers, who looked at all this, talked to each other, not understanding where this 15-year-old boy got such frantic strength. And he, in turn, standing firmly on his feet, looked carefully at those officials who were shifting responsibility to each other, demanding that someone make up their mind and finally get rid of the boy. But it turned out that this was not destined to happen, because within a minute a cold stream of air headed towards the place where the soldiers stood, and the very next minute, smoothly descending on her sword, the girl introduced herself, noting that she was an official of the Department of Government Affairs, and ordered everyone to lay down their weapons. Addressing the officials, the brunette noted that they had broken the law by taking advantage of their official position, and if so, they no longer had a place in this village. It must be said that they all looked at the brunette with disbelief, not understanding where she came from in these parts. The official with the severed hand wanted to say something, but could not find the words to contradict the girl who occupied such a high status. However, she didn't seem to care at all what they thought, because the next second she snapped her fingers, wanting to perform some more miracle. And this miracle actually happened, because everyone gathered looked attentively at the cart with sacks, which was enveloped in a white, pleasant light. In a loud voice, the beauty apologized to all the village residents for what happened and, on behalf of the authorities, gave all the bags of provisions as compensation. The next moment, all these large knapsacks began to fly away so that each resident had a bag of food. Not believing their eyes, people carefully examined the provisions that were in their hands in a couple of seconds, realizing that almost for the first time in their lives they would be able to eat. In a timid voice, turning to the young man, Yun Yenying began to ask him for forgiveness, although he did not understand what she was guilty of and why she was apologizing. The guy noted that the Government Affairs Department had a very high reputation, and heard his interlocutor add that their uniform was the main pass. Realizing that the beauty had clearly forgotten about her appearance, our hero pointed out her appearance and asked whether the robe was really also a pass. Quickly realizing, the girl retreated, noting that she would now have to account for giving an order without a uniform, clearly embarrassed by her appearance. And quickly jumping onto her sword, while in flight, she shouted to the young man that she needed to return to the department to settle matters, and therefore she would return the young man's cape in a few days. A little later, the beauty scolded herself for forgetting her uniform, which meant she had disgraced herself in front of the entire department. Although a minute later she scolded herself for such thoughts, thinking that it was time for her to get down to business and not think about all sorts of nonsense. And the most important thing was to find out why the village is so strongly influenced by harmful qi, which poses a danger not only to the inhabitants, but also to itself. Yun Nanaying remembered how her reclusive friend said that harmful qi attacks all monks, because once it enters the body, it initially has no effect, but always breaks through during cultivation, at the most critical moments. The fact is that the mentor sister also practiced the enchanted hand technique, and at critical moments the dark energy burst out, and now it can only be suppressed, but not eliminated. Our heroine thought that she must find out the secret of the Jehu village, find a way to cope with the harmful qi and cure her sister. For the plan to succeed, the girl decided that she needed to start with a young man who practices well, despite the dark qi, realizing that he either owns miracle techniques or has a mentor behind him. Clutching her badge, the beauty promised herself that she would not take her eyes off this young man, and after some time, inviting an official to her office, she told him that she was taking the village of Jehu under her responsibility and she needed a sign with orders from local authorities. Rubbing her badge, she decided that she would use her position to get closer to the guy and everyone in the village. And while the beauty was completing her task, Sun Changming was taking a river walk with his loach. The friends were clearly going to find some kind of prey, and it seemed that she would not keep them waiting, because a moment later huge scary eyes looked at them. Our hero at that very moment exchanged glances with the nibbler, making it clear that danger was very close. And this was actually so, because in front of them there was an incomprehensible monster that somewhat resembled a fish, but hundreds of times larger and with spikes on its back. It seemed that the loach did not believe his eyes and was very afraid, although he heard his friends say that they would definitely cope with this monster too. Despite this, the fish was in no hurry to enter into conflict or take any action, but simply looked attentively at the beast. Bindweed swam past this unknown monster several times, as if trying to weigh its chances. The young man, who was nearby and was holding his blade, decided to strike the monster a couple of times in order to disable it. The monster, realizing that it was wounded, began to shake its head furiously, showing all its strength and power, which it tried to take out on the guy. However, this did not frighten our hero, because he again decided to enter into battle with an unknown river inhabitant, to which his fish looked in bewilderment. It seemed to Convolvulus that everything was so mixed up in the water that it was unclear who was doing what at that moment. Only one thing was clear: the monster was growling so strongly that it was definitely not going to give up, just like Sun Changming. It turned out that the toothy creature was up to something, because after a few minutes it quickly swam away from the place where the monster was. But he swam away not in order to abandon his friend, but in order to, having gained a stream of air, blow away or hit the enemy with it. A moment later, a stream of air with tremendous speed headed towards the direction where the river animal was swimming. The speed was so great that the very next moment it literally knocked down the monster, which seemed to never be able to rise again. And this was actually true, because a few minutes later, standing on the river bank, our hero, turning to the fish, told her that this monster scared him to death. Bindweed noted to himself that he really liked the tale of this river inhabitant. In turn, the guy was happy not only with the tale, but also with the catch as a whole, and smiling, thought to himself that they were great fellows. And within a minute, Sun Changming turned his gaze to the symbol on his stomach, which sparkled with a bright golden color, thinking that it had increased in size. Although the guy understood that he had no idea what it was, and also where he could apply this mark on his body. Holding the fish in his hand, the young man noted that they had become even stronger, and no matter how this happened. Although, seeing how the bindweed begins to vomit, he noted that he should not eat too much, because this is sometimes harmful. And, turning his gaze to the shield, he added that this was a very interesting thing that he had never seen before. Taking it in his hands, the young man noted that it looked quite durable, but wanted to check it with his bone knife. Sun Changming dealt several serious blows, wanting to break through this shield in order to thereby understand whether there was any use from it. But after just a few minutes of hard work, looking at this little thing, he happily realized that there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Therefore, he grabbed the shield and shouted that he had managed to get a wonderful item that he had not even counted on. Its whole charm is that in case of danger the young man will be able to hide behind this shield, like a turtle that cowardly hides its head. The guy smiled at this thought, but he thought that the most important thing was that it would be useful, but how exactly was not important. Sun Changming was about to go home, but the next second his attention was caught by something interesting in the water. Diving back into the river, the young man noted to himself that they had swam into some kind of cave, which he had never seen before. The cave was quite deep and more like some kind of pipe that led somewhere down. Descending lower and lower, our hero drew attention to the strange stone statues, noting to himself that, most likely, this was the work of people. A few minutes later, the young man and his faithful friend swam far enough, but they were not afraid, because in front of them there was a gate resembling a palace. The young man thought that this was the palace of the Celestials. Not daring to go inside, the guy stood for a while and simply carefully studied the drawings, and then, turning to the critter, invited him to go inside and look around. Bindweed, who again swam first, made it clear to the young man that, most likely, they ended up in some kind of temple. And this was actually so, because the next moment the young man, having felt solid ground, realized that they could go somewhere. And they went out into some large room, but the most amazing thing was that, despite the fact that it was at the very bottom of the river, for some reason there was no water in it. Although there was pressure in these places, as our heroes noted, looking at the remains, which could turn to dust at any moment. Moving further and further from the exit, Sun Changming noted that there was one detail that really confused him. Looking carefully at the spear, which was located at the very end of the hall and hung on the wall where a pig's face was depicted, the guy thought that it was for a reason. The young man noted that the black spear exudes danger. At the same time, the bones may belong to killed monsters, and if so, then it is better for them to leave this strange place as soon as possible. It seemed that the toothy one did not hear the guy, and therefore he once again explained to him that there were remains everywhere, and they might not get out alive, because the spear kills everyone who visits this place. Our hero was actually right, because the next second the weapon hanging on the wall began to glow with a golden light. As he ran away, the young man realized that this ominous light was spreading throughout the room, and for a reason. Having grabbed some bone, the bindweed realized that everything was actually not very good, and therefore tried to keep up with his friend. And he shouted at his fish, telling her to throw the bone, because this is not the main thing now, but the main thing is to survive. Our heroes first ran, and then swam as fast as never before, because their health and lives were at stake. It's difficult to say how long it took them to escape, but after some time Sun Changming and the toothy one were lying on the familiar bank of the river. Looking carefully at the water, they saw an energy flame erupting from it, which clearly wanted to consume everything in its path. Realizing that this was not a simple spear, the guy could not understand where it came from and why such power was stored in it. Although the very next moment he switched to the bindweed, which with great pleasure ate the bone taken from the temple. And this had its effect, because after a couple of minutes the toothy creature began to glow with a golden light again. Seeing how the fish was happily chewing the bone, our hero noted that it seemed that the bindweed had managed to derive some benefit from its delicacy. Looking at the satisfied face of the toothy man, the guy sat down in front of him and said in a gentle voice that he was also entitled to half of his strength. The indifference of the fish at that moment confused the guy a little, as she was looking somewhere into the distance. The young man did not like this behavior, and he started shouting, telling the bindweed not to play a fool and share his strength. But before he had time to finish speaking, he saw that a pleasant warm light was flaring up around him, indicating that the energy replenishment had begun. Sun Changming quickly closed his eyes and began to focus on the pleasant sensations. A few minutes later, our hero felt a pleasant tingling in the area of his right chest, realizing that an incomprehensible sign was beginning to appear there again. Having looked at it carefully, the young man noted for himself that it was a peach the size of a grape. In any case, the mark resembled this particular fruit. Having carefully looked at his stomach, the guy realized that in this part of the body the mark was much larger than a peach. And closing his eyes again and plunging into his thoughts, the young man noted that he felt much better and more cheerful than 10 minutes ago. True, at some point the young man felt that someone was standing next to him, and therefore decided to open one eye slightly. His instincts didn't deceive him, because a second later Sun Changming already opened his eyes wide to look around. And this was not surprising, because right opposite, moving much closer to the young man, stood his new acquaintance, who carefully studied our hero. Yun Nianying ignored the guy's question regarding how long she had been around and began asking him how he could practice and be filled with energy when the harmful qi was rampant around him. The beauty did not let up, again and again asking the young man what equipment he used, saying that she really needed to know this. Sun Changming, thinking that he was pretty tired of this, turned away and headed home, although he continued to hear the beauty noting that she had come for a completely different reason. Realizing that the young man was unlikely to stop, Yun Nianying calmly said that she could exempt the guy from tax for up to 3 months. The beauty made the right decision, because upon hearing such a proposal, our hero froze in place, looking in amazement at his friend and asking her what she wanted in return, saying that he was ready to do anything for such a bonus. Yun Nianying did not beat around the bush, but immediately stated that she wanted the young man to find good divers for her, and the reason was that she needed to find the body. Continuing, the brunette noted that the more people take part, the better. All participants will be exempt from paying taxes for 3 months, and the one who finds the body will be exempt from paying tribute for a whole year. The offer was very tempting, but the young man was worried about whether he could trust the beauty, and then he asked her directly about it. With a smile in her voice, Yun Nianying stated that he could completely rely on her, because from now on, Jehu village was entirely under her control. Looking at the beauty in amazement, the guy noted in a satisfactory tone that he would find a diver for her in the very near future. Looking after the retreating Sun Changming, the girl threw something at him and added that as soon as he finds people, he should immediately lead them to the river, and then use the jade talisman to contact her. Sun Changming realized that the beauty is not as simple as it seems at first glance, because in addition to the talisman, she also gave him a huge bump as a sign that he does not know how to listen to everything to the end, looking into his eyes. As for our hero, looking at the talisman, he thought that he would be able to fulfill his dream and become rich, although the young man understood that almost everyone in their village made a living from the river. The young man noted to himself that since Yun Nianying was sincerely throwing money away, the beauty would not dare to blame him if he brought old people or weaklings to the river. Night was quickly falling on the forest, which meant that Yun Nianying needed to take care of her home as soon as possible. Throwing a small capsule onto the floor, the beauty clearly planned to do the same as last time and create a cozy home for herself in just a few seconds. A few minutes later, a beautiful 3-story building, reminiscent of a majestic castle, appeared in front of our heroine, and looking at it, Yun Nianying thought that she would clean her house as soon as she used it. Having barely had time to change clothes and go outside, the next second a fiery stream rushed from the sky to the ground, throwing the beauty back. Sitting on the floor in bewilderment, the brunette did not understand what was happening and where this fire came from. It seemed to our heroine that some kind of large flash was visible in the sky, but the reason for its appearance was unknown. True, I didn't have to rack my brains for long, because after a short period of time a chariot pulled by 2 large dragons appeared in the sky. Having landed, a beautiful young lady got out of the carriage, who noted that our heroine's palace was visible a mile away, adding that she really loved to show off and loved comfort. Yun Nianying barely had time to greet her aunt when she came up behind her and began to feel the brunette, stating the fact that she had matured a lot since their last meeting. Without a shadow of embarrassment, the girl noted that her niece was so big that, most likely, she had a boyfriend and quite possibly even a young man. Denying all this, our heroine quickly turned the conversation to another plane, asking her aunt what she was doing here, since she was not sent on a mission. Hearing that auntie had been sent as reinforcements, Yun Nianying said that due to the fact that it was not so easy to establish contact with the residents, she decided to recruit them to search the river and came up with a reward in the form of tax exemption. But before Yun Nianying had time to report the situation, she saw a bright glow emanating from her talisman, indicating that Sun Changming wanted to contact her. The same man who at that moment stood on the bank of the river, carefully peering into the surface of the water. Holding the talisman in his hands, our hero was clearly thinking about something, but did not dare to talk about it out loud, waiting for his new acquaintance to contact him. The next second, a small communication object that was in his palms began to shimmer with a blue glow. At that very moment, Yun Nianying joined the conversation, asking the young man how everything was going and whether he managed to recruit enough people. Still standing there, the young man nodded affirmatively, clearly hinting at a team of 2 people who were behind him and were waiting for an order. One of the men came closer enough for the lady to see him and personally asked her if everything that their fellow villager Sun Changming had told them was true. Suddenly, the aunt intervened in the conversation, saying that everything was absolutely true, they were government officials who always kept their word, and if they managed to catch the body, they would double the reward. Hearing such a statement, the young men clearly perked up and began to thank the girl, getting ready to go on their mission. And the very next second Yun Nanaying spoke, explaining that the corpses that the young people would have to look for were brought from the Man River, which means that they should be located at the junction of this reservoir and the Hongshui River. Hearing that the guys would have to split up, one of the men stated the fact that there were a lot of animals in the river, and therefore there was nothing left of the corpses after half a day. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that they were not looking for ordinary corpses, because the creatures would not dare to touch them, even despite the fact that some time had already passed. Thinking about what Yun Nanaying said, our hero noted to himself that the corpse could not have gotten from the Man River to Hongshui, unless, of course, it knew how to swim, and the reason for this was the interesting structure of the mouth. Meanwhile, the beauty continued, warning that if something suddenly goes wrong, the guys should immediately get ashore and contact her, as she will come up with something to help them. Just as they were about to enter the river, the young people heard someone suddenly call out to them and tell them not to rush. Behind the guys stood two young men, one of whom said that they went to the river, but they didn't tell him anything. One of our hero's friends, who volunteered to help him, turned to a guy named Zhang Zihu, asking him what he was doing here and how he could find them. It seemed that the men were not going to talk to the locals, as one of them simply ignored the guys, explaining to the brunette that nothing could be done without their help. However, our heroes and the villagers did not let up, continuing to sort things out, and noting that they came first, which means they will do what they are supposed to do. But Zhang Zihu was not moved by such a statement. He explained that except for him in the entire village, no one swam along this river, and therefore only he knows all its secrets. Raising his voice, the young man noted that the guys were no good at all, that's, firstly, and secondly, they didn't think about the fact that they could fail the official's assignment. The guy did not let up and noted that they were entrusted with an important matter, and they brought only their acquaintances to the river, and not the best and strongest. With a grin on her face, Yun Nanaying seemed to have seen through the plan of her new acquaintance and, smiling, thought to herself that the guy turned out to be not a completely reliable person. However, Changmin was not going to give up, and, defending his people, said that they had their own strengths, and under his leadership they would definitely succeed, while the rest of the locals could not help. There was clearly a verbal spat between the guys, because one of the guys began to insult our hero, telling him that he was too small to climb into the Man River. Realizing that this could all drag on for a long time, our heroine's aunt said that they could all dive, but the reward would be given to the one who found the body first. Within a minute, all the young people stood in front of the river and were ready to begin the difficult task. Looking at Sun Changming, his friend noted with an apologetic voice that he had most likely disgraced the young man. Our hero thought to himself that while he was here, Zhang Zihu and his friends would not be able to defeat them. He added out loud so that the guy would forget about everything and not take too much into his head. Before the guys had time to finish speaking, they noticed that everyone who was interested began to quickly descend into the river. Sun Changming also did not intend to hesitate, and therefore within a minute he took out bindweed from the bag and released it into the pond. Watching Nibbler swim away, the guy thought that this was not an easy task, and if so, he decided to send the fish to protect Uncle Yaosi and the others while he himself watched everything from the shore. At this very time, at the other end of the forest, Yun Nianying was asking her aunt where this unknown corpse in the river actually came from. Looking carefully into the brunette's eyes, the girl noted that in the upper reaches of the Man River there was a gorge of copper coffins. However, before she could finish, our heroine noted that the gorge is the famous ruined area of the Dingbo residence, including the ancient cemetery of wickedness and other areas where evil spirits live. Taking up the beauty's thought, the aunt added that there was a cliff in the gorge from which coffins were hanging, but no one knew who hung them there. In recent years, the water level in the river has risen so much that the coffins have collapsed and the remains have flown into the Man River. People from their department began to pull the remains out of the water, but somehow the ancient body disappeared and no one from the department ever caught it. And this is bad, because if the corpse continues to float further, it will certainly end up in the lands of Kashu. And interrupting her aunt again, the beauty noted that if this happens, the entire autumn harvest will suffer, which will lead to disaster. Looking into the distance, with sadness in her eyes, the interlocutor said that her niece described everything correctly, and that is why it is so important to complete this task. However, Yun Nanaying did not calm down on this, continuing to wonder how it could happen that the body began to float up against the flow of the river. With calm in her voice, the girl noted that since no one had found him in the lower reaches, despite the fact that they had been looking for a very long time, she decided to try her luck and search the tributary. Our heroine said out loud that she understood everything, but thought to herself that there was a possibility that there was no corpse after all, and if so, then all the villagers would be in great danger. While the girls chatted and some villagers carefully searched the river, Sun Changming sat on the bank and meditated. His meditation was not easy, since it connected the young man and Toothy, who at that moment was floating along the river, trying to notice at least something. Having connected to it, the young man could see the local guys who were in front of the bindweed, trying to stay together. True, the next moment our hero's attention was attracted by some animal that swam so silently that the guys simply could not hear it. Looking carefully into his eyes, the guy understood that such a river predator was not to be trifled with, which meant that everyone was in great danger. Since the young man did everything through his assistant, he shouted to him to do everything possible, but to stop the terrible beast. Hearing the order, Toothy immediately went to the predator and decided that he needed to start with the tail, which he grabbed with his powerful teeth. It worked, because the very next second the beast switched from people to a small fish, which did not let up and continued to chew its tail. But now Nibbler himself was under attack, at whom the predator looked angrily, opening his mouth and showing his huge jaws. The fact that the beast was very powerful was indicated by the surface of the water, which began to boil and seemed to be about to boil. For a second, the predator jumped out of the water so that Yun Nanaying saw it, horrified at the sight of such a monster. Watching everything happen, the ant said that it was a worm, and it was number 1 in magic, possessing the first rank and 5 types of magic, which is 2.5 times more than ordinary first-rank creatures. And after hesitating, she added that if it is not always possible to escape from a creature of the second rank alive, then what can we say about this river worm, which means that the villagers are in great danger. True, the very next minute something unexpected began to happen, because it seemed that this predator had entered into an unequal battle. It was twisted and spun in different directions so that it was clear that the worm could not resist its opponent. Bloody tracks indicated that the animal was either wounded or so weak that it was unlikely to harm anyone. Looking at this, Auntie jumped up from her seat, but only to inquire whether there were second-rank monsters in the river and whether they had really been killed. Looking carefully at her relative, Yun Yanning wondered how strong the second-rank monsters were. Auntie said that the pyramid of the first great kingdom is divided into 6 levels: spiritual energy, spiritual channels, spiritual points, wonderful symbols, subordination of phenomena and comprehension of valuable things. After some time, she added that most of the monks belonged to the first great kingdom, and as for the second, she, as the senior rank in the Chao Tian department, is attached to it. Listening carefully to her relative, the beauty stated the fact that the monster was too dangerous, and if so, then she should request armor from the government against the essence of evil influences and personally go down into the water. However, the ant noted that this was too risky and even such armor would not protect against harmful qi in the water, especially from monsters of this rank. At this very time, splashes of water were heard at the other end of the forest, indicating that someone was coming out of the river. And it really was true, because the very next second someone walked, heading towards the shore. It seemed that the task exhausted the local residents as much as possible, who struggled to get out, wanting to rest as quickly as possible. Exhausted and exhausted, the young people sat on the river bank, unable to say anything. Zhang Zihu spoke first, communicating with the girls. He said that he could search in the Man River, while the rest should return back. Hearing such a statement, Sun Changming became furious, saying that if the guy goes, then he should go too. However, grinning, the opponent noted that our hero is still a very young guy, and it is better for him to rest instead of losing his life in vain. The brunette, who had previously remained calm, spoke in a harsher tone, reproaching the men and telling them that there was a monster of such high rank that she was not even able to deal with. Out loud, our hero told the beauty not to worry, since he was much stronger than she thought, and he had previously had to face such a monster, which he successfully defeated. It seemed that the ant trusted the young man, and therefore she said that he could go on a mission, but added that if something suddenly happened to him, they would definitely take care of his little sister. With a smile on his face, the guy thought that they were unlikely to be able to take care of the baby, since they would suffer greatly from her, since she has a difficult character. And the very next moment, Sun Changming approached the river in order to release his friend from his bag and begin the adventure. It began within a couple of minutes, when our hero and the fish swam, moving further and further from the shore. Looking at the young man, Yun Nianying mentally addressed the young man, asking him to return safely. However, it seemed that this was as difficult as possible, because the very next second some strange creatures reminiscent of worms headed towards our heroes. Sun Changming stopped for a second, but only to assess the situation and understand what to do next. Although it seemed that Zubastic decided everything for him, because he clearly did not intend to hesitate, but wanted to deal with the catch as quickly as possible. And after a moment, the fish, with the firm intention of winning, resolutely headed towards the river creatures. Its speed was so rapid that one got the impression that we were not talking about a fish, but about some kind of predator. And this was true, because within a minute Zubastic was easily snacking on a river inhabitant. Our hero shouted, turning to the fish, but it did not listen to him and continued to deal with those whom it considered a danger. After a short period of time, having eaten and rested, the young man looked at her reproachfully, saying that Zubastic needed to be as careful as possible. However, the voracious fish did not care at all. It is quite possible that she did not hear the young man, because she again fell into a deep sleep. This was to Sun Changming's advantage, because after a couple of minutes he felt a surge of energy and said out loud that Nibbler had become much stronger, and he no longer needed to ask to share with the guy. Enjoying the pleasant warmth, our hero noted to himself that he had not had so much energy for a long time, and a monster of the first rank brings a lot of benefits. It seemed that with every cell of his body the young man felt the strength and power that was growing in him with every new minute. Having filled up a little and revived, he thought that rest was, of course, good, but no one had cancelled work, and if so, then he should get down to business. True, the matter did not bear fruit. Floating along the river, our hero thought that they had been looking for the body for half an hour, but during this time they had not found any traces. However, within a moment, Sun Changming heard a sound, but did not understand where it came from or who it belonged to. Swimming towards the voice, the guy saw a young man who was enveloped by a monster with its tentacles so tightly that it seemed like he was about to strangle him. The monster was so large and powerful that it was extremely difficult for a beginner or someone who did not have sufficient experience to cope with it. Wriggling and looking at the open mouth of the predator, it seemed to the man that he would not find a way out of this situation, because his strength was running out. The man thought that, most likely, everything would end very sadly for him, in the stomach of a sea creature. Realizing that things were really bad, the bindweed immediately opened its mouth and directed a stream of air towards the predator. Not even a minute had passed before the goal was achieved, and so successfully that it seemed that the beast would not be able to recover from this. Zhang Zihu, and it was he, even though he had freed himself from the enemy's tentacles, could not swim on his own and began to go deeper into the water. Fortunately, our hero was already nearby and tried to do everything possible to save this man. Realizing that not everything was finished yet, the young man took out his blade and began to chop down the predator, realizing that this was the only way he could save himself and give his friends the opportunity to live. Sun Changming tried to do everything as quickly as possible, realizing that there was not much time, especially for his fellow villager. Having dealt with the predator, our hero quickly grabbed the young man by the neck and dragged him to the surface. Thanks to the life-giving energy, the young man was able to swim as quickly as possible, approaching the surface of the water more and more rapidly. At that moment, Zhang Zihu came to his senses, but only one thought appeared in his head, that he managed to escape. Watching everything that was happening, the aunt, with pride in her eyes, turning to her niece, said that her new friend turned out to be not only a good guy, but also brave and wise. Coming out of the water and looking at his friend, Sun Changming noted that the poison is not fatal, it only paralyzes, but despite this, the young man needs to be taken to the village, because the sun has already begun to set. At this moment, Yun Nanying spoke. The brunette was interested in how our hero, as well as his fellow villager, was feeling. With complete calm in his voice, the guy stated the fact that everything was fine with him, but Zhang Zihu was attacked by a monster. Continuing, The guy explained that he was lucky, because for one monster there was another monster, however, without specifying who he was talking about, and after hesitating a little, he added that he managed to save the guy's life by accident. Suddenly, the ant intervened in the conversation, turning to the guy and asking him if he had seen anything else in the Man River. For a moment, the young man thought about it, considering possible options and deciding that it was better for the girls not to know about what was happening there. Therefore, after a minute, scratching his head, he said that he doubted that there was anything in the Man River, and therefore the next day he would better search the Hanshui River. Hearing Yun Yening thank the guy, he remarked out loud that her house had become much more luxurious, and this was dangerous, and besides, one should not let one's guard down in the evening. The ant, who was sitting nearby and listening attentively to the young man, did not understand why he said that, so she decided to ask her niece what he warned about. With sadness in her eyes, the brunette explained that monsters walk around the village of Jiehu at night and she was almost crushed last time. And so that the ant would not be so afraid, she smiled and said that they would need to dig a hole to sleep. Covering her head with her hands, the girl noted that they would not dig anything. This was a bad idea. It was best for them to find a spacious and comfortable cave. Night fell over the city when Sun Changming returned to his home. He was tired after a hard day, but it was worth it, because there were plates with different foods on the table, indicating that the guys had enough food. Joyfully devouring food, our hero's sister said with a smile that he had brought and cooked very tasty meat. Smiling, the young man noted that he managed to do a great job today, and the reward was not long in coming, which he was very happy about. After some time, sitting by the window, the young man thought that he and Toothy had searched the entire Man River, except for one place that was too dangerous. Sun Changming thought about the giant turtle's lair, not understanding whether the corpse could be in this place. True, the very next second the young man remembered that he did not have time to take Zubastik with him, and he was sleeping outside the house for the first time, and therefore the guy hoped that the night would pass peacefully and nothing would happen to the bindweed. The young man wanted to think a little more, but suddenly he felt some very familiar sensation. Feeling a surge of cheerfulness, the guy noted to himself that it seemed that Toothy had begun to digest the monster that they had dealt with just a couple of hours ago. Quite quickly, night fell over the village and the entire valley, which could not bring the best surprises. And these surprises really began. Standing in the cave, the ant watched the evil spirits, asking her niece whether the monster was really heading towards the legendary scorched hill near the village. Yun Yening confirmed her guesses, saying that this hill has always been a creepy place, and it is quite possible that the disappearance of the corpse is connected with it. After waiting for the monster to pass by, the girls left the cave to carefully examine it and see where it really went. And at that very moment there was a very strange man on the street who looked more like some kind of creature in human form. The strange thing was that he came to Zhang Zihu's house and, while he was sleeping peacefully, carefully studied the young man. One would think that this werewolf was planning something daring, but the next moment his hand placed a small box on the floor. For some time, the piercing gaze of an incomprehensible creature carefully studied the young man, but the very next moment he hurried to the door and left behind it, as if he had never been there before. The night passed quickly enough and, fortunately, without any special incidents for our heroes. Sun Changming, who gets up very early, found himself back on the river bank, warming up in preparation for the task. One of the elders, looking at the young man, noted to himself that, despite his youth, the young man had incredible strength. At the same moment, another guy, turning to his friend, said that this time their mutual friend Zhang Zihu was very unlucky. He, in turn, remembering the lying man, confirmed that the guy had very severe poisoning, and no one could know exactly when he would get back on his feet and get stronger. But it seemed that Zhang Zihu himself had completely different plans for himself, because, having opened his eyes, he decided to clean himself up a little and warm up. Rubbing his sore arm, the guy thought that he didn't expect Sun Changming to become so strong, and among other things, be able to save his life. The young man, who the day before had been so angry and irreconcilable, now decided that he must thank his savior and tell everyone in the village to follow him and help the young man as much as possible. True, the next second the man's thoughts were interrupted by something to which he turned his attention. It was the same box that the werewolf left at night, but the guy did not know where it came from or what was in it. Reaching for the box, the man continued his thoughts and even began to assume something, but it still didn't fit in his head why someone would leave this item with him. Realizing that since the box was in his house, it belonged to him, he quickly reached for the lock and opened it. The very next second, some kind of dark energy burst out of the box itself, which began to cover not only the room, but also Zhang Zihu himself, infusing him. And this was absolutely true, because not a trace remained of his former personality. The young man spoke out loud that all the good things should not go to Sun Changming, because he was young and insignificant. Looking carefully at the box, the reborn young man understood that there must be something in it. Looking angrily towards the object, the man reasoned that some kid wanted to become a threat to his authority in the village, but this would never happen, because he would take everything he could. A minute later, the guy carefully examined the contents of the box, which contained a mask made of human skin to breathe underwater, a crossbow to kill all evil spirits, and pills that increased one's own strength. Taking this box in his hands, the young man thought with a grin that Sun Changming would not have long to rejoice and lead his fellow villagers, because everything would change soon. And at this time, our hero had already dived into the river and began to swim to where he had left his bindweed the day before, in order to greet him first. Seeing the big tooth, which was in perfect order, our hero noted to himself that he had gained as much as 1.5 kilograms, which is an excellent result. However, without wasting any time, the young man went to the giant turtle's lair, noting to himself that there should be a lot of interesting things inside. Hearing these words, the bindweed's eyes immediately widened. It was clear that he wanted to profit, but Sun Changming immediately warned the fish not to think about being greedy. A minute later, the young man encountered a bindweed, which for some reason stopped abruptly, and the guy who was swimming behind did not understand the reason for all this. Our hero looked out from behind the fish and it seemed that his amazement knew no bounds, because something unusual was revealed before him. At the very end of the cave there was an untouched corpse, but it was tied with strong whips, so that the current could not wash it out of this place. Looking at everything that was happening, our hero began to curse. However, it seemed that the reason was not only that he and the fish still managed to find the body. Having looked closely, Sun Nanming noticed a wolf's head, which was also located below, although it was not clear who it belonged to. Out loud, the young man began to talk about some kind of third eye, which was located on the bridge of the beast's nose. Realizing that Nibbler was hiding behind the young man's back, he asked in a gentle voice whether the bindweed really wanted the guy himself to go forward this time. Without waiting for an answer, Sun Changming began to carefully examine the body, noting to himself that it was fighting some kind of flame that was smoldering on his chest. Our hero finally realized that the wolf's head was part of a deceased creature. Moreover, it seems that he is cultivating his chi. True, a moment later something happened that the guy did not expect. The fish, which had recently been swimming behind him, rushed forward and headed towards the corpse. The young man informed Nibbler that they had a unique opportunity, and all they needed was to simply report Chaotian's body, and then they would sort it out on their own. But it turned out that the bindweed did not like this state of affairs, because he closed his eyes in displeasure and began to back away, showing with all his appearance that he had other plans. The fish was clearly hinting at something interesting that she was up to and that she was going to share with her friend. Finally, something began to dawn on the guy, and turning to Zubastic, he stated that if they don't tell about their find, then his goodies will disappear. Without finishing the sentence, our hero quickly perked up, raised his hand up and said that a brilliant idea had come to him. True, in order to implement it, they first need to rise to the surface and do something. The young man looked carefully into the eyes of his assistant, so there could be no doubt about taking the guy's side. After a short period of time, Sun Changming returned. It turned out that he only got up to take the armor, which he kept as a trophy. But it seemed that something did not go according to plan, because the next moment the young man felt that he was being pulled somewhere in the other direction, and it was all about his protective plate. If the young man had not grabbed her in time, she would have floated away, although she didn't float away, or rather, she was magnetized to something, because something was dragging her in the other direction. Having looked around, our hero noticed the light that was right in front of him, although he did not fully understand who it belonged to and what was emitting it. In less than a few minutes, this light switched to the bindweed and was only a few centimeters away from it, clearly wanting to harm the fish. Nibbler was not at a loss, and the very next moment, taking in a flow of air, he decided to fight back against the one who decided to deal with him. It turned out that it was Zhang Zihu, shooting from his crossbow. He cursed and thought that this item was good for nothing if it could not even kill a loach. True, it turned out that the enemy was of little interest in this, because after a minute he began to move away, thinking that he had managed to declassify the young man, who would clearly not be praised by officials when they found out that he was hanging out with monsters. Looking after the sailing enemy, our hero informed his friend that they had been declassified, which means that one of his fellow villagers saw what power Zubastik had. Realizing that this could end badly, Sun Changming decided that he needed to stop this man, no matter how difficult it would be. Swimming up to the enemy, the young man noticed that he grabbed the sword and looked at the young man with anger in his eyes, clearly not intending to spare him. Having finally made sure that it was Zhang Zihu who saw him and not someone else, the guy said out loud that if he had known earlier who this man was, he would not have risked his life saving him the day before. Realizing that delay could be dangerous, the young man quickly grabbed his hand, wanting to knock the sharp blade out of it. Grabbing Zhang Zihu's wrist, the guy felt some unpleasant sensations, but decided not to attach any importance to it. The young man understood that this was a battle, and the strongest must win it, because the enemy would definitely not leave him any chance and would destroy him along with the bindweed. Therefore, the very next minute a fight broke out between fellow villagers, and such a fight that was difficult to imagine. And the result was positive for our hero, who did not hesitate to beat his neighbor. The very next minute his leather mask fell off, and from somewhere a small bottle fell out, which he also carried with him. Looking carefully at all these things, Sun Changming wondered where all these wonders could come from. Zhang Zihu, who never stood out from the crowd. Having caught his breath a little, our hero turned to Zubastik and asked him to look around the surroundings to find something interesting. The very next second, the bindweed began to move away, clearly pleased that he had been given some interesting task. True, before the fish had time to swim far, the young man caught himself thinking that a fire was burning in his body. This indicated that Nibbler most likely caught something and ate it, not understanding how he managed to do it in just a minute. A book appeared before the young man's eyes, on which was written the prophecy of the killer god. However, the young man thought that he would not need it for now. The most interesting thing was that what had been a corpse some time ago suddenly rose and, holding a sword in his hand, stood opposite Zubastik, who swam as close as possible to him. The bindweed's eyes sparkled. One got the impression that the fish was up to something, looking carefully at its friend. However, he noted in a menacing voice that the bindweed should not approach the corpse, since, apparently, something wrong was happening to it. Having asked Zubastik if he wanted to return home, and having received a negative answer, he said, just in case, that he was rising to the surface because it would soon get dark. Leaving the bindweed underwater, the guy quickly headed towards the shore, wanting to return to his little sister as soon as possible. After just a couple of minutes, Sun Changming slowly climbed out of the water, but it turned out that he was quite exhausted. Our hero expected that his companions would take an interest in his affairs, and, realizing this, the guy decided in advance that he would not tell them the truth, but would tell them that he had not been able to find anything, and therefore he would return here tomorrow. And again night fell on the village. The bright moon illuminated the surface of the water, which was not as calm as usual. And indeed, something began to happen in the water. Moreover, some strange shadow appeared in the river. It seemed that this did not bother Zubastik at all, because he slept soundly, wanting to get a good night's sleep before the upcoming working day. Our hero was also fast asleep, unaware that something was happening in the river. True, after a moment something woke the bindweed, as he quickly opened his eyes to look around and assess the situation. Perhaps his instinct was also awakened by Sun Changming, who abruptly stood up from his seat and, looking into the distance, thought that he had some kind of uneasy feeling. Having mentally connected to the fish, the young man, carefully observing what was happening, noticed some very strange shadow at the bottom of the river, not understanding who it belonged to. What was also surprising was that this creature had bright red eyes, which seemed as if it was clearly up to something. Nibbler was in full readiness, while the guy calmed the bindweed and said that he needed to be calm. This is the first thing, and secondly, he should wait a little and only after that begin to reconnoiter the situation. True, without having time to finish his thought, our hero switched his attention to some entity resembling the devil, not understanding where he came from in this river. Having carefully thought everything over, the young man came to the understanding that, most likely, it was this entity that took control of the ancient corpse, directing it like a puppet. A moment later, the strange creature and the ancient corpse stood opposite each other, shrouded in a strange blue glow, similar to energy flows. The devil peered carefully into the wolf's head. Some kind of rage and desire to tear him to pieces was visible in his eyes. Looking through the fish at everything that was happening, the guy thought that the devil was probably going to devour his undead victim. Sun Changming noted that it seemed that the chi flame was needed to seal the ancient corpses, which was why this devil attacked so suddenly. After a minute, the blue glow became so bright that almost nothing was visible because of it. Turning his gaze to Nibbler and looking into his eyes, our hero decided that his bindweed was going to eat the devil's shadow. This intention seemed complete madness to the young man, so the guy, rubbing his head, thought about how he could dissuade his friend from this idea. True, the very next minute our hero remembered that this shadow was similar to a spiritual body, but he has abilities aimed at spiritual bodies, so the fish's idea is not so pointless. Despite all his worries, Sun Changming, understanding all the enthusiasm of Zubastic, decided that they should try, and whatever will happen. Carefully watching the fish swim away into the distance, the guy did not know what would happen next and whether he would ever see his friend. Although the very next minute Zubastic performed his signature trick in the form of a stream of air, which he began to twist. Not even a couple of seconds had passed, and this monster was already in the mouth of the bindweed, who heard the guy ordering him to destroy this shadow. It seemed that it was not very easy for the fish to cope with this task, because Zubastic needed to digest it all, which was not an easy task. The young man saw that something wrong was happening to his friend, because he raised his belly up and closed his eyes. Looking at the fish, Sun Changming shouted loudly, but it is not clear to whom the question was addressed, either to the bindweed, or to the shadow inside him. True, there was something wrong with the bindweed. It seemed that some kind of negative energy had gathered around it, and the fish itself was not itself. The very next minute the young man's voice was harsh and decisive. He ordered his friend to immediately spit out the evil spirits, realizing that the bindweed, which was very bad, could die any minute. True, the fish did not listen to its owner and was not mistaken, because the digestion of the shadow began and proceeded quite successfully. Zubastic looked much better and even smiled. Placing his hand on his chest, the guy sighed with relief, thinking that this time everything worked out, although he was more nervous than ever before. It was clear that the young man was still going to say something, but he did not have time, because he felt a soft flow of energy spreading throughout his entire body. The young man noted to himself that by absorbing the devil's shadow, he received not only energy, but also a symbol on his forehead, which had now turned into a very clear seal. In addition, the guy noted that his soul became stronger thanks to the light of the ancient lamp. Most likely, the seal on his forehead corresponds to the strength of the soul, and he added that this seal is something like a buff. The young man did not even suspect that by swallowing the shadow of the devil, he would receive so much benefit, but most of all he was interested in what would happen when the bindweed managed to eat the body of this monster. At this very time, a monster lay on the river bottom, which did not understand what had happened. It thought that the young man had managed to absorb 3 of his clones. It noted to itself that it was alive, but despite this, it could not control other creatures that it itself had created. Our hero, who was still watching everything that was happening in the river through the fish, suddenly noted to himself that the body had stopped moving, as it had before. Seeing Nibbler swimming closer to get a better look at this corpse, the young man added that, most likely, there were too many flames there after the fight with that devil. What was interesting was that there was still a blue glow around the corpse, which, although slightly, Bindweed decided that this was an excellent opportunity to refresh himself a little more, because the energy would charge him. And this was true, because within a few minutes Nibbler was swimming, absolutely satisfied with everything that had happened to him. Sun Changming also felt joy, who, squatting at home, again felt a powerful heat of energy spreading throughout his body. The young man noted to himself that a new symbol had formed in his solar plexus. The most amazing thing was that he did not even suspect that he and Toothy would be able to benefit from this conflict. Our hero's joy knew no bounds. He thought that he and his river friend not only consumed the flames, but also found the body, and if so, then the next day the young man would be able to report all this to the management. Morning came especially quickly, especially for Sun Changming, who who barely managed to sleep at night. Getting up early and stretching with pleasure, the guy thought that he no longer needed to be afraid of taxes and, finally, he could escape from this damned village, which he had dreamed of all his life. Although after a moment there was no trace of the guy's doubts at all, as he thought about it, it seemed that some interesting idea had come to his mind. Looking carefully at the Yunnaning temporary castle, near which a lot of people had gathered, the guy tried to understand for himself what they were all doing here. Coming closer and seeing his fellow villager, the guy asked what happened. He calmly replied that the young man had come on time, because they were showing the government's magic weapons. With amazement in his eyes, looking somewhere into the distance, our hero, turning to himself, did not understand what this magical weapon could be and what it was needed for. At this very time, on the platform in front of the castle, Yun Yanning, who was dressed so unusually, was posing in a beautiful uniform that it was impossible to take her eyes off. The brunette's aunt, answering questions about where all these things came from, explained that these are armor against evil influences that protect against harmful qi underwater, albeit for a short time. Seeing the young man, the girl immediately went to greet him. It seemed that she was sincerely glad to see him. Showing off in front of her new acquaintance, the brunette asked what he thought about her armor, hearing that the guy really liked it. The beauty continued to explain that the army gave her all this, and besides this, she also received the main weapon, the cry of a wolf, which is capable of injuring a monster of the second rank. The girl did not stop, noting that she also had a Vajra talisman, which was activated upon a critical hit, releasing the radiance of Vajra spirits, capable of stopping the attack of the second great realm. The next minute, an ant joined the conversation and explained to the guy that this equipment was needed for protection, since the girls were sure that the corpse was in the territory of monsters, and the equipment would allow them to effectively fight them. Taking the guy's hands in hers, Yun Yanning, with joy in her eyes, told the young man that she would go underwater with him and protect him from any danger, since she did not want to risk his life. Realizing that this was all true, the young man nodded good-naturedly and began to think that the beauty was very kind, and for the first time he felt such care from a stranger since the moment he found himself in this village. The very next minute, turning her back to Sun Changming, the beauty walked briskly towards the river, calling out to the guy to follow her. For a second, the young man froze, realizing that such a development of events could not be allowed, and therefore he had to come up with something very quickly to prevent this. The guy understood that as soon as they were in the river, the official would immediately realize that he had lied to her, and if this happened, he would be arrested for deceiving the government. A terrible picture was painted in Sun Changming's head, in which not only he, but also his younger sister and faithful assistant Zubastic is a prisoner. Our hero did not have a clear plan, but he decided to stop the beauty, which he did at the same moment. Making a virtuous grimace, the guy, turning to the girl, said that he believed that she should take care of herself, and he needed to go in search of himself. The beauty looked at the young man in surprise and replied that he should not dare to object to her, since she could protect both herself and her ward, who was looking at her in amazement. A minute later, a verbal skirmish began between them, during which the guy said that Yun Nanaying should not go with him, and she, in turn, did not understand why he was deciding for her and telling her what to do. People who were still standing near the castle looked attentively at everything that was happening. They noted for themselves that these two were behaving like a couple in love, not understanding why the quarrel broke out. The soldiers, having heard the girl shout words of accusation at the guy, decided that it was quite possible that he was not actually telling something, considering how long he had been in the river and remained not only alive, but also unharmed. Realizing that the matter had reached a dead end, our hero decided that he had only one trump card left, and, despite the fact that it was not the most pleasant, there was no other way out, otherwise he would be revealed. For a moment, the young man thought about it and simply looked attentively at the beauty, studying her, and she, in turn, did not understand why the young man suddenly fell silent. Gently taking his friend's hand, he noted that he actually had a little secret. Not understanding what was happening, Yun Yanning blushed and was embarrassed. She wanted to say something, but only incoherent sounds came out of her. Approaching the beauty as close as possible, the young man began to talk about what his secret was, and again fell silent for a moment. But he fell silent only to hug the beauty and tell her that he loves her very much, and she is one of the most dear people to him. The young man's eyes sparkled, but one could not say that love was visible in them, especially since our hero understood perfectly well that he was being disingenuous for his own purpose. But Yun Nanaying's face showed bewilderment and at the same time fear, which is why the brunette didn't know what to answer the guy. And a minute later, a group of people standing nearby began shouting at Sun Changming that he was taking away the commander's precious time, and that it was time for them to go on a mission. It turned out that neither the boy nor the girl heard any of this, because the young man convinced the beauty that he could not let her go down into the river, while she was thinking about the fact that they had known each other for only 2 days. With an apologetic look, our hero explained that the beauty should not worry about him, and timidly asked her to lend him the wonderful armor that the government had given her. The young man motivated his request by the fact that if he puts on armor, then, firstly, he will be protected, and secondly, he will think that some part of his beloved is with him, therefore, his success is guaranteed. Looking at the surface of the water, Yun Nianying did not think about her decision for long, especially since she clearly could not resist such a young man. All that the brunette managed to say after the retreating guy was that he should be attentive and come back soon. With an arrogant look in his armor and weapon, our hero told the beauty not to worry about him as he would be fine. Without thinking twice, the young man hurried to jump into the river, where his faithful nibbler was already waiting for him. And deciding not to waste time, the guy, turning to the bindweed, said that the plan was that he would attack Zubastic, they would make a noise and then very quickly bring the corpse to the surface. True, it seemed that the loach was absolutely not listening to his friend, because he carefully looked at the new weapon and swam as close to it as possible, studying it. There was some kind of pleading in Toothy's eyes. Most likely, he wanted to tell the young man that he was interested in the thing that was on Sun Changming's shoulders. Realizing what the loach was thinking about, our hero screamed loudly and began to scold his friend, explaining that he should not encroach on weapons, and besides, he should not consider all objects as a way to fill his stomach. Sun Changming explained to Convolvulus that he needed to forget about this item forever, because if they did not return it safe and sound, they would have serious problems. Realizing this, Nibbler winked, and in a calmer tone the young man noted that they should not waste a minute and should begin to act as soon as possible. Floating off somewhere into the distance, the young man noted to himself that in recent days Zubastic had become very strong and powerful. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Realizing that the loach had sailed to a safe distance, the guy decided that the time for the performance had come. Taking out his weapon, the young man adjusted it in such a way that he could hit the target, and this time the goal was a fish, but it is clear that his defeat, firstly, was part of the plan, and secondly, our hero was aware that the main thing was not to overdo it. And within a moment the beautiful bait in the form of bindweed was ready, which the young man was very happy about. But what happened in the next moment was impossible to describe. One thing could be said: a very strong seething appeared on the surface of the water. It seemed that a powerful stream was about to burst out. The girls, seeing the traces of blood, held their breath. They noticed that the young man took advantage of the cry of the wolf, and whether he was successful or disappointed directly depended on how well he managed to cope with it. Yun Nianying waited with bated breath for some news from Sun Changming, and in her heart she hoped that nothing terrible had happened to the young man. But this could not be said for sure, because the river continued to rage and indicated that the battle was still ongoing. The ant, who also carefully looked at the water, said that there was a lot of blood in the reservoir, which means that the young man had come across some very strong and large predator. And the very next second our hero's head appeared above the surface. It was difficult to say for sure whether he was hurt, but his appearance was already a good sign. The guy's friends and fellow villagers, who had been standing on the shore all this time, shouted sharply, informing everyone that this was actually Sun Changming, and that, despite everything, he was alive. It was extremely difficult for our hero to get out of the river, and not only because he had a weapon behind his back, but also because he was dragging the corpse that had been found earlier. The guy understood that his task would be completed only when this creature was lying on the ground, which he could report on. And the very next moment, folding his hands on his chest, the young man proudly noted that he managed to cope, and he delivered the body that the officials were interested in safe and sound. Looking at the guy in amazement, Yun Nianying seemed to be holding her breath and couldn't say anything, so she just looked attentively at the hero. However, the sudden silence was interrupted by the ant, who commanded in a commanding voice that the assistants immediately remove the body from the place where the young man had left it. And the result was not long in coming, since the very next minute several soldiers were carrying a coffin that had been prepared in advance for the corpse. In less than a few seconds, a couple of people put the monster in a coffin, wanting to forget about it forever. The aunt, who was carefully observing everything that was happening, personally thanked the guy, said that he had done an excellent job, and then suddenly offered him a job in Chaotian. Sun Changming, who listened carefully to the woman, did not seem to expect anything like this, and therefore decided to ask again if he had heard everything that the official said earlier. Coming closer, the aunt added that the guy would be given the position of officer monitoring the village of Jiehu, which means that he will forever forget about the need and, together with his little sister, regardless of the circumstances, will always be dressed and shod. For the sake of decency, the guy thought about it and decided that his sister would probably like this idea. Therefore, folding his hands in gratitude, our hero calmly declared that he was ready to accept such an offer. And within a minute, the aunt threw the guy a small badge, which confirmed his acceptance into the service. After a moment's hesitation, pointing at her niece, she added that the young man must now obey Yun Yening, who was taken aback when she heard such a statement. True, our hero did not like this either, who looked at the beauty with surprise and wondered why she should be his boss. Sun Changming thought that he had complicated things when he said that he was in love with a girl, which meant that he would have to play along with the beauty, otherwise his career would be over. And after a moment the young man completely got used to his role, turning to his old acquaintance, but as a commander. Hitting his chest, the guy said with pride in his voice that there is no need to interfere with his personal relationships in the service, because it is unworthy. Besides this, his main task is to improve his Tao. Yun Yening started to say something, but she hesitated and noted that the young man had previously told her something else. Without allowing the beauty to finish, the young man noted that recently the girl complained that she was unable to concentrate on her strengths, and if this was the case, then she should work even harder for a positive result. This remark clearly did not please the beauty, who said with anger in her voice that the guy might not have reminded her of this, since she only thinks about this nuance. Although, after thinking a little, the girl decided to herself that, after all, because of recent events and the investigation, she had completely given up on her studies. And she said out loud, turning to the young man, that he had not yet taken office, had not completed a single task, and was already daring to reproach his commander for something. Suddenly, an aunt intervened in the conversation, saying that now the first priority was an ancient corpse that should be taken to the government, and asked her niece if she was going to go with her. The beauty was full of determination. Among other things, she was clearly hurt by the words of our hero, and therefore she sharply declared that until she discovered a new symbol, she would remain in this village. Plunging into the carriage and soaring into the air, the aunt screamed that she had to go, but she would soon return. Realizing that Yun Nanaying was about to leave, the young man shouted after her and asked where she was going alone, but the beauty did not deign to answer him, showing her superiority. Late in the evening, Sun Changming gathered all his friends and asked them to join him for dinner at his house to celebrate the successful completion of his affairs and his appointment to duty. Hearing a familiar knock on the door, our hero's sister smiled joyfully and, running up to the door, said that her brother had arrived. However, seeing not only Sun Changming, but also other people on the threshold, the little girl looked at them in bewilderment, not daring to say anything. And the very next moment all the men, including our hero, stood at the closed door, not understanding why the girl was behaving this way. Entering the house, the young man looked in surprise at how his little sister was trying to climb as far into the fireplace as possible, not understanding what was happening to her. Looking carefully at her brother, the girl with a smile in her eyes told him that they no longer had meat, since it was all over. Peering closely into the fireplace, Sun Changming saw something resembling meat sticking out from under it, and the very next second, he took it out and defiantly showed it to his little sister, with joy in his voice asking her what it was. Raising the girl in his arms, he explained to her that, firstly, his friends would come for dinner today, whom he would like to treat, and secondly, one should not be so greedy. And after a short period of time, the friends gathered at the table raised their cups and drank to their common success. One of his friends noted that Changmin is getting stronger every day. This can be seen even by the fact that he manages to stay in the water for more than 2 hours, jokingly adding that he is turning into a mermaid. Another friend said that even though they failed to complete the task, they were still grateful to the guy because now they would not have to go hungry for several months. Scratching his head and with modesty in his voice, the guy added that if they had not all taken care of him, he would hardly have lived to see this day, so the victory is the merit of all those present. And then everyone in turn began to say flattering words to our hero, noting that if he wanted, he would definitely build an excellent career, and they would only bask in the rays of his glory. A little later, when everyone had dispersed, the young man was thinking about what his commander was doing at the moment. It was pouring rain outside, and night had fallen on the village, which means that the girl came to the cave she found. The beauty sat and meditated, clearly wanting to achieve the result that she had told our hero about the day before. It seemed that Yun Nianying tried to perform some action more than once, but she failed, which she annoyingly said out loud. With sadness in her eyes, the brunette stated the fact that she had only one step left on the path to her goal, but it was the most difficult one. The official noted to herself that she had been observing the monster for more than one day in order to know her symbol, but it seemed that this was not enough, because she needed some stronger monster. Realizing that there was no such thing and that it was unlikely to appear in the near future, the beauty once again sat in a comfortable position and began to concentrate, realizing that she had no other option. And the very next moment, energy flows began to glow around Yun Nianying, indicating that the girl had finally managed to move from the dead point. A minute later, the glow was so strong that it seemed to cover not only the beauty's body, but the entire cave. The official did not stop, because she knew that this was not enough, and after a few minutes some strange sign appeared in the chest area. The next moment, the brunette opened her eyes to look at him personally and make sure that she had succeeded in her plan. Despite the rain that had fallen the day before, the next morning the weather turned out to be beautiful and sunny. As usual, our hero got up early, but this time not to go to the river, but to simply walk around the village and think about something. Sun Changming saw Yun Nianying standing in front, who cleared her throat, clearly wanting to attract the attention of our hero, who was looking in the opposite direction. However, the desired effect did not work out, because after a minute the young man passed by the beauty, pretending that he had not seen her, although he understood that she was shouting his name very loudly. Involuntarily turning around and scratching his head, the guy pretended to be a fool and, turning to the brunette, asked what she was doing in these places and why she came here. With pride in her voice, the girl noted that the Dimbo residence trains the greatest talents. She recently managed to make the greatest and most amazing discovery, and if so, then she can now lead the guy. And hearing about the enormous progress, the young man opened his eyes wide in surprise and demanded that his commander tell him everything in great detail. After a short pause, Yun Nianying proudly stated that the more complex the symbol, the stronger and more powerful the hidden potential within a person. The next minute, turning the conversation into a different direction, the beauty told the young man not to be shy and write her his symbol, and she would try to figure out its decoding. After thinking about his boss's proposal, the young man began to remember his signs, which consisted of a dragon, gold, life, beginning, death and a poisonous snake. Without saying a word, he sat down on the ground to draw or write something there. The young man tried to make sure everything worked out as best as possible and not to miss anything. After a short period of time, satisfied with his result, the young man reported that he had finished. Rising and addressing the commander with some modesty, he said that she could appreciate his work. Then something happened that our hero did not expect. He looked at the amazed eyes of the boss, not understanding what was happening to her and why she was looking so carefully at the drawn symbol. Yun Nianying was silent, but thought to herself that the symbol was complex, and besides everything else, it was clear that this sign was stronger than those that appeared on her, so she was not able to evaluate it. And she stated out loud that at such a young age it is very good to have such a symbol, since it is actually powerful, but she recommended the guy not to become arrogant and not to forget that he is her subordinate. While the young man was smiling, thinking that he knew everything, the beauty decided, without explaining anything else, to leave, saying only that she had a lot to do. The girl had already begun to leave the village when she felt that the young man's strong hand grabbed her wrist, and the young man asked the brunette to stay for a while. With embarrassment in his voice, our hero began to explain to the official that he was very poorly informed about cultivation, so he asked the beauty to give him a few lessons, if it would not be difficult for her. And if in the first minutes the brunette didn't like it, Then after a while she changed her mind on this matter and answered in a gentle voice that if the guy was sincerely interested, then she, of course, would tell him everything she knew. Without delaying this until later, the beauty began her explanation by saying that in their world, the level of monks is divided into 9 great kingdoms. Most people spend their entire lives at the level of the spiritual body. It is divided into 6 more bodies, into spiritual energy, spiritual channels, spiritual points, wonderful symbols, subordination of phenomena and comprehension of valuable things. After thinking a little, the young man noted to himself that he had definitely reached the 5th level of the Great Kingdom, but he had not yet been able to find out what the last level meant. Politely interrupting his boss, Sun Changming, with undisguised curiosity, asked the girl to tell him in more detail about such a concept as comprehending what is valuable. The brunette noted that at this stage it is possible to materialize any of the selected symbols. With the help of careful cultivation, he is able to obtain a magical artifact and use it at any time. Having finished her story, the girl heard the young man begin to thank her, but now she did not let up and asked him how it could be that he did not even know about it. Without deigning the beauty with an answer, our hero hastened to ask the next question, which concerned the spiritual point, or rather, whether there can be only one. With her hands folded across her chest, Yun Yening added that once a spiritual point has been established, it cannot be changed anymore. One point and one symbol lay the foundation for further cultivation. Scratching his head, Sun Changming wondered why he had several of these dots, but a great many symbols in general. True, the guy decided to ask out loud whether after comprehending all 6 levels, the transition to the second great kingdom really begins. The beauty said that it was too early for the young man to think about this, but he decided that he should find a place and find out what level of comprehension of valuable things he had achieved. The next day the weather was just as good and sunny, and therefore our hero decided to go to the river. He found an area where there were a large number of different demonic entities, and decided that this was what he needed, because only in this way could he experiment. Concentrating, the young man began to create a symbol on his body that he needed, or rather a mark that was located in the chest area. And the very next moment something impossible happened, because a seal in the form of a snake somehow materialized and was in the palm of our hero. Throwing it into the air, the guy did not know what would happen, but he was sure that this artifact itself knew everything and would show him the right path. Rising above the river, the object sparkled with a golden color so much that it attracted monsters that it could not help but hide from the young man's gaze. In amazement, he looked at the flock that floated above the surface of the water and headed in the direction where the young man was. True, all these animals were not going to harm the young man, but on the contrary, they tried to help him, listening to all his commands. Looking closely at the symbol, it seemed that the monsters were enchanted, and our hero thought that he hoped for the power of submission, but did not even imagine how powerful it would be. True, the very next moment something unexpected happened, because some powerful monster burst out of the water. Within a minute it appeared before the young man in all its glory, and he thought with horror that this was a monster of the 2nd rank, which he clearly did not expect to meet. Watching the powerful beast try to escape from the water, Sun Changming noted to himself that, despite all the strength and power of the seal of submission, it was most likely unable to influence the 2nd rank monster. True, the very next minute it was clear that our hero was up to something, because, concentrating his energy around the artifact, he did not take his eyes off the river beast. Throwing the object into the air again, the guy watched carefully as the golden light emanating from it seemed to begin to hit the monster. The young man began to act in another way, calling the artifact to himself and holding it with one hand, he directed a stream of light at the beast, clearly expecting some kind of maximum effect. The effect was really not long in coming, because after a few minutes the monster, frightened by something, disappeared into the water column as quickly as it had appeared. The guy was pleased with his experiments, but it seemed that he was in no hurry to stop. Taking out his bag of water and pouring it out, he turned to his friend, saying that it was time for him to come out. Nibbler, who had been stuck inside, was clearly glad that our hero finally remembered him and decided to release him. Jumping into the river, the bindweed drew attention to the flock of river monsters that was right in front of him, but this did not frighten him. On the contrary, Zubastic was in great anticipation. The bindweed's eyes lit up like never before. He clearly understood that in front of him was a whole flock of tasty, and most importantly, nutritious food. Sitting on the bank of the river and carefully watching how the bindweed began its lunch, the guy thought that if his fish loves to eat so much and eats so much, will it soon turn into a piglet? And while our heroes were having fun, quite interesting events were unfolding at the other end of the village. One stranger turned to another and said that some gluttonous guest had come to them, who was eating with great appetite. Moreover, he was ordering a hearty dish for the 7th time. It was about Yun Yenying, who devoured one dish after another, carefully looking around and asking the staff where her next dish was. With modesty in his voice, the man turned to the girl and told her that, unfortunately, their food pantry was empty, so they were not able to bring her anything else. Realizing that the establishment's employees were unlikely to be able to solve this problem, the brunette said with melancholy in her voice that if so, then she didn't need anything else. But the very next minute the beauty thought that such a sophisticated girl like her cannot eat so much just because her symbols are colors, smell and taste. True, after a moment the brunette brushed her thoughts aside and decided that she could finally try dessert, so she asked what they could bring her. While the man was talking about how they had run out of all the sweets, a man suddenly ran into the room and wanted to see the boss. The out-of-breath officer stood in front of the girl and said that he had been looking for her for a very long time and had finally found her, clearly wanting to tell her something very important. Having caught his breath a little, the young man announced that he had come to the boss with a report. After pausing for a while, Yun Yenying said that her subordinate could post the information he came with. The guy said that there were rumors among the people that some evil deity was buried on the scorched hill, and after catching his breath, he continued that people also say that the demon managed to reach the 3rd great kingdom. Many went to these regions for reconnaissance, but no one has returned so far. Not believing her ears, the girl decided to ask her subordinate again whether we were really talking about the 3rd kingdom, and when she heard the confirmation, she was very surprised. And the young man, embarrassed, continued his story, reporting that a group of monks decided to go to the scorched hill in order to find the treasures of the evil god. Stuttering a little, he continued to talk about how he convinced these people not to go anywhere, warning them that they might simply not return, and now it could even happen that these people themselves would turn into evil spirits. The girl, after listening carefully to her subordinate, said that everything was clear to her, and she will definitely look into resolving this issue. The scorched hill seemed to be very close when several unknown travelers approached it. The young man turned to his companion and asked her if in front of them was really the place where the treasures should be. However, the very next minute, without waiting for an answer, it seemed to the stranger that there was someone in these places, and therefore, turning around, he asked who was hiding here. The man looked around in horror, thinking that there was some kind of evil spirit in the forest. Not wanting to test the patience of her companion any longer, the red-haired beauty said that in these places there are a lot of scum who will gladly take away the tidbit. But what was most striking was the fat man standing next to him, who, with mockery and anger in his voice, stated the fact that it could even be the corpse of the person interested. And the very next moment the guy noticed how the one who had just threatened him raised a huge sword above his head. The fat man, addressing the girl as his wife, noted that now it was her turn, but did not specify what exactly. Smiling, the red-haired stranger said in a calm and confident voice that she would be happy to solve the problem. And what happened a minute later could not be described in any words, because some monsters suddenly jumped out into the clearing and began to scare people. The elder, who apparently was the leader and stood in front, said in a quiet voice that they should go forward, since the treasures of God were already waiting there. However, only 3 people set off on the journey, not counting the old man, the red-haired girl, and the fat man. All the other men were killed. Moving through the forest, the elder said that this was the 4th group of people, but it may not be the last, since they need to get rid of everyone who might stand in the way of their goal. A few minutes later, approaching the village, the elder added that the presented place is full of oddities, but this is not so bad, since it is saturated with harmful qi, therefore, it will not be possible to enter it just like that. Taking out some kind of board, the fat man said that it was best to use soldiers who could go on reconnaissance first, and the old man liked this idea, who himself wanted to see the puppets in action. And the very next second the man began to give them orders, carefully observing how the object in his hand was enveloped in a greenish color. However, what was surprising was not this, but the fact that a minute later a wooden army lined up in the clearing, which seemed to unquestioningly do everything that was ordered to it. And at this very time, in his usual place on the river bank, our hero lay calmly, while Zubastik swam with pleasure, clearly happy that he did not need to complete any tasks. True, it was not possible to rest, because, jumping up from his seat, Sun Changming became wary. He obviously heard something that aroused suspicion in him. The young man heard a roar coming from the forest, but the most surprising thing was that it was getting closer. Coming closer, the young man could not believe his eyes when he saw robots heading towards his village. It was also amazing that these artificial creatures, having noticed the guy, took crossbows, took aim and started shooting without any warning. The young man looked in horror as the arrows approached him with lightning speed, not understanding what to do in such a situation. Grabbing his captured armor and covering himself with this object, our hero thought about who could arrange such an unpleasant ambush for him, because everyone in the village treated him well after the incident with the corpse. Taking out his artifact, Sun Changming noted to himself that these robots shoot quite quickly. They did not come with good intentions, and if so, then the young man is not going to stand on ceremony with them. Not even a couple of seconds had passed, and a mysterious sign in the form of a snake had already frozen over the puppets, to which they paid attention and stopped shooting for a while. But the best part was yet to come, because the artifact, enlarged to incredible sizes, fell on the robots within a minute and crushed them. The fat man, who controlled his robots, coughed, and his wife, watching such a picture, did not understand what had happened to him. With anger in his eyes, the fat man explained that his dolls had very poor visibility. All he managed to see was the fall, after which the connection very quickly broke off. Addressing the interlocutor, the old man said that destroying 5 dolls at a time is very strong. An enemy of at least the second level of the Great Kingdom is capable of this, and if so, he will take it upon himself. True, he was ahead of him by a red-haired girl who, holding a small pot in her hands, wondered whether it would be better for her to use her children, although without explaining what exactly was being said. Without waiting for the elder's answer, the stranger quickly raised her finger to her mouth and bit him with such force that she cut herself to the point of bleeding. And the very next moment she moved her wounded finger to the pot so as to write something on it. The young woman applied some unknown symbol, which was clearly supposed to awaken the entities of the lower world. Seeing the black energy flying out of the container, the elder noted to himself that Lady G standing in front of him was simply irresistible, and her strength was comparable to that of the king of evil spirits. Meanwhile, our hero, still unaware of anything, headed to the heap of garbage, which had recently been an army, to study strange artificial dolls. Carefully examining the soldiers, the young man thought that the mechanical puppets were made of wood, which indicated that their owner was a beggar, since he could not afford to make metal products. Sun Changming, after thinking a little, decided to keep these dolls for himself in order to later feed them to Toothy and, perhaps, get the drawings as a result. At the same time, the young man was worried about who could have arranged this whole ambush, because he has no obvious enemies. Quickly climbing a tree, the young man decided to hide in order to look around and carefully assess the situation. The most amazing thing is that Zubastik, who listened carefully to his friend, also found a safe place for himself. While in the shelter, he heard a young man, turning to the bindweed, telling him to find a secluded place for himself and not worry about the guy. The red-haired beauty, still standing there in the clearing, noted to herself that they had encountered a very smart opponent. Sun Changming, still lying on the tree, continued to look at the clearing in amazement and wait for the outcome of this story. The young man was so focused on the people he had already noticed that he did not pay attention to how some kind of black energy was accumulating around him. The elder, turning to his companions, told them to carefully remember the guy and find out whether he was working alone or whether he had accomplices. Continuing to hold the clay container in her hands, the young woman with a calm voice, turning to Master Tu, told him to be absolutely calm, because everything was going according to plan. And, placing her index finger on her chest, she was clearly about to perform some kind of ritual action. The very next moment, hitting the pot with the blade, she said that she would help the poor thing, meaning our hero, to accept her death as soon as possible. The young man looked at all these people with horror, but did not try to run away or hide further, but, on the contrary, waited for what would happen next. Sun Changming already realized that something incomprehensible was enveloping him, and he thought to himself about when these people managed to work so quickly that he didn't even pay attention to it. The young man felt that every minute he was being constrained more, and and it was difficult for the young man to resist this. A moment later, something incomprehensible began to happen, because a stream of blue light enveloped our hero, trying to absorb him. Sun Changming, who was getting more and more dizzy, could only think that he was very cold and this icy light was trying to make him unable to move. But he would not have been our hero if, a moment later, the symbol on the right side of his chest did not begin to glow with a bright golden light. Concentrating, the guy realized how a bright flame began to burn in his chest, which burst out so strongly and so powerfully that it successfully fought against the icy cold. In less than a few minutes, not a trace remained of the blue glow, since the young man's fire consumed it and illuminated the entire surrounding space with a bright yellow light. At that same second, the red-haired girl's pot fell apart into small pieces, and she herself began to cough suffocatingly, realizing that something was not going according to plan. The master looked at his companion in bewilderment, and she noted that her opponent turned out to be much stronger than her, and asked Elder to use a technique called bearded roots. Stroking his beard, the old man added in a languid voice that he would do this and see how the young man could resist his strength. Having made just one movement, the very next minute the gray-haired man's beard began to quickly lengthen and spread across the ground. The red-haired woman, looking at how the old man's beard became longer and more reminiscent of ropes, said that this was a second-rank divine technique. At the same time, the young man, sitting spellbound, thought about what spirits he had managed to meet, and also about how his symbol was able to destroy them so quickly. But our hero's thoughts were immediately interrupted by a thick white fog, which very quickly descended onto the tree where he was. And before he knew it, Sun Changming was faced with another problem. He saw white whips swirling around him, trying to tighten the guy's body as much as possible. Events unfolded so quickly that after a couple of minutes the young man could not be seen, since he was completely wrapped in a cocoon. The elder, holding his beard, continued to whisper something, clearly hoping to bring the matter to an end. In fact, Master Tu was going to move this cocoon, but he noted with horror that despite all his strength and all his skills, he could not do it. And again, some miracles began to happen above the tree, because suddenly an artifact with the image of a snake rose to the place where the guy was lying and began to emit golden light, which was instantly transmitted to the young man. The effect was not long in coming, since less than a minute had passed, and our hero stood unharmed in his place, menacingly declaring that no matter who his opponents were, he would find them and take revenge. The black energy that enveloped our hero the first time now began to spread around the bearded roots, trying to consume them or do something worse. This was also understood by the elder, who looked carefully at everything that was happening and could not believe his eyes that this was happening. Moreover, he could not resist it. Master Tu understood that things had taken a dangerous turn for him, and therefore decided to get rid of his beard before it ruined him. Not even a minute had passed before the blackness had already begun to take over the old man, who shouted that nothing was working for him and his beard had become so dense that it could not be cut. However, the curse boomeranged not only on the one who cast it, but also on his companions, who also wanted to deal with our hero. The darkness was increasingly gripping the ill-wishers, and it was already clear to everyone that everything would end very sadly for them. Only Sun Changming was satisfied, who not only learned to tame this wild dark energy, but also easily controlled it for his protection. The young man watched everything that was happening, but he could not understand who these people were and why they decided to harm him, but he was glad at this turn of events, because he learned to use other symbols. Carefully looking around and noting that there were a variety of bags lying on the floor, our hero thought about where these monks were from and what village they came from. The young man approached one of the bags and decided that he needed to find out what was in them. Opening the small blue knapsack, he squinted his eyes to see what was there, not daring to pour all the contents out so quickly. But the very next moment tears appeared on the young man's face, and he himself was surprised to the limit, noting that even Zubastic could not eat such an amount of treasure in a few days. Sun Changming already understood that these bags were not simple, and therefore he took the next brown bag and, untying it a little, also began to carefully peer inside. Looking into the bag, the guy couldn't believe his eyes, because inside there were 16 artifacts of the first rank, 10 artifacts of the second rank and 1 artifact of the third rank, and besides this, another 50 pieces of spiritual jade. Having heard about spiritual jades, Nibbler, who had already managed to come out of his hiding place, looked with an inspiring look at the young man, who stated that it was impossible to eat these artifacts, since they were very expensive. At the same time, our hero recommended that his bindweed taste the mechanical warriors who were still lying behind him. It seemed that such a prospect did not inspire the fish at all, which expressed dissatisfaction with its entire appearance, despite the fact that the young man shouted that in this case the bindweed would spit out everything that it had already eaten. The next moment, the young man was lost in thought, noting that he had managed to reap a very good harvest, although he was still bothered by the fact that there had been a lot of strangers in their village lately. Evening was falling on the village again. It was warm and calm, foreshadowing a similar night. Some unfamiliar man looked carefully at the three strangers sitting at the table, noting to himself that they had been talking for more than 5 hours, which clearly alarmed him. True, the next moment these three, seeing the young man, addressed him as a master and noted with a joyful exclamation that he had finally appeared. With a satisfied look, the young man said that haste in their business was not important, since those people would die anyway. And those, assenting to the ruler, said that he is always right, and that the treasures that are located on the scorched hill should belong to him, and ultimately it will be so. One of the guys began to report, saying that a master, who is a professional in his field, and 2 more second-level monks had gone on a mission. And, after a pause, he added that a 3rd-level disciple of the Fire Jasper sect of the Second Great Realm has gone with 6 disciples, with the help of which he can create formations of the family of divine fires. The Lord, listening carefully to his assistant, thought about something, and then said that this was all very interesting. And the very next second, with determination in his voice, he noted that they urgently needed to set out on the road in order to stop all those people. A second later, the gentleman headed somewhere forward. It seemed that he did not hear the words of the assistant, who told him that if all those people die, why bother them with anything? The second one also rebelled, trying to warn his boss that, firstly, this is very dangerous, and secondly, they say that a phantom zone has appeared in the vicinity, in which certain death awaits everyone. Despite the fact that night had fallen on the city, the horsemen who decided to prevent the monks from reaching their destination were clearly in a hurry and had no intention of stopping. The tired gentleman asked his ward how far it was to the destination. He calmly noted that the Manjiang River was still a few kilometers away. Less than half an hour had passed when the travelers stood near the village, and the ruler was thinking about where such a prosperous village had come from in such a wilderness. It was clear that the leader was about to move on, but one of the guys suggested spending the night right here, because the city gates might be closed, which means there won't be any problems. Therefore, all 3 turned around and headed back to find a place to sleep for the night. The night was beautiful and warm. Although the river was raging, it was all within normal limits. It was also within the normal range that, under the cover of darkness, our hero fed toothy artifacts and spiritual pills, telling him that today he was eating well. Looking carefully at the bindweed, the young man thought that before the fish had never eaten precious treasures, but now it only feeds on them, and this very alarmed the guy. The very next minute, Sun Changming decided to try to give his friend something new and immediately began to shove some kind of metal object into his mouth. It was difficult to understand anything from the expression on Zubastik's face, although he was clearly not particularly pleased with what his friend fed him. Although a moment later this could be seen in the appearance of the bindweed, which sweated and turned green, which indicated that it was actually unwell. Vomiting was also not long in coming, and this was a clear indicator that the bindweed could not eat and quickly digest all objects. Looking at Zubastik with some sympathy, the young man noted that he could not even digest that object, which, in the young man's opinion, was the simplest, although the guy only planned to begin his experiment with this. Bindweed clearly didn't like the guy's attitude, and therefore he hit him as hard as possible in the face with his tail, so that the young man wouldn't think of mocking him. And, looking after the fish as it swam away, Sun Changming did not understand why his friend was so rebellious, chalking it all up to a transitional period and growing up. But Zubastik didn't care much about all this, since he was offended that the young man fed him anything. Bindweed simply floated, not knowing where, and then suddenly decided to float up in order to look around, but when he did this, he was surprised at what was revealed to his gaze. The entire ghost zone glowed with a greenish light, and in it there were a variety of entities that our fish had never seen. Bindweed listened carefully to the conversation of strange creatures, one of which said that it was waiting for uninvited guests because it wanted to refresh itself, while the second noted that eating flesh every day was harmful to health. Despite the fact that Nibbler was extremely careful, he was nevertheless noticed by entities who began shouting that there was a huge monster in the river. One of the creatures, resembling a devil, turned to someone and told him to catch the bindweed so that they could eat it a little later. And while some complained that they had just caught some kind of fish, and not a person, others turned to the butcher Zhang and asked him to slaughter the bindweed as soon as possible and make sure that everyone gets a piece. Our river hero looked at everything that was happening with horror, but despite this, for some reason he was in no hurry to swim away, saving his own skin. In turn, the butcher, folding his hands on his chest, stated the fact that he is a master of his craft, and therefore not a single living creature will leave him. And within a minute, Zhang deftly grabbed Zobastic by the tail so that he did not give him the opportunity to escape. The fish was incredibly heavy, but despite this, the man still managed to drag it ashore, albeit with difficulty. With some special anger and hatred in his eyes, the butcher wondered why the fish had grown to such a size, because this was almost impossible, given its prohibitive weight. The next second, Zhong opened some large barrel and put Zobastic there. The bindweed, who found himself in an unfamiliar container, carefully looked around. Bewilderment and confusion were visible in his eyes. It was clear that the fish did not understand what to do next. With a smile on his face, seeing that the bindweed had taken an interesting position, the executioner joyfully declared that the fish lay exactly the way it would be much easier for him to kill it. Taking his great sword, Zhong headed towards our river hero, not noticing that the blade of the weapon had already begun to be enveloped in some kind of dark energy. The devils very quickly migrated to the place where the butcher stood, and, contentedly watching everything, egged him on, saying that a very big feast awaited them today. Zhong clearly wanted to show his superiority in front of everyone gathered, and therefore he raised his knife with force over the fish and was about to strike. But not everything was so simple, since Zobastic, who remained completely calm, hit the gun with force the very next moment. And so that this would not seem enough to the butcher, he decided to punish him in the same way, striking this man too. Despite the fact that Toothy was trying to simply intimidate the butcher, he flew back with such force that it seemed as if he had been hit by someone very formidable and powerful. Sitting on the floor and looking at the loach in bewilderment, Zhong did not understand how this fish managed to break his butcher knife with just one swing. And while Toothy smiled and rolled his eyes joyfully, his offender warned the fish not to dare come closer to him, since he intended to call the Ghost Kings. And the very next second, with hopelessness in his eyes, the man screamed to be saved from this beast. A minute later, the ghost of a drowned concubine appeared in front of the man, who, turning to him as if nothing had happened, asked why he called her, disturbing such a sweet rest. With horror in his eyes, Zhong told the ghost that a real monster had invaded their zone, the strongest of demons, which should be stopped immediately, clearly hinting at her. Realizing that this matter needed to be dealt with as soon as possible, the drowned woman did not stand on ceremony, and therefore immediately got down to business, heading towards the bindweed. However, Nibbler, who had already developed his strategy, did the same as the previous time. He hit the ghost in the face with his tail. Watching everything that was happening, the butcher said out loud in bewilderment how the lady concubine, with her great experience and knowledge, could buy into this trick. But within a minute, creepy skulls appeared from the river, which clearly made it clear that the battle was not over yet. With surprise in his eyes, the butcher watched this carefully, waiting for further developments. And then something unusual happened. A whole mountain appeared from the river, consisting of the remains of human bones and skulls. Zhong shouted something very loudly, but it seemed that no one heard him or paid any attention. However, the amazing things did not end there, because a fireball appeared in the sky, which was moving in an unknown direction. The next minute, one of the four ghosts, the owner of the Seas of Bones, appeared in front of all those gathered. But he was not the only one who came to visit, but also one of the four ghost kings, the corpse of the drought demon. The owner of the Sea of Bones, turning to the butcher, said that he was lucky that he was already a ghost, and then added that he did not understand why he was called for such trifles, but since he was here, he would do his job. Peering carefully into Toothy's eyes, the king of the seas wondered why, looking at him, such a strong chill ran down his spine. He, the ghost, clearly did not like this, and therefore, continuing to look searchingly at the fish, it seemed that he was going to do something incredible. Seeing how everything was raging and fierce around him, Zhong noted that the king intended to use all his strength to fight the river monster. It turned out that all the skulls and all the bones that were in the river were used, although it was not entirely clear what the purpose of using all these remains was. And while everyone was watching this show with bated breath, it seemed that Zobastic had his own plan for all this, because he, clearly having something in mind, was closely watching the king. Realizing that the fish was not so simple, the king thought that the bindweed was carefully looking at his source bone, realizing with horror that if the fish got to it, he would not be able to fight further. It seemed that our river hero either knew how to read minds, or his mind had developed so well that he intuitively understood which bone he needed to grab, which he did in the next minute. Such a jump by Zobastic actually became fatal for one of the ghosts, who quickly began to crumble before our eyes and lose control of the situation. The butcher, hoping for help, was in a wild rage, shouting that he had never encountered anything like this before. True, the corpse of the drought demon did not believe that it was impossible to cope with some fish, and therefore called everyone weaklings who were not capable of anything. It seemed that it didn't matter to Zobastic who would enter into battle with him, because he was gladly ready to fight back to everyone that could be read on his face. Raising his bony hand up, the king triumphantly declared that he would easily figure everything out. But before the ghost had time to finish speaking, the bindweed happily began to draw into itself the fire that came from the enemy. Not even a minute had passed before Zobastic had already absorbed everything into himself and was clearly pleased with how the process went. The walking corpse's eyes widened. He, who had raised himself so high, seemed not to understand what had just happened. And deciding that not everything was finished yet, he aimed 3 fireballs at the fish and shouted that he really wanted to see how the bindweed would cope with this task. Meanwhile, civilians were sleeping in the village of Jehu, including Sun Changming, who could not even imagine what kind of trouble his river friend had gotten himself into. True, his sleep was disturbed by the energy that suddenly began to flow into the guy, and which it was impossible not to feel, even while in a deep sleep. Rising from the bed, the young man tried to feel all the sensations that the toothy one was experiencing at a particular moment. With horror in his eyes, our hero shouted that the bindweed was fiercer than usual and warmed the young man even at such a late hour, and all because he plowed just like a horse. The next second, a bright light lit up in Sun Changming's chest and beautiful symbols appeared. The young man noted to himself that he had discovered 2 new signs, and therefore would express his gratitude to Zobastic. However, after a moment, the guy realized that something had not gone according to plan, because with each new minute he became hotter and hotter, which had never happened before. Warmth spread throughout our hero's body, but it was not that pleasant warmth, like when eating a predator or a jewel. It scorched and burned, and it seemed that there was no limit to all this. Realizing that the heat was so intense that he could not stand it, the young man screamed obscenely, wanting to understand what the bindweed had eaten this time, which he would gladly kill himself. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, the young man decided to mentally contact the fish and ask her whether his faithful river friend really decided to burn the guy alive. Sun Changming realized that, most likely, something strange was going on, and therefore decided to find out where the bindweed was now, and what it had swallowed that was so unusual. And the very next moment, concentrating on Zobastic, our hero decided to make his usual soul transfer in order to be close to his river friend. Hearing how bindweed addresses the corpse, telling him that he ate all his fire, the guy simultaneously spoke to Zobastic and said that he almost burned down the whole house with his actions. The fish looked at its owner with sadness in its eyes, showing with all its appearance that it was really sorry, because the bindweed did not want it to come to this. Having come to his senses a little, Sun Changming noted that a ghost zone had appeared outside their Jehu village, not understanding where it came from here, because it had not existed before. However, the very next moment our hero's attention was attracted by some entities that were approaching very quickly. Suddenly, another hefty ghost appeared from the fog, shouting that the more alive certain creatures are, the weaker they are. And then he looked carefully at the ghost of the concubine, who swam in the river but did not come out onto land. Then he turned his gaze to the creepy skull, which had previously shown no signs of life. And finally, the ghost looked at the fiery corpse, which stood exhausted on the shore, looking at its victim in confusion, unable to do anything. With hopelessness in his voice, the butcher began to explain to the new ghost that it all started with a fish that he caught and decided to slaughter to share among everyone. And with horror in his eyes he added that first this terrible predator attacked him, then he dealt with the mistress concubine, then with the owner of the bones, and last of all he got the corpse of the drought demon. Sun Changming, who listened attentively to the story, smiled and, turning to Nibbler, asked whether everything that this ghost was saying was true. But the very next minute the demon spoke again, who in a victorious voice declared that since everyone was such a weakling, then he would have to figure it out himself. Spinning up black energy, the ghost began to talk about how whoever attacks the ghost zone must immediately go to hell, hinting at our river hero. As Sun Changming carefully studied this villain, he thought that he had always known and felt that one day Nibbler would get involved in some difficult matter. The young man thought that the power of the loach is very similar to the sign of the order. In addition, it used to be a magical artifact of a sealed ancient corpse. You just need to use the power of absorbing harmful chi. Realizing this, our hero decided to try, since he still had no other choice, since he had to act rather quickly. The very next moment, the green area lit up with a golden light that seemed to come from somewhere outside. One of the corpses spoke, informing everyone with surprise that some foreign object had entered their ghostly zone, which had never happened before. This light became stronger every minute, and it seemed that it was about to tear apart this gloomy place. And the very next second a symbol appeared, which the ghost drew attention to, noting out loud that its strength was maximum, and it was very difficult to resist. Realizing that this golden glow was covering the corpses more and more, he began to resist this pressure, as unbearable as possible. Touching the artifact, it seemed that the corpse was going to test some of its guesses. And this was so, because after a second the ghost realized that all of his attributes and realm levels were easily suppressed, without fully understanding why this was happening. Looking with pleasure at the results of his work, the young man thought to himself that his command sign was very strong, which meant that now he could easily deal with all inanimate creatures. As for the ghosts, they, perplexed, continued to look at all this, not knowing what to expect next. The skull, standing on the ground, also not understanding the further development of events, asked if his help was needed in this matter. Another ghost also joined him, who in a menacing voice told everyone that they could not give up, and that they must win at all costs and show their power. It seemed that only one ghostly witch disagreed with him, screaming that they were suicidal because they could not admit how strong the power emanating from the stranger was. The drowned woman, who emerged from the water and heard everything that her comrade in arms said, could not believe her ears, believing that she had messed something up. The skull also did not want to believe this, asking again whether the young man really had great power in the afterlife. The ghost also repeated this, who just a few minutes ago called everyone weaklings and was confident that he could easily fight the young man. True, he was perplexed how this force could choose some incomprehensible snotty fish, which only recently learned to swim properly, as its owner. The young man carefully watched everything that was happening and could not pretend that he had not heard the last phrase, and therefore, with anger and an unusual voice, he asked the ghost who gave him the right to call him a brat. However, remembering that he was in this place not as himself, but as a soul that could observe everything, but could only communicate with the bindweed, he decided to speak through his fish so that he could be heard. The ghost, carefully examining Zabastic, with malice in his voice asked if it was true that the artifact belonged to His Excellency, wanting to humiliate our river friend as much as possible. The bindweed in which our hero spoke, looking at the corpses with an innocent gaze, said that there was nothing special here, and then asked if they really still intended to fight him. For a second, the interlocutors were silent, thinking about the fact that their ghostly zone should have risen upstream, but they had a great opportunity and the power of the afterlife, the source of their energy. And the very next second, the corpse of fire screamed, stating the fact that they were unable to fight when something much greater than they could imagine stood against them. Another ghost standing nearby reported that he had some kind of countermeasure of his own. After a short silence, he added that because the bindweed had invaded their area without warning, and fell silent again. And a moment later he began to descend the steps, clearly intending to do something, but our heroes did not understand what exactly. But what happened the next minute shocked not only Sun Changming, but also Nibbler, since the corpse, crouching on one knee and folding its arms, turned to the fish and said that he was giving the ghostly zone into its hands and swearing to the bindweed fidelity. The drowned woman, still in the water, turned to the King of 1,000 Souls, asking him what he meant when he said that he was giving the fish their entire ghost zone at their disposal. With calm in his voice, he noted that he decided so because Mr. Zubastic deserves it entirely. And then he added that if the owner blesses the ghost zone with the great power of the underworld, then they will be able to create a small kingdom of the dead on their own and will not be afraid of invasion from the underworld. Continuing, the king also noted that the symbol of the order appeared from beyond the boundaries of the zone. It is obvious that this is not the real incarnation of the master in front of them. The skull agreed with this reasoning, saying that if this incarnation has such enormous power, then what can we say about the real power of the master? And, interjecting, the king again said that it would be wise to give this zone to the master. Scratching his head and smiling, Sun Changming thought that he was not as strong as all these ghosts thought. The next minute the drowned woman spoke, but she could not clearly formulate her thought, and therefore only hinted at something. Coming out of the water, the ghost decided to say that the venerable gentleman would not be able to cope with everything on his own, he would definitely need his right hand, and given that they were both river inhabitants, she offered herself as an assistant. Suddenly, a skull intervened in the conversation, which answered the drowned woman that she was talking nonsense, since it was the venerable gentleman who looked at him like no one else, and therefore the role of the right hand should belong to him. This unnecessary chatter was interrupted by one of the eldest kings, saying that none of them could yet lay claim to anything, given that no one had proven themselves properly. The kings and ghosts who had gathered together suddenly looked at Toothy and decided to address him with some kind of statement. He, in turn, could not understand what was happening, and therefore asked his new subordinates what they wanted to tell him. The King of 1,000 Souls stated that they all want to become his followers and hope for his consent. Although they are Yin beings, they follow the Tao, which means that their modest strength will allow him to cope with some tasks. Highlighting his artifact, Bindweed asked everyone present whether they really planned to serve him only because of this seal. Bowing before the fish, the king added that this is the pure truth, since his power gives them hope for the future, and they are ready to earn at least a small part of it, paying for it with hard work. Hearing this, our hero thought that the sign of the order was the source of energy from that ancient corpse that Nibbler had absorbed, but the young man did not understand whether these ghosts were really connected with him, although that body was much weaker. But the very next moment the young man decided that he would think about it a little later, but now he wanted to enjoy his genius and talent. The king, still bowing, did not understand why the gentleman did not give an answer for so long, thinking that it was likely that he could do without the four of them. He was not happy with this state of affairs, so he spoke again, asking Nibbler to take pity on the Yin beings who have a hard time cultivating, but who want this chance in return for their faithful service. The guy speaking through his fish noted that ghosts could join him, but he also had his own special principles, and therefore wondered if demons had ever made a blood sacrifice. The Soul King shook his head and said that they had never acted so inhumanely. Toothy looked at him carefully and waited for further instructions from his master, since he himself could not speak. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long, because the very next second the Loach asked if they were really telling the truth, and asked if the walking corpse had ever drunk someone's blood. The king, stumbling slightly, began to make excuses, saying that his flame did not require this at all, since, by absorbing the Yin flame, his inner Yin turned into Yang. Then the turn to give answers came to the skull, which also said that all of its skulls were found during excavations of the fields where the battles took place. Among other things, generals have stronger head bones. It seemed that Sun Changming found this explanation quite strange, and he decided to ask again. But the very next moment his attention switched to the ghost of a woman, whom the young man asked why her lips were so red, whether this was due to the fact that she drank human blood. Quickly wiping her mouth with a napkin, she began to make excuses, saying that after all, she was a girl and she was supposed to be beautiful, and this was just makeup. And, embarrassed, she added that she was an innocent drowned girl who subjugates other drowned people and makes sure that no one comes into contact with the living. Looking carefully at the ghost, our hero cleared his throat and said that he understood everything with them. The ghosts, carefully watching the flirting of the drowned woman, did not believe their eyes, directly asking her whether she really decided to seduce their new master. Realizing that the conversation had dragged on, Bindweed quickly told everyone that since he was accepting them all, then their task was to monitor the ghost zone, and above all, they should not harm anyone in any way. The skull, which at that particular moment represented the interests of everyone, noted that they vow to develop this place and carry out all the orders of their master, asking to give them any task that Sun Changming was already thinking about. Without delaying time, he said that everyone would go into business, because wealth leads to comprehension of the Tao, and since ghosts are devoid of everything human, they have no honesty and conscience. This is exactly what is needed to do business. Taking his artifact in his teeth and about to jump into the river, Bindweed informed his subordinates that he had a lot to do, and therefore he needed to hit the road. Within a few minutes, the ghosts watched their new master disappear into the water. They carefully watched this action with a smile, but no one dared to say anything, because everything had already been decided earlier. Sun Changming, in his own body, stood on the river bank, waiting for the bindweed to arrive, knowing that it had already gone to meet him. Swimming to the shore, Nibbler understood that the meeting with the owner would be far from flattering, and that he should prepare for the worst. And the worst happened. Sun Changming became so angry that nothing seemed to calm him down. He told the bindweed that he left him for a while, and they almost made sashimi out of him. However, Zubastic did not listen to this and with all his appearance expressed obvious dissatisfaction and disagreement with the young man. Grabbing the fish by the tail, the young man noted the fact that the fish had already begun to snap back, which he did not expect from his river friend. And so that he knew his place, he beat Zubastic a little, but purely for the sake of preventive measures. Putting a patch on his side and grabbing his tail, Sun Changming dragged the fish away, noting that it was already late at night and they had to get up early tomorrow. And only in the ghost zone nothing changed, because the four creatures, sitting on the ship and exchanging glances, continued to remain silent. With tears in her eyes, the drowned woman stated the fact that the venerable gentleman had left them so suddenly. Moreover, no one knew when he would return, which meant that their only hope had disappeared with him. The Soul King was more optimistic. He said that they should, by all means, develop the ghost zone by doing business, because only in this case the owner will appreciate their work. The Skull, listening carefully to everyone present, also decided to add something of his own. He clarified where exactly to start developing the market. However, the very next moment the drowned woman, who had been crying a minute earlier, told everyone gathered that she had a brilliant idea. After falling silent, all three were surprised, and the king was the first to decide to ask what she had come up with. After a little hesitation, the beauty added that they would take the human market as an example and copy it, but in their own way. At that moment, somewhere in the forest, one of the strangers, turning to Brother Chen, asked him to stop for the night, realizing that it was already very late. It seemed to the men that they would not be able to find a suitable place in these parts, but the very next moment someone grabbed the two of them, and then there was a voice asking whether the travelers really needed a hotel. In front of the two young people stood a beauty who explained to them that she had simply overheard their conversation and therefore decided to offer them a place to stay for the night. Sitting down on the floor, one of the young men asked the stranger if she had mixed up anything, and if there was a hotel in these parts, receiving an affirmative answer. Heading forward, the beauty told the travelers to follow her, and she would lead them to their destination. Looking at each other in fear, one young man asked the other that the beauty could be a fraudster luring them into some kind of lair. But while the young men were whispering, the stranger, with joy in her voice, told them that their journey had come to an end, because they had come. The guys looked carefully at the city, which shimmered in the light of the night lights, but watched it all in silence. Within a few minutes, walking through the busy night market, young people were amazed at how life was in full swing in the mountains, which they did not even suspect. Approaching a building, the beauty noted that they had come to a hotel, happily declaring that luxurious rooms and interesting treats awaited the men, and all this for 1 liang of silver. It seemed that this price did not frighten the travelers at all, who, handing over the money, noted that they would be happy to stay, having heard that for such an amount they would be provided with a full range of services. Sitting at the table with a variety of dishes, the young people still could not believe that they were so lucky and would dine like real great gentlemen. As she walked away, the beauty heard the strangers happily eating their food, noting to themselves that they had not tasted anything so tasty for a long time. Running into the kitchen, the girl, turning to the king, noted that he turned out to be an excellent cook, although he modestly stated that during his lifetime he was not able to work as much as he would like. Returning to the guests, the employee led them to the bathhouse, noting that the water temperature could be adjusted at the request of the client. Sitting in the pool, one of the young men, turning to the beauty, asked to make the water a little hotter, because they want to wash off as much as possible and steam as best as possible. Going to the King of Fire, whose task was to monitor the bath, the brunette asked him to turn up the heat a little, since young people needed water at a higher temperature. Returning to the clients again and asking how they now rate the service, both young men said that everything is at the highest level, and now they feel absolutely comfortable. True, a little embarrassed, one of the young men in a timid voice asked where their beauties were, which they were told about at the very beginning. Smiling, the girl noted that they needed time to apply makeup, but she would hurry them up, given that working hours were in full swing. Running into one of the rooms, the brunette began shouting to the sisters not to waste a minute, but most importantly, that they tighten their skin, otherwise they would scare all the clients. It's good that they didn't have to ask or warn twice, and therefore within a few minutes, appearing in the bathhouse, they joyfully greeted their guests. Standing in all their glory, the girls enthusiastically told the young people that they were inviting them to go to the massage area, while one of the companions sat on the sidelines, not daring to lie down on the trestle bed. The second massaged him with pleasure, noting that the beauty had very strong, but at the same time soft hands. Stretching her neck as far as possible and knowing that the guy couldn't see her, the girl said that she could do the massage even more energetically if he wanted it that way. The ghost zone, which until recently had been so gray and dull and scared everyone around, was now a real oasis of happiness, beauty and joy. An artifact with an eye that had been watching what was happening all this time, looked carefully and seemed to not believe its eyes. But our hero, who could observe everything through this artifact, was very pleased and noted that finally the business began to flourish and therefore generate income. True, the very next minute the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a call from his superiors, although he did not understand what they wanted from him at such a late hour. It was Yun Nanaying, who did not stand on ceremony and without even greeting the young man, said in a stern voice that they had a task, and therefore he should wait for her at the edge of the village at 6 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, at the appointed time, our hero was already where he had an appointment, and happily greeted his boss. Walking into the room and wondering what had happened, the guy noticed that the beauty had no face at all, which meant that something was bothering her. Resting her head in her hands, with doom in her voice, the brunette said that a huge number of problems had accumulated at work. After a moment's hesitation, the beauty explained that the Chaotian department had assigned them a new leader whom she couldn't stand. The 10 said that their families are close friends, and therefore she is constantly compared to this girl, which our heroine really does not like. With sadness in her voice, Yun added that this girl only came to show off because she has been working a little longer than Yun Yenying. This conversation could have continued for a long time, but the very next second, Ding Kaling, the eldest daughter of the Ding family, the centurion of the Chaotian department, entered the door. Looking carefully at the young man, the girl turned to our heroine and said that her new subordinate looked as if he had not eaten anything for a very long time. However, the guy clearly didn't like this remark, and therefore he thought that a very brutal woman had come to see them. Considering that our hero is not one of those guys who is silent, he decided to prove himself this time too, and therefore, turning to Ding Cailin, he said that he actually hadn't eaten anything and offered to treat himself to her. Yun Nanaying quickly intervened in the conversation. The girl noted that her boss should not worry, because both she and the guy, as soon as they start eating well, quickly gain weight, unlike herself. Ding Kaling looked at our heroes carefully and critically, but it seemed that she was in no hurry to answer anything in her own defense. True, the very next moment the new boss approached the girl and said in a quiet voice that during all this time she had only managed to grow her breasts, so there was nothing to be particularly proud of. And then a verbal skirmish began between them regarding what symbols they managed to open and what they are worth in this world. Realizing that this had gone too far, Ding Kaling with a dissatisfied face, wanting the last word to remain with her, said that she did not want to stoop to the level of our heroine, and therefore would not say anything more. Quickly changing the topic, she began to explain to her subordinates in a business-like tone that in recent months there had been more and more victims on the scorched hill, and her task was to understand what was happening. Thinking for a moment, the young man decided that it was in the interests of the office to stop all this, and quickly enough. With sternness in her voice, Ding Kaling continued, turning to Yun Yenying, and informed her that from now on her subordinates should ensure that no one goes to the scorched hill, and if this happens, report to her immediately. With hostility in his voice, Sun Changming noted that this is the job of the guards, and then added that the task is not an easy one, but is there any additional reward for completing it? Holding the bags in her hands, the boss stated with a smile that she was quite loyal to her subordinates, and therefore thanked them once a month, and quite generously. Our hero immediately perked up and said that he would do his job as efficiently as anyone had ever done it, and therefore she could be absolutely calm. Walking through the forest, the young man thought that the cultivators who went to the hill had very unusual techniques, which meant that he should prepare carefully. How long the young man walked, he himself did not know, but after some time the scorched hill appeared almost in front of him. Having waited until evening, the young man sat down in a secluded place and laid out all the available artifacts next to him. It was a torch, a book, and also some incomprehensible object wrapped in cloth. For some time, Sun Changming looked at all this with obvious bewilderment and misunderstanding as to where and how he could use it, but the very next moment, with a smile on his face, the guy remembered that he had forgotten the processing tools. Looking carefully at Zubastik, the guy clearly hinted that his faithful river friend was this very tool, which the Loach himself clearly did not like. Grasping the fish with his hand, the young man tried to pull it closer to him, but Zubastik was unpleasant with this attitude. A minute later, stuffing some object into the fish's mouth, the guy explained that he should express his dissatisfaction, because in the ghost zone he ate everything in a row, without sorting, and almost burned the young man himself. Feeding toothy object after object, the young man grabbed him and said that he believed in his river friend, who should help him. It seems that the result was not long in coming, because after a moment Nibbler spat out something similar to small spears. Having taken one of them, our hero stated with joy before his eyes that this was already a good result, which he really liked. Without wasting any time, Sun Changming decided that this spear should be thoroughly rubbed, because only then would it be able to shoot the way it needed to. Nibbler, who was dissatisfied a couple of minutes ago, changed his mind and was now looking attentively at the guy, asking him for a new portion of items. Gathering all his weapons, our hero promised his faithful assistant that he would feed him more in the very near future. But that will be later, but for now the young man will take care of that chain, which he did not notice right away, and which Nibbler also spat out, but it was covered with spears, so this little thing was not visible. Without wasting any time, Sun Changming stretched, realizing that the chain would also be useful, otherwise his fish would not have given him such an interesting detail. The young man carefully felt the object, and it turned out that he had never seen anything like it, or simply did not know what to expect from it. However, within a minute the part began to lengthen, grow larger and rotate uncontrollably in the air. What was interesting was that over the next few seconds this chain turned into a bracelet that adorned our hero's hand, and he, looking at the fish, didn't understand why he needed such a detail if he didn't wear jewelry anyway. Toothy, listening attentively to his friend, waved his fin, making it clear that he himself did not know what this thing was needed for, because he did not control the process of processing something into something. But it seemed that the bindweed's gaze somehow influenced our guy, or rather gave him an idea, because, looking at his river friend, the young man asked if he was really hinting at pouring his spiritual energy into this chain. Without waiting for an answer, the very next minute, launching the process of golden energy, the young man began to work to transfer its power to the desired object. And this technique really gave its results, because not even a few seconds passed, and the chain began to quickly increase in size. Realizing that the process had begun, the guy shouted that the chain stretched so easily that he practically did not make any effort to do it. While concentrating, Sun Changming thought to himself that he had received an excellent thing, with which he could capture not only cultivators, but also spirits or devils. Realizing that the chain should be studied to the end, the guy ordered it to shrink to the size he needed. In the next moment, such a large and powerful chain turned into a small golden ornament, which the young man did not really like because it was more for women. Realizing that this is all very good, but something more powerful is needed to fight the enemy, our hero thought that he should create something more intimidating and effective. Sun Changming thought about something, and then joyfully and loudly announced that he had completely forgotten about those puppets that he managed to defeat, and which could still be useful. However, while the young man was in his thoughts, he noticed how a tail slipped past him, clearly indicating that the bindweed wanted to escape. Holding his fish as tightly as possible, the guy told his river friend that it was too early for him to run, since they had to continue the processing process. In the sun's rays the hill was much more beautiful and attractive than it looked at sunset and at night. Somewhere near him, people from the Fire Jasper sect, the third great sect of the Dingbo residents, whose disciples used the power of true fire, were conducting their training. Among all the guys, their head, Xiao Fang, clearly stood out, who, at least a little, wanted to show his superiority. He was able to ignite a fire of such power that it could burn down more than one settlement and even more than one forest, and he looked as intimidating as possible. Addressing his subordinates, the young man shouted to them to be as careful as possible, because there was that same scorched hill ahead. The young man noted that a lot of time had already passed since he reached the stage of fiery points, and now he needed to get to the hill in order to make a breakthrough, otherwise he would lose his place as head. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed someone ahead, and therefore told his companions that they should stop and wait a little. Looking carefully into the distance, Xiao Fang wondered who this person was and where he came from in these parts. It was our son Changming, who calmly said that he was from the Chaotian department, and forbade anyone to climb the scorched hill, even though his companions insulted and threatened him. Calmly and judiciously, the young man tried to explain to the young people that the government cares about the residents of the state, and, given that all sorts of evil spirits live in this damned place, it is best for the guys to turn around and go back. It seemed that Xiao Fang was absolutely not affected by the guy's words, and therefore, turning to his friends, he suggested that they quickly deal with the worthless guard, who was nothing. Taking his chain and starting to fill it with energy, our hero, turning to the guys, said that they had chosen the wrong tactics in which human life is absolutely not valued. Xiao Fang did not want to hear what Sun Changming was telling him, but only mocked the guy, saying that there were more of them and they were much more powerful, and therefore they could easily defeat him. And just a moment later our hero used his chain and all his strength and power to defend justice. Swinging the chain, he nevertheless caught one of the young men and began to spin him so as to forever discourage him from fighting. Realizing that things weren't going well, the second traveler entered the fray, lighting his fire and saying that it was his turn to try and fight. Sun Changming, full of determination and pride in himself, decided to use the already proven and so effective chain. It seemed that the result was not long in coming, because the screams of the one who had recently been planning to defeat everyone hung in the air. Carefully assessing everything that was happening, the leader thought that our hero was at the level of the wonderful symbols of the first great kingdom. Therefore, I decided to invite my comrades to fight this man at the same time in order to achieve maximum effect. The guys didn't need to be told twice, and within a minute, grabbing their weapons, they began to attack the guy. Sun Changming, who still firmly held his chain, did not care at all that the guys had changed their attack tactics. Having taken the object to incredible sizes, the young man threw the chain right at the feet of his enemies, wanting to cut them off from the place where he was. However, it turned out that something did not go according to plan, because, looking with horror into the distance, the young man noted to himself that something had changed, and the very next moment some kind of bluish energy appeared in front of him, reminiscent of a flame in strength, unbalancing our hero. Standing in a small field, Sun Changming carefully observed what was in the air. It turned out to be Xiao Fang, who was shrouded in blue light from head to toe and appeared a few minutes ago. Looking at the guy with hatred, he said, turning to him, that he never thought that he would have to personally fight some worthless guard. These words did not frighten Sun Changming at all, who, squeezing his chain more and more, noted that he did not believe in the great strength of this man. But he asserted with joy on his face that the boy, whom he considered our hero, would definitely pay for his arrogance. Looking angrily at our hero, the leader continued to tell him that he would soon face death, clearly convinced of his victory. The next minute the young man again launched his chain to neutralize the attacker, but he seemed to easily resist our hero thanks to a stream of blue light that engulfed the chain and protected the man himself. Sun Changming, who was convinced that his items would not fail, now looked at everything that was happening in surprise. It seemed that every minute the blue glow was becoming denser and stronger, trying to absorb everything in its path. And within a minute the ill-wisher turned to this stream and ordered it to do something, but did not specify what it was about. The blue stream began to change a little as small arrows wedged into it, cutting through it quickly, but at the same time with ease. The young man was wary, but was not going to give up, clearly defending his position and intending to use his powerful chain. However, this did not bother the enemy. In a sarcastic tone, he began to command the blue energy to connect something, and told our hero to confess to him. Sun Changming understood that most likely these arrows with a blue stream were heading towards his chain to cut it into pieces. True, this did not upset the guy at all, on the contrary, it even encouraged him, because he thought to himself that he was tired of all these cheap and simple tricks. Taking in his hands a bottle in which bindweed once sat, the young man thought that this container could serve as an object for absorbing fire. Having opened it, he ordered the flames to gather inside the container, which seemed to begin to happen in the next second. The enemy, who was already ready to win, did not expect such a turn of events and could not believe his eyes how our hero managed it all. Not even a minute had passed before the young man already had a bottle filled with fire in his hands, and he himself said that his opponents needed to get ready, because he had prepared an interesting surprise. Without wasting any time, the guy threw the bottle up as hard as possible, clearly hinting that something new would follow this action. The next second, the bottle, which had increased in size, landed in the hands of our hero, but not for long. The very next moment, not fire burst out of her, but some kind of fiery beast, which was going to devour everyone and everyone who was planning to harm its owner. This beast resembled a dragon, but unlike it, it did not spit fire, but was one itself, which already instilled maximum fear and horror. The enemy, who was carefully watching everything, was not prepared for such a development of events and did not know what to do. All he could do was direct a stream of blue air at the fiery beast to suppress the heat with cold and eliminate the danger. For a moment, it seemed that time stood still, since nothing major was happening and nothing fundamentally changed on the battlefield. But this lasted only a moment, until the crushed enemy found himself on the ground, escaping the flames, which he clearly could not resist. Looking carefully at the young man and everything that was going on around him, the man did not understand how an ordinary security guard could have such strength and power, as well as such incredible knowledge. True, despite this, the man was not going to give up, hoping that everything was still ahead, and therefore, smiling, he said that our hero was just a show-off who was playing his childish games. To prove that he was right, the leader turned to his comrades and ordered them not to hesitate, but to quickly engage in battle and fight back the boy. Holding 6 small balls in his hands, Sun Changming said that since the enemy is going to take it in numbers, then he has his own scenario for the development of the further battle. Releasing these small balls, which turned into some kind of cloud of smoke, our hero began to cast a spell, intending to have an effect on everyone. And within a minute, where there was an empty space, someone's powerful leg appeared, walking heavily along the ground. And this was not surprising, since the young man managed to resurrect the puppets that he had recently defeated. Therefore, remembering his previous thought, the young man added that he would also not fight. He didn't need this, because the next second his faithful assistants took their bows, loaded them with arrows and were about to shoot at their opponents. The ill-wishers, who some time ago were so cheerful and were going to destroy Sun Changming with almost one glance, understood that now things were very difficult. They realized that they could not hide, and this was true, because the very next moment arrows flew towards them in large numbers. Many opponents were amazed, but despite this, they still tried to pull out the spears to save their lives. The leader, who looked at his defeated assistants, thought that the young man not only mastered the art of the 5 elements, but also the art of weapon processing, which meant that he was most likely a descendant of great families. Clearly not wanting him to suffer the same fate as his charges, the young man thought that he urgently needed to run and hide. It seemed that either Sun Changming could read thoughts, or his chain, but literally a moment later it wrapped around the opponent's legs. As for the guy, he pulled the chain with such force in order to knock down the ill-wisher as quickly as possible. He did it perfectly, because not even a minute had passed, and the young man was already lying on the ground, not understanding what to do next. However, despite this, Xiao Fang was in no hurry to give up and decided that all was not lost and he could fight. Therefore, having activated his blue energy, he began to pull the chain with such force that it broke. But before he had time to finish what he started, he heard the voice of our hero, who, paying attention to the puppets, said that from now on his opponent is not only he, but also his assistants. Xiao Fanga, looking in horror at the approaching powerful menacing doll, realized that he lost in this battle because he miscalculated. Within a moment, the wooden warrior raised his sword over the enemy to deal with him. Sun Changming looked carefully at the dead people lying on the ground in the middle of the forest. Carefully examining the bodies, the young man stated for himself that they were also planning to go to the hill, not understanding why they would risk their own lives. Looking at how the puppet soldier lifts one of the corpses by the legs and searches its pockets, the guy noted to himself that it is a pleasure to control such warriors with the power of thought. Nibbler, who was nearby, looked with anticipation at the objects falling on the floor, clearly hoping that he would also get something tasty. However, the young man, as it turned out, had completely different plans for this matter, because he sarcastically addressed his bindweed, saying that while he was fighting, he did not even come out of hiding to help. Taking a small green ring in his hand, the guy said, turning to Zubastic, that he was not very good at recycling things, and he was of little use in this. Throwing the jewelry into the bindweed's mouth, he added that the fish is best at eating jewelry. While Nibbler was doing his thing, Sun Changming took out from a small brown knapsack an object that resembled either a pipe or a smoking pipe. The next book was to which the young man paid careful attention, deciding to get to know its contents in more detail. The manual said that the Fire Jasper sect specializes in processing flames. The young man added to himself that his bottle was much more useful than this book. Therefore, throwing the manual away as far as possible, the guy said that this was the most useless thing he had ever come across. A minute later, the young man thought that he needed to put everything in order as soon as possible, because he would have to report to his superiors. Not even a couple of seconds had passed when the young man received a message through the oracle that the guard should be changed. Yun Yening also wondered if everything was fine with the guy. He honestly said that he had met a group of monks, and therefore it was better for the girl to come and see everything in person. Approaching the young man and looking around carefully, the beauty asked how Sun Changming was feeling. Having said that everything was fine with him, the young man began to report, saying that a group of monks were secretly planning to sneak onto the scorched hill, and he decided to follow them before reporting to the leadership. Ding Kaling, addressing her subordinates with sternness in her voice, ordered them to carefully examine the bodies. One of the officers recognized the young man and told everyone that he was Xiao Fanga, the eldest disciple of the Fire Jasper sect. Hearing this, the boss was amazed, making it clear to everyone gathered that this person was at the level of the Second Great Kingdom. As for our hero, he thought that this sect is a non-entity because their disciples are trash, but Chao Tian attaches great importance to them. With horror in her voice, Ding Kaling, turning to the young man, asked if it was true that he killed all these people. Turning on the actor, the guy said that he wanted to stop these people, but some man in armor with a large sword appeared, who fired all his arrows at these guys, killing them in one fell swoop. To make the story even more interesting, he added that at the very end this unknown person hacked the poor guy to death with his sword. It's good that at least Sun Changming himself was able to hide, otherwise he would have gotten it too. Answering the boss's question as to whether the young man could see this warrior, he only said that he was wearing armor and a mask, so it was impossible. Puzzled, Ding Kaling stated that she did not think that this hill would attract a real killer, and if so, then their task became much more difficult. And, turning to our hero, she added that this situation is quite doubtful, and therefore they should consult, but the young man can be free for now. Bowing to those gathered, the young man said that everything was very clear to him, and he left. Our hero thought to himself that it was time for him to feed Zubastic, otherwise he would be offended by him. Yun Yening, who was standing in the middle of the forest, asked Ding Kaling if this turn of events is so important, perhaps it is necessary to take care of the evacuation. The boss said out loud that this should not be done, but thought to herself that it was not in vain that she became a centurion, and therefore she must cope with this matter perfectly in order to consolidate her status. Yun Yening did not let up. She said that innocent people might get hurt, but the boss did not even listen to her. Pointing to someone, the lady said to give an order for the arrival of the 1,000 men whom she wanted to see. The officers, talking among themselves, asked if it was true that we were talking about the great Cui Qinghe from the Dingbo residence. He was one of the few who reached the Third Great Kingdom at such a young age. With a smile in her voice, the boss noted that this was so, adding that as long as the Thousands Chief was in these parts, any evil spirits would face punishment. Our heroine, listening to all this, thought that everything would work out and that people would finally get rid of the misfortune. And at this time, Sun Changming was already quite far away, climbing higher and higher up the mountain to the place where he left his river friend. Toothy looked carefully at the guy who had a huge bag over his shoulder, clearly anticipating something interesting for himself. Turning the bag inside out, the young man told his bindweed not to hurry him, since he was already in a hurry, knowing that the fish needed to eat. In less than a few minutes, Toothy had eaten so much that he could not even sit in his usual position. Looking at the rolling fish, Sun Changming said in a calm voice that he didn't understand how someone could eat so much. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man realized that a bright yellow glow was beginning to blind him. He didn't understand what was happening, because Toothy began to fill with fiery energy, which had never happened before. At that moment, the guy stood still and tried to understand what caused this effect, but no reasonable solution came to mind. The very next moment, somehow this glow was transmitted to our hero. With every minute the light in the solar plexus area became brighter and brighter, but the young man did not understand what this would lead to. For a moment, it seemed that the light turned into a small petal, continuing to envelop him in illumination. Sun Changming finally understood what was going on, noting some second great realm and flame light. Concentrating, the young man remembered that the light of the flame is divided into 6 levels: fiery points, fiery channels, fiery soul, illuminated points, illuminated channels, sanctified soul. At the level of spiritual points, energy turns into fire. It is necessary to light at least 108 points in order to break through to the level of fire channels. Some are able, thanks to the accumulated symbols, to light hidden points in addition to the main ones. The more points one can light, the greater the spiritual power will be in the future and the stronger the base will be. The young man sat and meditated, not suspecting that his fire was bursting so strongly from his chest that it could set fire to an entire valley. A minute later, the young man was holding his snake artifact in his hands. Sun Changming felt his spiritual strength increase, and his control over his spiritual energy became much clearer. The guy thought that now he would be able to generate more force while releasing less energy. But the very next second the young man stopped in place, noticing something unusual. Looking at the grown and stronger Zubastic, our hero noted that his fish had changed for the better, for which both of them can be congratulated. Carefully taking the bindweed in his hands, Sun Changming joyfully noted that since they were now stronger, Nibbler could not deny himself anything. Therefore, opening his pumpkin bottle, he decided to feed his beloved assistant with fiery energy, which he liked. Spitting out the remnants of the fire, the bindweed was very glad that he also managed to refresh himself with such a tasty treat. But our hero was surprised by the fact that the remnants of the fire that Zubastic spat out were in the hands of the young man, and it seemed that the flame obeyed him. Not understanding what it was, the young man turned to the fish and asked her if this was really a new technique that she had learned. Nibbler, happily rolling around, clearly made it clear to the young man that he was absolutely right about the new abilities. Rejoicing at this, Sun Changming suggested going to the river to test out their new skills and see what they could do. Swimming in a pond, Bindweed met a very rare river inhabitant, who was an evil lizard with superpowers. But, swinging his sword and cutting the predator into pieces, the young man showed that these superpowers were insignificant compared to what he and the Bindweed had learned. And before our hero had time to deal with one animal, Zubastic was attacked by another, clearly not going to stand on ceremony with the fish. Realizing that things were taking a dangerous turn, the young man ordered his friend to use his new technique to fight the monster. A second later, a stream of cold air headed towards the enemy, although the fish itself did not know what effect to expect. People sailing on a ship along the river noted that a strong current suddenly began ahead, and therefore it was better for the commander to go to his cabin. It turned out that the commander was the same 1,000-man who had followed to the village at the request of the centurion. With sternness in his voice, he noted that there was nothing wrong with the current. This was a common thing for a large river. Continuing to scold his assistants for their disgraceful attitude towards their cultivation, the boss could not imagine that everything was not as simple as he thought. Sui did not know that at that very moment, next to their ship, Nibbler, having finished with the current, switched to breathing fire and thus destroyed his river opponent. Meanwhile, The man did not stop and continued to teach the officers how they should act, and for a moment he faltered. The next moment it seemed that the thousands manager had completely forgotten about his comments, because something interesting attracted his attention. He carefully examined how the stern began to flood with water, not understanding how the weather could change so dramatically. Cui Qinghe, who had remained cool and calm just a few minutes ago, now seemed restless and as scared as possible. He was frightened by the eyes of the monster, which appeared in the water column, but he could not see the beast. Screaming with ferocity, the chief was indignant, continuing to wonder who would dare to attack a government ship, and so suddenly. Sun Changming didn't understand what happened, so he surfaced a little from under the water to see what was happening on the surface. Carefully studying the flag, the young man realized that this was the fleet of the kingdom, and a second later, cursing, he realized that on their way they had encountered the same vessel that they had attacked. Peering carefully into the water, the official tried to make out his opponent. Noticing our hero, the thousands captain shouted sternly, threatening the young man that he would not be able to escape from the government and would have to pay for his act. Realizing that his affairs were bad, Sun Changming loudly ordered Nibbler to swim home and under no circumstances stick his head out so as not to reveal himself. However, it seemed that the guy had made a mistake, because standing at the stern, the thousands captain with anger in his voice declared that he remembered the young man and would definitely find him. After a hard day, the young man returned home. Opening the door wide, he told his sister that he had already arrived. Holding chopsticks in her hands, the little girl said with joy in her voice that it was time for them to sit down at the table, because the food was already ready. True, our hero did not have time to really enter the house when the oracle sent him a message, which told him to go to the Vienna gate as soon as possible, since they should meet the thousander. Addressing Sun Changyen, the young man said that he had urgent matters to attend to, so the girl should eat, and he would come soon and then have dinner. After some time, all the chiefs, including Yun Nianying and Cui Qinghe, were already standing at the edge of the village, waiting for the arrival of the thousands commander. The unceremonious Cui Qinghe, without greeting anyone, immediately began to talk about how a mysterious man in golden armor had appeared on the scorched hill at the level of the third great kingdom. The centurion, to whom this question was clearly addressed, said that the gentleman was very insightful and noted everything correctly, and, not paying attention to anyone, the official began to ask if there had been anything strange or unusual lately. Suddenly, Yun Nianying intervened in the conversation, and, addressing the same thousand man, she explained that a resident of the village, Sun Changming, had recently taken over as a security guard. He knew these places better than anyone else. Cui Qinghe noted with malice in his voice that he was aware that this was the girl's subordinate, and then added with a grin that he couldn't understand what an uncouth hillbilly might know. Yun Nianying, having heard such a remark, was outraged to the core, and therefore began to contradict her boss. But he did not stop and continued to note in an icy tone that the centurion hastened to recruit a completely unknown person to their department. The girl noted to herself that this is her aunt's ex, and therefore he does not like anyone from those whom she hired, and stated out loud that Sun Changming is a wonderful person and he does his job well. Continuing the topic, the boss inquired about the young man's progress in improvement. Justifying herself, Cui Qinghe noted that he must be at the level of miraculous symbols, and Foreman Yun said that he had some kind of unusual symbol. And again, with contempt in his voice, the man noted that at the age of this young man he was able to reach the level of the fire points of the Second Kingdom and, moreover, lit 150 points. Smiling, the centurion began to flatter the boss, saying how this guy could compare with such a great man. Yun Nianying did not like this behavior. The girl thought about how a person from a wealthy family could compare himself with an ordinary guy who lives in a poor village. But the very next moment, all those gathered fell silent, hearing a man approaching the place. It was Sun Changming, who, as always, smiling, looked questioningly at everyone gathered. The thousand man carefully studied our hero and thought to himself that this was exactly the guy who was in the river, and because of whom he spilled his tea. Looking at the official in horror, the young man realized that standing in front of him was the man whose ship they had attacked a couple of hours ago, together with Zubastik. Realizing that the pause had been prolonged, Ding Kaling coughed a little and said that Sun Changming had come to see them. Asking who the young man was, the thousand man asked where he got the opportunity to improve, noting that, most likely, the guy took a crooked path. Yun Nianying, sighing, mentally asked her friend to answer well and correctly, otherwise the boss would think that our hero belongs to some kind of evil spirits. After a little hesitation, the young man said that not long ago he met a guy who was going to a scorched hill, and because the guy showed him the way, he handed him some things. Sun Changming added that the parcel contained a book and 3 bottles of pills. The man ordered our hero to drink 1 pill every day and do all the exercises, because this is the only way to protect the village. Cui Qinghe asked the young man with malice in his voice whether this world was really full of such amazing opportunities. Sun Changming thought that the official was probably taking revenge on him for a previous incident, but he did not fully understand why this man was so petty towards the guard. The next minute the foreman spoke and asked our hero what the name of that unknown man was. Putting on a serious face, Sun Changming said that he did not know the person's exact name, but he knew that his surname was Dongfang. Immediately, everyone present heard the centurion say that we were talking about the famous treasure king, whose name was Dongfang Wua. At that very moment, Yun Nianying also entered the conversation, adding that a few months ago, the master of the 5th great kingdom disappeared, who went to the scorched hill, and since then no one has heard anything about him. With admiration in his eyes, the young man asked if this man was really so cool, but thought to himself that he did not expect to meet such an outstanding person. It seemed that such a remark clearly did not please Ding Kaling, who stated that the master possessed many valuable artifacts, and then did not hesitate to ask out loud why such a great man chose a local brat. It seemed that these words were not heard at all by the foreman, who continued the story that Dongfang always wanted to find his late brother to help him be reborn, so most likely he went to the hill. Cui Qinghe, who loved to be the center of attention, abruptly interrupted everyone, informing them that they needed to thoroughly check the guard. The next moment, the official's assistants headed towards our hero, in front of whom Yun Nianying stood, shouting and asking the 1,000-man what he intended to do. With anger in his voice, the chief said that the village was full of harmful qi. Therefore, the young man could have become infected, but the official could not allow evil spirits to work in Chaotian. With a smile on his face, he asked again if anyone had any comments about the official's decision. With a sparkle in his eyes, the young man noted that he had no objections, but thought to himself that this man was very vindictive. And the very next second, turning to Assistant Zhao Hui, the 1,000's chief ordered him to deal with the young man's question. With devotion in his eyes, the assistant proudly declared that he would do everything in the best possible way. Not even a minute had passed before Zhao Hui swirled the energy in his palms in such a way that chains appeared, directed towards Sun Changming. Realizing that the shackles were wrapped around the body, and the chain began to choke the neck, the young man did not understand what was happening and how events would develop further. It was clear that Zhao Hui was doing his job with pleasure and did not intend to loosen his grip even for a moment. As for our hero, he looked searchingly at everyone gathered, but he understood that he could not show his true strength, otherwise he would quickly be discovered. And again Yun Nianying intervened in the conflict, who, turning to the assistant, asked how he could harm his colleague, who, firstly, is not a criminal, and secondly, also works for the Chaotian department. It seemed that the assistant was absolutely not touched by the girl's words. On the contrary, he answered her that if it turned out that the guy was hanging out with evil spirits, the responsibility for this would all fall on her shoulders. The next second, Sun Changming himself spoke, noting that he was fine, but Zhao Hui had better move away. Holding a red object in his hands, the assistant noted that the young man had a very strong character. In the enemy's palm appeared the same artifact as our hero's, but only with a different beast. And this was true, because a minute later some red devilish hands reached out to the young man, trying to strangle him and inflict as serious damage as possible. Realizing that something was wrong, the brunette screamed loudly, saying that in the Chaotian department, the predator seal can only be applied to especially dangerous criminals, which the young man is not. It was clear that Sun Changming was holding on with all his strength. Despite this, the guy was not going to do anything. Cui Qinghe, carefully observing everything that was happening, reported that the young man had lived in the village all his life and could be evil spirits, so they had every right to apply a seal to him. True, what happened next was something that the young man most likely did not expect, because a very bright glow lit up in the area of his forehead. Our hero thought that, to his great happiness, there was an ancient flashlight that would serve him faithfully. Seeing the changes that were happening to Sun Changming, the girl noted that he had no signs of evil spirits, so he should be released immediately. And now the captain himself took his artifact into his hands, angrily declaring that perhaps the young man did not belong to the evil spirits, but in any case he would not behave differently. Having opened a small box, the official showed very thin needles, resembling sewing kits in appearance. Ding Kaling noted with horror that her boss had taken out the needles of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, punishing the demon, which displaced the evil energy from the channel and make the monster suffer. Realizing that things were taking a rather dangerous turn, Yun Yanning reached for her sword and quickly began to pull it out of its sheath. Pointing the weapon towards the 1,000-man, the beauty shouted that he was taking advantage of his official position and did not want to find out the truth, but simply kill the young man. With anger in her voice, the brunette added that if her boss commits such an act, she will definitely report this to a higher government commissioner, who will punish the 1,000-man. With malice in his eyes, looking at the girl, Cui Qinghe thought that he had long heard about the complex character of this girl. Realizing that the beauty was not joking, the 1,000-man turned to Sun Changming and said that either he would be tested with needles, or he would still figure out what was happening on the scorched hill. It turned out that this state of affairs did not suit Yun Yanning, who shouted to her boss that the young man would face mortal danger in at least one case, not understanding why he was leading the guy to this. After shouting, Cui Qinghe noted that the girl was wrong, and Sun Changming was actually a guard, but why do they need such a guard who is not able to solve a single problem? It seemed that the young man did not care at all, and therefore the guy agreed with the 1,000er and said in a calm voice that he agreed. Standing tied up, the young man continued to note that he was ready to go to the scorched hill and do whatever was required of him. Rubbing his numb hands, the guy looked angrily at all the authorities, but there were no thoughts in his head. The very next minute the 1,000's manager gave some kind of symbol to our hero, saying that he would monitor him around the clock so as not to miss anything important. Looking carefully at the symbol, the guy thought that he would have a unique opportunity to fight for life and death, which he could not even dream of. Not much time passed, and the young man had already set off towards the hill, where an important task awaited him. Breaking through some kind of fiery stream, the young man was silent, realizing that he was being closely followed. Throwing his pumpkin bottle up, the guy noted to himself that now was the moment when he should demonstrate his acting skills. In turn, the chief of 1,000s, carefully observing everything that was happening in the hill area, thought that the young man was still carefully hiding something from them. But it seemed that our hero was absolutely not bothered by this. Still running up the hill with the bottle, he scattered the fire that he had accumulated earlier. A moment later, Sun Changming froze in place after hearing some strange sounds, and therefore asked who was in these parts. There was no answer, but something unexpected happened. Looking at his feet, the guy realized that a strong flame was igniting around them. A moment later, the fire grew stronger and stronger, and then our hero stood in the smoke, not understanding the reason for everything that was happening. There was an unknown man ahead, shrouded in smoke. It was a man in golden armor, a strong and serious opponent. Looking at the powerful sword behind the stranger's back, Sun Changming noted to himself that this was a killer in golden armor, the same one that he had recently invented and told everyone about. Ding Kaling, hearing the 1,000's chief point out that this was the murderer everyone knew about, noted that this person could have the power of a great kingdom, and if so, then their guard was doomed to defeat. Carefully studying the man in golden armor, Cui Qinghe said that there was a real killer on the scorched hill, and he thought to himself about how many amazing treasures this man has. A formidable and serious knight in armor and a mask swung his sword so that it seemed that he was about to strike our hero. Realizing that he was being watched, the young man made a pitiful grimace, grabbed the enemy by the leg and told him not to harm him, because he was a guard from the Chaotian department and wanted to protect everyone who came to these parts. Bowing before the warrior, the young man waited, although he understood that nothing serious would happen. Squinting one eye, the young man decided that he should still, for the sake of decency, see what would happen next. Ding Kaling, who was carefully watching the guy, also wanted to understand what would happen next, and therefore froze in amazement. True, the very next moment a knight in armor spoke, addressing the guy. He said that those who disturb order on the scorched hill must die. Bowing to the warrior, the young man said that he just wants to find out why people are dying in these places and to stop this injustice. It turned out that the knight either did not hear the guy, or was waiting, but he had to wait for an answer for some time. Realizing that there would be no answer, and the performance must continue, Sun Changming once again turned to the warrior and asked whether he was the guard of the scorched hill or not. Laughing, he asked our hero rhetorical questions about who called them the defenders of these places, because they are just visitors, although they may soon become the owners of this place. At this very moment, the captain was thinking that there was more than one such knight, which meant there were a lot of treasures. As for the captain, she was glad that she could have a dialogue with this warrior. And after a moment, the man in armor began to throw fire at the young man, warning him not to approach, otherwise it would be the last thing he did. Raising clouds of smoke to intimidate, the knight said that next time the guy would not leave alive, but now he must take his chance and return to where he came from. And still, continuing to put on a comedy, Sun Changming turned to the Thousands manager and asked the boss what he should do next. In a cold and indifferent tone, he told the guy to return to the village and forget about his recklessness. And at this time, very interesting things were happening in the village of Jehu, which the guy did not even know about. The Thousander asked his assistant whether the metal tablet against evil spirits was ready, having learned that the centurion would deliver it only the next day. Looking into the distance, Cui Qinghe calmly announced that tomorrow he would be able to personally meet with the killer in the golden mask. Hearing about all this, Yun Yanning intervened again, who reminded the boss that no one ordered them to defend the hill. Their task was to stop people greedy for treasures and prevent the mutation of this place. However, the official, as usual in his repertoire, noted that there is no need to tie their hands. If they have the opportunity to figure it out, then they should take advantage of it. And after a little hesitation, he added that for him the scorched hill was a matter of special importance, and therefore until he sorted out this problem, he would not calm down. And the official thought to himself that if he managed to deal with the killer in the golden mask, he would get armor, as well as crossbows, and this would be an excellent reward. The next day, preparations began in the village to face the mysterious killer. Cui Qinghe stood confidently and unshakably. He showed with all his appearance that he would emerge victorious from this battle. Looking carefully at the Thousand Man, Sun Changming thought that he had actually managed to interest this man in the masked killer. With sternness in his voice, addressing our hero, the official ordered him to show the way and lead him to the place where he had met the mysterious man the day before. Looking after the departing army, local residents wondered in bewilderment why some teenager was leading an entire army. At the same time, outside the scorched hill, interesting events began to unfold, in the center of which, again, was our hero. Cui Qinghe called Sun Changming and ordered him to talk to the knight in the golden mask and tell him to go out to meet with the Thousand Man. Crouching and folding his hands in agreement, the young man said that in a minute everything would be done. The next second, the guy screamed so that it seemed that he was heard even at the other end of the forest. The young man said that his superiors wanted to see the masked warrior in order to talk with him. However, no one had time to take a step when a voice from nowhere said that he had warned the day before not to disturb his peace, since otherwise the one who does this will pay with his own life. Realizing that the masked killer was somewhere nearby, the Thousand Man thought that he should get rid of Yun Yanning and her useless assistant, that is, their guard. With a businesslike look, Cui Qinghe noted that it was dangerous for the foreman and the young man to be in these parts, and therefore it was best for them to return to the village, which the guy already assumed, realizing what a scoundrel the foreman was. Screaming, the brunette wanted to say something to her boss about a matter of particular importance, but she did not do it. In an icy tone, the Thousands manager noted that this was an order, which means the girl could not disobey it. It seemed that the brunette could not fully understand the official's plans, and therefore began to object, muttering some incomprehensible words under her breath. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Sun Changming said that it was best for them to hit the road without hesitating or asking unnecessary questions. Without waiting for the beauty to deign to turn around, the young man grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and abruptly dragged her towards the village, hearing her screaming that she would definitely return to these places. Moving as far away as possible, Yun Yanning asked the guy why he dragged her away, because she was absolutely right, because she understands that Cui Qinghe wants to take all the credit for himself. With a capricious look, the girl said that as far as she was concerned, she came from a noble family, so this insult meant nothing to her, but success could greatly help the young man in the future. Making a surprised grimace, our hero asked the girl in a theatrical voice if she was really like everyone else from their family. Tugging the young man's nose, the brunette sarcastically asked if he really thought she was so stupid. In a calm voice, Sun Changming noted that, firstly, he did not think so, and secondly, he had a completely reasonable reason for doing so. Raising her hand, with a smile on her face, the beauty said that she had been waiting for a long time for the moment when the thousand-man screwed up. Continuing on, enjoying nature and the beautiful sky, the young man added once again that she would definitely soon learn about something interesting. At this very time, on the scorched hill, Cui Qinghe was thinking that the killer in the golden mask needed to prepare for death, since he was not going to spare him. And just a second later, turning to his valiant warriors, he ordered them to go on the attack. Lined up in a row and covered with shields, the soldiers were in no hurry to take any action, clearly awaiting the development of further events. And this development followed, because not even a minute had passed before sharp arrows rained down on them in dozens. The soldiers were so frightened that they were taken aback by what was happening and could not do anything to somehow defend themselves. It seemed that the arrows were flying with filigree precision, because they hit not the legs, but the heads of the opponents. The soldiers had no chance of salvation, because the arrows hit everyone and everyone who stood in the way of the masked knight. The battle ended so quickly that no one had time to realize anything, since the warriors were lying on the floor, strewn with arrows. Looking carefully at his fallen people, the thousand-man, gritting his teeth, began to scream with indignation and anger. However, all this did not bother our heroes, who continued to enjoy the silence and birds flying over the forest. Sun Changming clearly knew what was waiting for the officials, and therefore was in no hurry and had no intention of doing anything. With satisfaction, the young man thought that the god-killer he had created with the help of Nibbler was indeed very powerful. With anger in his eyes, Cui Qinghe noted to himself that he hated the knight who dared to destroy most of his guard in one fell swoop. Therefore, the next second he ordered his assistant to immediately deal with all this injustice. A minute later, Zhao Hai began sticking some symbolic cards on his leader's dress. These were Vajra talismans, which the assistant tirelessly continued to glue, because they release the radiance of spirits and can fight back the power of the second realm. With a smug smile in his eyes, the thousander turned to the centurion, saying that she would also go on the journey with him. Frightened, the girl began to make excuses, saying that she had a very low rank, which meant that she had no right to undertake such a difficult task. Looking angrily at the girl, Cui Qinghe said that he is not going to take care of such a nonentity as she is. Besides this, there is no longer a single centurion next to him, which means she should go. Watching how soldiers uninvolved in battle were coming at her from all sides, the centurion heard the voice of their commander, who asked if the girl was really going to disobey the order. Realizing that she had fallen into a trap, she said with horror in her eyes that she was not going to do this. Laughing loudly, the official noted that together with the centurion they could easily defeat the enemy, clearly wanting to send his assistant into battle first. And after some time, new preparations began on the scorched hill for the next stage of a difficult battle. Protected by blue energy, the soldiers, as well as officials, approached the red dome, where the border began that they could not go beyond. Having touched this border, Ding Kaling understood that something strange and irreparable could happen in the next moment, and therefore she held her breath in anticipation. She was right, because within a second arrows rained down on her, but only large and powerful ones. Looking in horror at everything that was happening, the centurion could only scream, unable to in any way prevent what was about to happen. Therefore, the girl bent down a little and covered her head with her hands, protecting herself from a crushing blow. Just a second later, realizing that the arrows were unable to overcome her defenses, Ding Kaling thought to herself that Vajra talismans are very powerful. But this did not stop the warrior in armor, who was going to finish what he started, and therefore planned something very insidious. Realizing this, the thousands commander shouted for all his people to be careful and bend down if possible. A minute later, a fiery spear flew towards the warriors, which turned out to be capable of reaching its target. And this was so because Ding Kaling, having calculated the trajectory, realized that the weapon was heading straight towards her, and began to think about her defense. This time, the Vajra talismans were completely useless, as the spear struck the centurion in an instant. Realizing that with every minute the forces were becoming more and more unequal, the thousand-man shouted, pointing somewhere into the distance that their killer was there. It seemed that the man in armor had no intention of hiding, because not even a minute had passed, and he was already standing in all his glory in front of Cui Qinghe. Realizing that this man could be dangerous for the master, one of the warriors, grabbing his sword, rushed towards the knight in armor. Hanging with several crossbows, the warrior could control them as quickly as possible, which is what he intended to do. After a couple of seconds, those who so wanted to protect the 1,000-man died on the spot, without even having time to do anything. The knight looked carefully at those who came to visit him, and, reaching for one of his weapons, was clearly about to do something unexpected. Looking at everything that was happening, Cui Qinghe, turning away and realizing that except for the bomb thrower, he had nothing else left, thought that he was in a very difficult situation. Directing fire at the warrior, who had only one sword, the knight warmed up for the battle that lay ahead of him. This was evident because the man put pressure on the official with his strength, and he resisted him with great difficulty, realizing that the forces were unequal. One of the officers standing behind told his companions that all 4 centurions who had reached the level of comprehending the valuable were killed, and yet they were also the strongest in defense. Looking menacingly at the warriors, the 1,000-man thought that because of the killer he was losing his best people, which meant that he was about to have to enter the battle himself if he really wanted to achieve his goal. One of the warriors suddenly exclaimed, asking the leader what they should do, but he, realizing that there would be no point anyway, decided not to bother them with an answer, but rather to concentrate on himself. Paying attention to how Cui Qinghe twists the energy, one of the officers said that this is the signature weapon of the 1,000-man and it is very powerful. Concentrating and calling up some symbols, the boss ordered all his subordinates to move away to the maximum distance so that nothing would distract him. Showing all his strength and power, the 1,000-man, turning to the knight, noted that it was his turn to receive a powerful rebuff, for which he was ready. Cui Qinghe abruptly rose from the ground, wanting to show all his power in order to scare the enemy. But the very next moment, arrows flew at him with great speed from all sides. Covering himself with his hand and reflecting the arrows with a combat sign, the 1,000-man noted to himself that this was too simple for him, which means he had every chance of winning. The official maintained his defense until he was sure that he had managed to repel all the arrows flying in his direction. The 1,000-man understood that this was not enough for a complete victory, and therefore began to spin some kind of whirlwind to strike his opponent. And he succeeded, because within a minute the knight in golden armor stood engulfed in a stream of fire. And at this very time, at the other end of the clearing, our heroes were still there, who, it seemed, did not even think about going home. Yun Nianying walked up to the young man and touched his cheek with her finger. Realizing that the young man was sleeping so soundly that it was impossible to wake him up, the beauty suggested out loud that, most likely, the guy had not slept all night, and therefore, having relaxed, he decided to have a good rest. Meanwhile, Sun Changming, who was in the body of a knight in golden armor, thought that he had used all the magical weapons that Dongfang left him, but Cui Qinghe still remained at least a little stronger. The young man saw how he was spinning his flows more and more with each new minute, and at the same time his strength did not dry out. And within a minute, having gathered all his energy into a fist, he again began to attack the warrior in the golden mask, not wanting to stop there. It was clear that the Thousands manager liked his results, which he enjoyed and boasted to all those gathered. The official again and again directed fire towards the knight, realizing that he had most likely run out of interesting techniques, and therefore it was very difficult for him to fight back. One of the officers shouted that Mr. Thousander was very strong and should not stop there, but must finish off the killer from the scorched hill. But everything was not so simple, and how long the battle lasted and how long it could last was difficult to even imagine. Our hero noted to himself that the climate in these parts was not the easiest. He felt that he suddenly became hot, and this despite the fact that they had not gone very far. Realizing that Cui Qinghe was also not feeling very well, the young man in the body of a knight shouted to the official that he was unlikely to hold out for long. Indeed, the Thousands manager noted to himself that the temperature was rising sharply, which meant that a little more and he could lose consciousness. Therefore, he needed to leave here as soon as possible. Standing in the fire, the warrior in golden armor barely managed to resist, since the conditions for the battle were as difficult as possible. One of the elders, watching everything that was happening, noted to himself that the golden-faced one was also having a hard time. even though he was supposedly on his own territory. However, the Thousands manager did not let up and shouted that since the matter had taken such a turn, it was best not to hesitate and take the treasures quickly, before it was too late. But the next minute something happened that no one expected. Suddenly the knight jumped into the river located nearby. He was followed by Cui Qinghe, who no longer craved victory, but ordinary profit. While underwater, he followed on the heels of his opponent, realizing that he could not be allowed to escape, otherwise it would all be in vain. Although the very next moment, Cui Qinghe came up with the idea that it was best to set up an ambush and then suddenly attack the warrior. Having found a secluded place, the thousand-man grouped himself so that it was impossible to notice him, and he stopped emitting the golden light that helped him both fight and defend himself. And this was the biggest mistake, because suddenly a huge third-rank monster appeared in the river. Sun Changming was interested to see how the thousand-man could get out of this situation, realizing that for the sake of such a monster he had to sacrifice one of his most powerful puppets. At that moment, the official realized that the enemy had managed to deceive him and lead him into a pre-prepared trap. But he was not going to give up, and therefore, even while under thick water, he began to relaunch his strength to resist the monster. The next moment the beast opened its mouth so wide that it seemed that it could swallow the thousand-man in just one moment. Those standing on the shore and watching the water splash out with maximum force did not understand what was happening below. One of the officers thought to himself that such power was inherent in the fourth great kingdom. Suddenly, Cui Qinghe appeared on the surface of the water, while a monster was following on his heels. Not believing that this was possible, one of the soldiers turned to the thousand-man. And he, realizing that salvation was already close, extended his hand to his people and ordered them to pull him out of the water as quickly as possible. But the very next moment, a huge nibbler suddenly appeared behind the man's back, chasing the enemy of his best friend. It was not the same small fish as before, and therefore the loach did not stand on ceremony and captured Cui Qinghe in one movement. The officers standing on the bank and watching Zabastic retreat into the river said that, firstly, the mystery of the hill remained unsolved, and secondly, the Thousands manager was also killed. The young soldier, realizing that something needed to be done, turned to the elder Wang and asked him if they would be put on trial, and then asked what they should do next. Stroking his beard, the elder said that first of all they needed to report everything that had happened to the leadership. And the leadership in the person of Yun Nianing at that time was occupied with something completely different. The brunette, as a few hours earlier, sat next to Sun Changming and waited for him to get some sleep. Seeing the young man suddenly open his eyes, the beauty stated the fact that he had finally woken up. Stretching, the young man answered with a calm voice that it was time for them to move on, because all the important things had already been completed. The guy realized that Yun Nianing did not know what they were talking about, and therefore said that she would definitely find out about everything soon. Having walked quite a bit, our heroes saw approaching soldiers who were walking in a small group. The first to speak was the elder, who addressed the foreman several times and immediately informed her that both the centurion and the thousand were killed by the golden-faced warrior. It seemed that the girl did not understand how this could happen. She said that Cui Qinghe was not only a warrior of the third great kingdom, but also one of the top 10 in the Dingbo residence. And after thinking a little, the brunette came to the conclusion that she now has the highest status among everyone next to her. Van, after a little hesitation, again turned to the foreman, informing her that both he and his people were not only devoted to her, but also trusted the lady completely, and therefore wanted her to lead them. The beauty wanted to say something, but because of the heap of positive emotions caused by the elder's words, she could not utter a word. In turn, the officers looked at Yun Nianing with hope and pleading in their eyes, wanting her to accept their offer. With seriousness in her eyes, the foreman informed all those gathered that first of all, they should all explain themselves to their superiors, so that there were no omissions. But a minute later the elder spoke, who told the boss that this should not be done under any circumstances, because they would all be quartered, and therefore began to beg the lady to spare them and not tell the truth. Yun Nianing, who did not understand what to do in this situation, tried to say something, but saw Wang kneel down, asking the girl to save them and spare them. Perhaps the girl would have stood for a long time and looked at everything that was happening, but a second later someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. Not understanding where the young man was dragging her, she suddenly protested and began to ask what he was allowing himself to do and what he was going to do next. The beauty looked searchingly at the guy, but it seemed that he was not going to answer her questions. Suddenly our hero froze in place, and this was as incomprehensible as possible, also because he did not utter a word the entire way. Pressing the girl against the wall, the young man put his hands on either side of her, clearly intending to sort things out. This state of affairs did not suit the 10, who began to ask the young man what he was allowing himself, and in response she heard that she should not get involved in this whole matter. With irritation in her voice, Yun Yening noted that she understands that Cui Qinghe died, the 4 centurions too, no one wants to take responsibility, and therefore they are trying to put everything on her shoulders. After listening carefully to the boss, the young man thought that she was not as naive as he had thought before. Looking carefully at the foreman, Sun Changming was interested in her further actions, which were expected of her. Having lowered her eyes, the brunette said that she could not leave it all like that, because she was a responsible person. And after a short silence, the girl continued, noting that if she does not intervene, then all the officers who have high hopes for her will face a sad fate. And a minute later, with joy in her eyes, she stated that she managed to contact her aunt, who said that she should hold out just a little bit, because she would be promoted to centurion. Now our hero thinks, noting to himself that there are about 300 people from the Chaotian department in their village, and within a few days his friend can easily get promoted, which is not a very good sign. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young people did not dare to start a conversation. It seemed that each of them was immersed in some kind of reflection. Sun Changming was the first to break the silence, asking the girl if the death of the 1,000 man had shocked her. With some indifference, the brunette said that she had never treated him well, just like he had treated her. The guy was just a boss who would soon be replaced. And she added that until this happens, they should hold on their own. Smiling, the young man said that he wished the boss all the best in her future affairs. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the foreman sidelong glance at himself, and therefore asked why she was looking at him so strangely. Blushing and embarrassed, the brunette stated that difficult events await her in the near future, and she really hopes for Sun Changming's help. And the very next minute the girl, turning on her feminine charm and taking out a box of strawberry cookies from somewhere, said that if he stays with her until the end, she will treat him to his favorite sweet. The guy noticed that his mind and feelings were fighting in him. He wanted to agree with the boss's proposal, but he realized that he couldn't give up so easily. However, no matter how the mind tried to impose its ideas, feelings took over. Taking the cookies, the young man said that the boss could count on him and call at any time. Approaching the river, the young man noticed his bindweed from afar, who was clearly in a hurry to meet his friend. Having joyfully met him, Sun Changming, turning to Nibbler, said that he could not believe his eyes when he saw him, because he had become huge and very strong. Looking carefully into the fish's eyes, the young man placed a small bag in front of it, explaining that it used to belong to the Thousands manager, hinting that there might be something interesting inside. The young man noted that he had no idea what was there, but the smell from the knapsack was not the most pleasant. Proudly holding the bag up, the guy said that it was time to see what was inside. Sitting in the lotus position, our hero turned to some ruler, asking that the bag contain what he needed. Squinting and carefully untying the rope, Sun Changming, turning to Toothy, noted that it was time to familiarize himself with the contents. The next moment, some ribbons and small clumps of fabric spontaneously began to fly out of the bag. Grabbing one of them on the fly, the guy, turning to himself, asked what kind of silk scarves they were and why Cui Qinghe needed them. Not finding an answer to his question, the young man decided that he would continue to study the knapsack in the hope that there would be something more interesting there. And it was found, because the next second the young man was holding a 4th-rank treasure in his hands, noting to himself that this was a really interesting and useful thing. However, soon our hero took out something very strange, stranger than the handkerchiefs he had seen before. It was about the phoenix pendant, which girls always wore as jewelry, and it was as strange as possible, unless the 1,000 man hid his love for women's things. But what surprised Sun Changming most was the small whip, which was an ordinary rope that did not belong to the world of magic. The guy thought for a long time why such a great man like Cui Qinghe needed such an attribute. He had never even lived in a village, so he did not need such things. In order for the rope to be at least somewhat useful, the young man decided to tie it to his gold bracelet. And a minute later the young man made a leash for bindweed out of it, deciding to experiment so as not to throw away such a thing, although it seemed that the fish did not like the experiment at all. Seeing Zobastic's sparkling eyes, the guy immediately realized that his tame friend was carefully looking at the gold bracelet with the goal of eating it. Realizing this, our hero tried to explain to the bindweed that this was not Chinese cabbage, but a fourth-rank decoration that the guy needed to protect himself from dangerous people. Then, switching to a light cry, he noted that even without this decoration, the fish still would not remain hungry. And in a calmer voice he added that first the young man would completely disassemble the knapsack, and then he would think about what to feed Zobastic. Looking carefully inside the bag, the guy noted that the Thousand Man had both spiritual jade and pills, which could already be considered an excellent harvest. And within a minute it dawned on the young man, he realized that with all this he could not only feed his river friend, but also forge a very powerful weapon. However, suddenly our hero's attention was attracted by something interesting, from which he could not take his eyes off. It turned out that it was not something, but someone, or rather a bindweed, which, realizing that it had something to eat, did not know why it had not yet been fed. Realizing that Zobastic was looking with hungry eyes for a reason, within a minute the guy was feeding him, telling him to eat the fish and not deny himself anything. It seemed that the bindweed was about to burst from everything that it had absorbed, but this did not bother him at all. Joyful, he turned on his back, showing that he had eaten enough, and the digestion process began, accompanied by the accumulation of energy. The young man understood that he was again in a flow that he had not felt for quite a long time. Moreover, the guy noted to himself that he was now able to absorb true chi 3 times faster than before. He also thought that he managed to light 124 points and achieve great completion, and now the next level awaits him. These are the fire channels. This was very important, because after this, the true chi would become much stronger, and the speed would increase several times. Our hero reflected that although he had achieved great accomplishment, the hill was still a dangerous place for him, and it would be difficult for him if the new leadership decided to send him to that region again. Sun Changming understood that his life did not have much value, and thought about what would happen to his little sister if something happened to him, because it would not be Nibbler who would look after her. The young man's eyes became serious. He realized that he should train even more and harder in order to leave the village at the first opportunity. And at this time, a young man was walking along Jiehu, casually throwing a knapsack behind his back. Turning to Zhang and Uncle Yaosi, the guy warned them that he was going in search of pearls. The guys wished him good luck, but told him to hurry up because the sun would set soon. Zhang, looking after the retreating man, said that the new resident of the Mao village was very good, but he knew nothing about searching for pearls, and Uncle Yaosi expressed the hope that everything comes with experience. While fellow villagers were gossiping, Mao came to the river and, after carefully looking around, stated that there was no one here. True, within a minute something happened that the newcomer clearly did not expect, because some huge monster appeared from the river. Perhaps another would have disappeared immediately, but not this guy, who immediately jumped into the pond. In some incredible way, he managed to cope with the monster, and Mao knew that he was no longer in danger. Hanging in the water, it seemed that the man was attracting energy to himself, but for some reason it was black. Smiling maliciously, Mao noted that the more he managed to absorb harmful chi, the stronger and more powerful he could become. Remembering that the last time he lost 2 of his bodies when he created a dead warrior from an ancient corpse, he thought for a moment. Then he noted to himself that now he needed a lot of negative energy to restore his strength and become even more powerful. Plunging into darkness, the man decided that when he managed to do this, he could find the monster that took all his bodies. A whole month has passed since then, which brought with it a lot of new, interesting and even frightening things. The river where Sun Changming spent a lot of time was now home to a large number of rank 3 monsters. But this did not seem to be a problem for Nibbler, who, as before, hunted them with pleasure. This happened this time too, when the bindweed chose several small victims for itself and ate them with pleasure. Realizing that the digestion process would be long, he learned to spit out bones that were of no use to him. Basking on the river bank and enjoying the warm rays of the sun, Toothy was clearly pleased that he managed to have a good meal, as evidenced by the skeletons lying not far from him. Looking carefully at his fish, our hero thought that in a month the bindweed managed to become the king of the local waters. His skills became diverse, and as for the young man, he was able to strengthen his control over true chi. Addressing the grown-up Zobastic, the young man said that their work for today was finished and it was time to return home. Walking through the village, the young man noticed Mao, who stood with his back to him and seemed to ignore him or pretend not to see him. This young man was looking somewhere into the distance, lost in thought or expecting something. Our hero noted to himself that he had already seen this guy who appeared with them not so long ago. But the very next moment the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a female voice calling out to him. Seeing Yun Yanning, the guy asked how she and her officers managed to get into the village. Holding a small thing in her hand, the girl noted that they had a tablet against evil influences, and now they could come to the village whenever they wanted. Addressing her men in a commanding tone, the beauty stated that she should visit Officer Sun's house for personal reasons, and they should go on patrol until her next orders. With a businesslike look, the brunette turned to our hero, telling him to show her the way to his house. Scratching his head and looking off into the distance, the young man replied that there wasn't much to see at home because he lived in poverty. Grabbing the young man's hand, the girl ran forward, saying that she didn't care what she saw there, she just wanted to look at her friend's home. Opening the door to his house, Sun Changming said that they had arrived and could go inside. At that same second, his younger sister ran up to the guy with a loud exclamation, as always happy to see him. It seemed that Yun Yanning was confused by something, but the guy grabbed her by the shoulders, supposedly preparing her for what was about to happen in a moment. The guest looked with wide eyes at the girl, who was waving her arms and legs as if she were a grown man. The little girl did not stop and shouted that her older and beloved brother had returned, pushing away everything in her path, including the foreman. Rubbing her bruised forehead, the girl noted to herself that the baby had incredible strength, not understanding where it came from. True, just a minute later, the girl, carefully examining the official, told her brother that she did not know the sister who had come to their house. Realizing his mistake, the young man quickly corrected himself, introducing his sister Sun Changyen to the boss, and the foreman Yun Nianying to his sister. The girl greeted the baby affectionately, but the thought that such a small child, and especially a girl, could deal such a strong blow could not leave her. Although the very next moment all the official's thoughts disappeared, because she heard a compliment from the girl that the foreman was very beautiful. With a smile on her face, Yun Yanning walked up to the guy's sister and handed her some kind of gift. Gently stroking Changyen's head, the girl said that she had not come empty-handed and had prepared something for the baby. While the young people were talking, discussing the child, the girl, happily eating candy, asked the guys if they were on a date. The brunette was the first to be embarrassed and said that who would go on a date with such a young man, and he, in order not to look stupid, stated the same thing, looking at his friend. Clearing her throat, the girl abruptly changed the topic, informing everyone present that she had come on a very important matter. Realizing that it would be better for his little sister not to be present during such a conversation, Sun Changming, knowing the girl's weakness for food, told her to go and have lunch. And the very next minute the official said that during a recent patrol they managed to detect fluctuations in extraneous true qi, and she wants the guy to help figure it out. Sun Changming suggested that perhaps some of the cultivators went to the scorched hill again, because they are attracted to it like moths to fire. The brunette noted that it was difficult to say for sure, but in recent weeks there had been rumors that there were very rare treasures on the hill, and therefore now it seemed that the hunt was starting for them. The young man thought to himself that if there really are treasures there, then there is no place for weaklings. This is firstly, and secondly, Uncle Dongfang does not look like a person who wants to get rich. Suddenly the conversation of the guys was interrupted by the officers, who turned to Commander Yun and said that just a couple of minutes ago they had again detected someone's tracks and they needed help. Rising from the table, the young man said in a commanding voice that he would go with his colleagues, and it was best for the girl to stay in his house until all the circumstances of the case were clarified. The beauty agreed with the guy, but asked him not to forget to contact her, because it was very important, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, she calmed down. Even though the officers had left just a couple of minutes ago, someone knocked on the door again. Looking around the doorway, the girl said out loud that the guy had probably returned. Approaching the door and holding the handle, the beauty was sure that Sun Changming was behind the door. As she walked, she asked what he forgot and what made him come back. But it was not our hero who appeared on the threshold, but some complete stranger who was carefully looking at the 10-man. It seemed that the girl not only recognized him, but also knew him well, since she addressed him on a personal level. And at this very time, our hero and his fellow officers were walking towards the scorched hill, wanting to figure out what was happening recently in these parts. Walking right in front of them was a young man who seemed to not hear anyone or anything that was going on behind them. However, the very next moment Sun Changming's hand lay on the stranger's shoulder. Our hero said that this was a territory under the protection of the Chaotian department, and if so, the guy should leave these parts immediately. But continuing to walk, the young man showed with all his appearance that he either did not hear what was said to him, or was not going to stop. And this was really so, because, turning around and running away, the young man shouted that everything was clear to him, but he also wanted to warn the traveler about something of his own. Gathering blue energy around himself and waving his fan, the guy shouted that our hero should mind his own business. Sun Changming froze for a while, carefully assessing his opponent and thinking about how he should act in the future. Looking at his cut hand, our hero noted to himself that this stranger was a fairly strong person. Continuing to think, the guy noted that he could not enter into battle, because if the enemy tore his clothes, he would have to buy new ones. Therefore, it would be better if the puppet went on the attack for him. Just one movement was enough, and the powerful warrior doll was ready not only to protect the young man, but also to carry out combat missions of attack. Pointing a stick towards the knight in armor, the stranger said that he would force him to show his true face. Two friends who were at one with the unknown man shouted to him not to hesitate and to deal with the warrior as soon as possible. However, our knight in golden armor was in no hurry, knowing that there was no need for haste in such matters, and therefore, after hesitating a little, he headed towards his enemies. Not even a minute had passed, and two of the opponents, defeated and lifeless, were already lying on the ground. Watching everything that was happening, the stranger thought that he was in a very interesting situation. But he was not going to give up, and therefore, taking out his sword, he said that he would fight and was convinced that he would win thanks to his special weapon. It seemed that this sword was controlled by a phoenix, which not only held the handle, but also flew towards our warrior. The knight, led by Sun Changming, was aware that this battle would not be easy, because he had encountered a worthy opponent. Although it was difficult to say that it was a true rival, since the same bird continued to control the sword. And she did it as confidently and professionally as possible, because the very next moment the sword pierced the warrior in golden armor. Without taking his eyes off what was happening, our hero thought that he definitely needed to get himself such an amazing sword somewhere. And while the young man was completely in his thoughts, the enemy shouted, turning to Sun Changming, so that he would not be shy and lay out all his tricks. And a minute later, without waiting for any action, he noted with a laugh that, most likely, the young man was simply paralyzed with fear, so he could not do anything. Waving his sword, he continued that he would not stand on ceremony, because they were not playing games, but fighting. Sun Changming saw a sharp sword flying towards him with incredible speed. The young man appreciated the blade, noting to himself that he had never seen such a sharp weapon. Raising his hand to his mouth and carefully looking at the golden bracelet, the guy thought that now he would finally give a worthy rebuff to his opponent. Indeed, after just a minute, our hero's chain not only lengthened, but also flew towards the stranger. However, he, again pointing the sword towards Sun Changming, shouted about some kind of hawk strike, carefully watching how the sword changed its flight path. It seemed that it did not matter at all, because within a moment the chain began to twist around the bird. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, our hero began to smile, but did not threaten or claim that he always succeeds in everything he plans. And without giving his opponent a chance to rest, Sun Changming took off and ran at breakneck speed towards the stranger. As for the latter, he looked in amazement at the approaching young man, thinking with horror about what would happen next. The stranger shouted and used obscene language, showing that he was truly dismayed by such a sudden turn of the situation. However, taking out his pumpkin bottle and releasing fire from it, our hero shouted that it was too late to rejoice and do something, this should have been taken care of earlier. And the very next second the ill-wisher stood completely engulfed in flames, which consumed him. After some time, Sun Changming approached the body, but only to take away the sword that he had been thinking about since the very beginning of the meeting with this stranger. Holding such an unusual weapon in his hands, he thought that it was really very beautiful and at the same time unusual. Waving his sword, the young man shouted that he had received another trophy, and deservedly so. However, not even a couple of minutes had passed before the young man's joy came to an end, because he heard footsteps behind him. Afraid to turn around, the young man tried with horror to imagine who he might meet on the way. Still standing rooted to the spot, Sun Changming shouted loudly, wondering who was next to him. Having found the strength to turn around, our hero was relieved to note that it was his colleagues who had recently been on patrol who had come. He asked one of them what had happened. But instead of an answer, what the young man least expected happened. The next second the officer attacked him. The strangest thing about this was that the man's hands turned into inhuman paws that were going to tear the guy apart. Looking carefully at the officer, whose one eye was glowing red, the young man did not understand what had happened to him, and again turned to his colleague. Being wounded, Sun Changming understood that the officer was no longer the same as a few hours earlier, and therefore something urgently needed to be done. And the very next moment, one of the signs began to glow on the right side of our hero's chest. But this was not necessary, because a strange black energy suddenly began to come out of this man, and the young man thought that the same thing happened to Zhang Zihu, which most likely was not a coincidence. Still not believing his eyes, the guy began to ask the officer who he really was and what happened in the village. The man's red eyes still looked intently at our hero, and it seemed that the officer himself did not react in any way to the young man's words. The young man, in turn, was thinking about how best to act, because he did not understand what was happening and how things were in his village. But the very next moment the officer spoke, asking our hero why the dead man needed to know everything that he was interested in earlier. The reason for all this was that everything happened just half a day before Sun Changming reached the scorched hill. Immediately after our heroes left their home, Mao came there, saying that he was organizing a dinner for everyone and therefore was inviting Yun Nanaying. With embarrassment in her voice, the beauty said that she would definitely accept the young man's invitation. And then, with a smile in her eyes, she added that in this village the people are so welcoming, and this makes me very happy. The girl did not have time to finish, because one of her subordinates told her that she had arrived. The 10 understood that she had work to do, and therefore, after asking Sun Changyen if she wanted to go to dinner with Uncle Mao, and hearing that the girl considered herself the best cook, Yun Yening said that she and her brother would return soon. Going out, Yun Yening once again noted that the girl must wait for them after work, since they would be in a hurry to finish as quickly as possible. Evening quickly fell on the village, which meant that dinner time was in full swing. Having placed on the table a variety of dishes that even a gourmet could envy, Mao began his speech. Taking the cup in his hands, he said, addressing the guests, that his life was not easy, but after arriving in the village everything changed, and this is only possible thanks to the local residents, for whom he wants to drink. Continuing, the owner of the house noted that everyone should help themselves and not be shy, because he cooked with great love. The guests clinked glasses and said that they were very pleased, because among them there was such a wonderful person as Mao. Suddenly, the owner made a rather strange toast, saying that if all the residents had not killed demons and ensured the safety of the village, then he would not be among them now. Not understanding anything and perceiving it all as flattering compliments, one of the officers stood up and said that this was their duty, and that they simply could not do anything else. But the very next moment, Mao, addressing the guests, added with a chuckle that he had a small request to all those gathered, and he hoped that no one would refuse him. And, changing his face, the man continued, noting that he needed the bodies of everyone in the room. The officers, finishing their drinks, began to grab their throats and mouths, realizing that they had been insidiously deceived. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Mao laughed and said that from now on all these people would become his pawns. And at this very time, the unsuspecting Yun Nanaying at the other end of the village greeted the newly appointed 1,000-man. Jumping off the horse, the young man politely approached the girl, took her affectionately by the hand and told her to get up from the knee on which she was sitting in front of him. With undisguised admiration, the official noted that in the most difficult moments the foreman was not afraid to take responsibility for everything that was happening, and he was very proud of this act. The embarrassed brunette said that the new boss was overpraising her, but thought to herself that this man had definitely been sent by her family. And then the chief of thousands inquired about the affairs in the village and, having learned that patrols had been created that were monitoring the scorched hill, he said that he wanted to figure out what was happening in the village. But before he could say or do anything else, his attention was attracted by harmful qi that seemed to be coming from everywhere. The next second, one of the officers, looking towards the road, warned that it was no longer visible, since some kind of darkness obscured the path. With calm in his voice, the thousand-man noted that, firstly, they need to get together and not panic, and secondly, create a protective circle so that this energy does not touch them. Yun Nanaying began to run around and worry, while the boss told the girl to relax, because her fidgeting made it difficult for him to concentrate and do something sensible. Realizing that he had to hurry, the thousand-man closed his eyes and began to carefully concentrate. Taking out his sword, the man stated that there could be demons in the village, and if so, they should be ready for battle. Not understanding what the official was talking about and where the demons could come from in the village, the girl began to look for answers to her questions. Not even a minute had passed before Yun Yenying realized that Sun Changyen was alone at home at that moment. But before she had time to think of anything, she heard the order of the Thousand's commander that everyone should immediately activate the tablets against evil influences. Realizing that things were taking a dangerous turn, all those gathered immediately carried out the order of their master. Looking around, the officers noted to themselves that there were some glowing eyes around that clearly did not belong to people. Assessing the situation, Yun Nanaying understood that somehow a lot of evil spirits had entered the village, which meant that leaving the circle was dangerous. At the same time, her friend's little sister was all alone, and there was no one to protect her. Realizing that time was counting down in minutes, Yun Yenying suddenly took off and ran. The thousand-man shouted after the fleeing girl that the village was very dangerous, and she should not risk her life, but the beauty noted that she had one very important task that she must complete. Meanwhile, former officers walked around Mao's house, who now resembled werewolves. Yun Yenying stopped in front of one dwelling, thinking about her further actions. With anger in her voice, the girl said that there were a lot of converted people in the village, which she did not count on. Dispersing her own energy, the brunette thought that first she would have to deal with all these zombies. And the zombies were getting closer and closer to our heroine every minute, wanting to destroy her. The converts, as if enchanted, stood in a kind of circle so as not to miss their victim. Suddenly one of them took out his knife, wanting to be the first to deal with the beauty, who still did not believe everything that was happening. Despite this, the foreman behaved very courageously. She understood that she needed to survive, since the fate of her friend's little sister depended on it. The next moment, Yun Yenying cast a spell, which was aimed at hindering the movement of the opponents. And it paid off, because a moment later the zombie was tightly enveloped in light ropes, which made it impossible to even move. But the brunette did not stop there. She understood that she had to see the matter through to the end, so she waved her sword, looking menacingly at the zombies. Not even a few minutes had passed, and our heroine was already looking at the converts she had defeated and thinking that she was not as weak as one might think. A few minutes later, the beauty said that if it weren't for her state of mind, she would have quickly accumulated the necessary strength and would have kept up with Sun Changming. But the very next second the girl scolded herself for such thoughts, because instead of saving Changyen, she just stood there and boasted to herself. Without wasting another minute, Yun Yenying immediately ran towards her subordinate's house, picking up speed. Opening the door with horror in her eyes, our heroine began to call the girl from the threshold, but she did not respond. Instead of the baby, the girl noticed another zombie who was walking around someone else's house as if it were her own. Realizing that danger was very close, the official again began to twist the energy flows in order to cope with the convert more easily and quickly. Injecting energy into her sword, the girl did not stop and did everything possible to finish off the zombies, which she managed to do. After a little hesitation, Yun Yenying began to call Changyen in a low voice so that only the girl could hear her, and not those who might be on the street. The 10 repeated several times that she had come for the girl, but she, unfortunately, did not respond, which led our heroine to not the most rosy thoughts. Not even a minute had passed when the girl heard a rather strange sound. It was muffled, but she knew for sure that she could not be mistaken. Turning her head, the brunette noted to herself that there was definitely someone in the kitchen. Realizing that anything could happen, raising her sword, the brunette asked if it was true that Changyen was hiding in this part of the house. Unfortunately, the beauty did not hear the answer, but she saw a hand sticking out of the old fireplace. Grasping the sword more tightly and stepping back, the foreman found it difficult to gather his thoughts and understand who the limb belonged to. However, the very next moment a girl appeared from her hiding place and turned to Sister Yun with sad eyes. Bowing her head, Changyan began to cry bitterly. She explained that the guys did not return to dinner on time, and therefore the girl began to worry about them. Looking at the child, the foreman did not know what to say, because she had never been in such a situation. Running up to the baby and hugging her, Yun Yenying told her not to be afraid, since she would immediately take her not only from this place, but also from the village. Joyfully grabbing the girl's hand, the foreman said that it was time for them to go, hearing the little girl wondering why her brother had not come and where he was now. With a calm voice, the official noted that everything was fine with Sun Changming, but first the girl must take her sister to the army, and then they would start looking for the young man himself. Realizing that she couldn't waste another minute, Yun Yenying reached out to the door and opened it, wanting to leave the house as soon as possible. But what awaited outside did not please the brunette, because real horror froze in her eyes. Going out into the yard, the girl drew attention to the army of zombies waiting for them outside, realizing that not everything was as simple as she thought. Grabbing her sword, the foreman, turning to the girl, ordered her to keep her head down and stand behind while she dealt with all the converts. During the battle, our heroine thought that such a large number of people could not become zombies in just one evening, succumbing to the influence of harmful qi. Therefore, someone was behind this. At this time, just 10 meters from where the brunette was, dishes were scattered throughout the house. This was the house of Mao, who, holding a skull in his hand, said that the Chao Tian warriors made very worthy puppets. But the very next minute, throwing a skull on the floor, the man shouted that this was still not enough for him. He needed to convert as many more people as possible. Looking at the walking zombies, Mao noted that all of them would become his sacrifice victims that evening, clearly rejoicing at this turn of events. Not even a minute had passed before the man turned his attention to those people who were walking around the village. He understood that everyone was not under his influence, but he was convinced that he, so powerful and strong, would be able to change this situation. The 1,000-man, holding the tablet in his hands, commanded his subordinates so that they should not try to hide it anywhere and should move forward in the same formation. Mao carefully watched everything that was happening, smiled maliciously and was already thinking through some new plan. Holding the skull in his hands, the man addressed himself, saying that history was gaining interesting momentum, which meant that his time had come to act. Having stopped for a few minutes, the 1,000-man thought that his intuition was telling him something very bad about the approaching danger. And this was true, because within a few minutes the official began to be enveloped from all sides by harmful qi. Concentrating his energy in hiding behind a special board, the leader tried to do everything possible to repel the negativity that was trying to break through his defenses. Under the pressure of blackness, it seemed that the stone of the tablet would not withstand it, since cracks had already begun to appear on it. In less than a few minutes, what the thousands chief so feared happened. The malicious qi managed to split the protective board. Realizing that time was ticking by seconds, the official called for help from a golden protective stream, in which he and his people had to be in a vacuum. The leader managed to achieve the desired effect, since positive energy perfectly reflected the negative. But there was one important and unpleasant nuance in all this. The air flow was using up too much qi, and therefore the 1,000-man realized that they needed to act as quickly as possible. He began to connect his signs and streams to fight the power of evil and put an end to all the darkness that was in the village. Grabbing his sword, the official ordered his soldiers to move as far away from him as possible and not stick out, because this place is very dangerous. Mao, looking at the officers, thought that this was a good consumable. Therefore, if all these people were converted, he would become even stronger and would be able to kill the one who deprived him of his body. Realizing that he couldn't do without the skull, the man reached out to his faithful assistant to perform another ritual. The next moment something incredible began to happen. The black energy suddenly turned into a green stream. It seemed that he was spinning everyone who was in the battle area, leaving no chance of victory. One of the soldiers shouted that something incredible was happening, and it seemed that the one who controlled it all was stronger than the third great kingdom. Mao, standing on the porch of his house, was still laughing and noted to himself that he had managed to make another puppet. At the same time, some unknown person directed a stream of black and green energy somewhere forward. It turned out that all this negativity must have reached Yun Yenying and Chang Yen, who had gone outside to run a few minutes earlier. Having installed protection in the form of a plank, the foreman understood that she would not be able to resist the harmful qi for long, but did not know how to save herself and the girl. With horror in her eyes, the beauty looked at how new gaps were breaking through in the defense every minute. Yun Yanning hugged the girl in the hope that some external force would help or protect them from harmful influences. Realizing that it was becoming more and more difficult every second, the brunette did not believe that her life could end in this village. However, the next moment something incredible happened. A powerful stream of golden light suddenly burst in, seemingly out of nowhere. Squinting one eye, the foreman tried to see where this light was coming from, but not understanding this, she asked who was in charge of all this. With a smile on his face and an artifact in his hand, Sun Changming stood in front of the girls in all his glory, apologizing for being a little late. While the baby was sitting in the arms of the young man, Yun Yanning asked the guy what happened to him and where he had been all this time. Crouching on the floor and taking out his gold chain, the guy quickly said that he didn't have time to tell his long story. But a minute later he noted that he met a guard near the river who behaved quite strangely, and only later the young man realized that he was beside himself due to a negative influence. After a little hesitation, he added that after a couple of minutes he noticed that the entire village was engulfed in harmful qi, and therefore he left all his business and ran home. The young man thought for a while, and then asked the girls what could happen to their village. With sadness in her eyes, the centurion noted that she learned from the thousander that the area was overwhelmed by a surge of demonic energy that was corroding all living things, and when she began to defend herself, some strange threads destroyed her tablet. With sternness in his voice, our hero said that they had every chance of surviving, but they should leave this place as quickly as possible. Grabbing his sword, Sun Changming ordered the girls not to leave the lamp while he dealt with the converts. Yun Yanning decided to offer him her help, but he refused, saying that the brunette would better watch his sister. And the very next moment, rushing forward, the guy heard his boss shouting after him to be careful. The young man began to quickly deal with the zombies, realizing that his life and the lives of his loved ones were at stake. Killing the converts, our hero told them to rest in peace, and promised all those who died to deal with those who made them weak-willed zombies. But before Sun Changming had time to finish off one party, other converts immediately began to attack him from all sides. Having picked up his artifact, our hero was clearly going to connect it to his body to make his task easier. Directing a stream of fiery energy at his opponents, the young man saw how they were all trying to protect themselves from this light. One of the zombies screamed that something was happening to his brain, not understanding what went wrong. Controlling an artifact that influences the will of any being, the young man ordered all converts to kneel. Not even a minute had passed, and all the zombies lined up and waited for further orders from their master. But they did not follow. Sun Changming understood that these people could not be made normal again, and therefore the only way to save himself and all those who survived was to destroy the converts, which he began to do. It was clearly unpleasant for the young man to do what he had to do, but he had no other choice. Directing a stream of fiery light at all the zombies, the young man decided to deal with them at the same time. After a short period of time everything was over, and, leaving the bodies behind, our hero headed towards his home. Mao watched closely as the young man dealt with the puppets, but said that this did not bother him at all. With malice in his voice, the man said that the guy was really brave, since he began to deal with his army of demons so easily. But a second later, with a change in his face, Mao added, turning to himself, that he would be very interested in how this young man could cope with a real warrior. Approaching his house, Sun Changming shouted to Yun Yanning that everything was over, and therefore both the girl and his sister could come out of hiding. Not having walked even a meter, our hero heard the cry of the foreman, who warned the guy that there was a stream of harmful energy right behind him. The guy closed his eyes and grabbed his sword, preparing for a new harsh battle, realizing that the battle was not over yet. Yun Yanning, standing a little further away, could not understand where the white veil was coming from, which was unlike everything that had come before. Peering at the figure in front, it seemed that the girl recognized this man, which she tried to tell our hero. He was a real formidable warrior with chains and armor, which spoke of his strength and endurance. But what attracted the foreman's attention most of all was the badge that stuck out of the breast pocket of this stranger. With horror in her eyes, the brunette screamed that in front of them was a new thousand man, whom she recognized from his ID. Mao, standing nearby, noted that he really managed to turn the official of the Third Great Kingdom into an excellent warrior killer who should easily cope with our hero. And then, Turning to Sun Changming's associated friends and fellow villagers, the villain said that everything was ready for the sacrifice, and if so, then he could hit the road. The very next moment Mao summoned some evil spirits to him, who immediately rushed to answer his call. These were terrible monsters, and judging by their appearance, they had different ranks and levels of training. With his hands folded on his chest, the man, turning to these terrible entities, commanded that they take him to the scorched hill. At this time, Sun Changming, having met face to face with the converted thousand man, was thinking about how he should act in the current situation. The young man understood that the zombie was looking at him carefully and would not spare the guy under any circumstances. Not even a minute had passed before the convert headed in the direction where our hero stood. Holding his new sword in his hands, the young man noted to himself that this blade is not as simple as it seems, because it releases a powerful stream of wind, which is quite difficult for him to cope with. The young man noted to himself that, despite all the difficulties, he still would not give up, since his closest people were in the village. Pointing the sword towards the enemy, the young man hoped that he would quickly reach his goal and destroy the werewolf. But in the next moment, the phoenix, which was closely connected with the sword, suddenly found itself shrouded in green threads of negative energy. Carefully watching everything that was happening, the young man noted to himself that he had not thought about how powerful the chi was in front of him. Realizing that he had to act differently, the young man began to concentrate energy in the area of his right chest. With each new minute, this light flared up more and more, indicating that new strengths and opportunities were coming to our hero. And this was evident from the guy, who after a short period of time began to sparkle with powerful energy from head to toe. Realizing that the thousands manager was not waiting and seeing how he was approaching the young man, he also decided to act. Holding his artifact in his hands, Sun Changming finally realized that there was nothing magical in his sword, it was all about a special wind blade. It seemed that our hero was trying to find the right flows in order to use them to his advantage. The very next second, the young man, turning to someone or something, said that the time had come. The young man looked into the amazed face of the zombie, who certainly did not understand the changes that had already begun to occur. Grasping the sword with his hands and pointing it somewhere forward, the guy said that right now he would do what he had to do. The point was to pierce the enemy's blade with the tip, but everything was not so simple, since he was wearing enchanted armor of the wind spirit. With disappointment in his eyes, Sun Changming, turning to himself, noted that his sword was not able to pierce the body of the convert. And again a struggle ensued between the opponents, which, it seemed, could last a very long time. Escaping the blows, our hero was thinking about how he could deal with the zombie if he couldn't even hurt it. Not even a minute had passed, and another unpleasant surprise awaited the young man in the form of a new object in the hands of the convert. Realizing this, Yun Nanaying hastened to warn the young man, informing him that he would have to confront the wonderful weapon for which the thousand man is famous. Unfolding the fan, the former official clearly wanted to show his superiority over the guy standing in front of him. Although the young man himself understood that the zombie wanted to fight with the help of the silk fan of heavenly chaos. But it seemed that this was to Sun Changming's advantage, since the guy noted to himself that the basis of all the enemy's techniques was, in one way or another, a fan. And if so, the young man decided to use this detail for his own purposes, obviously coming up with something interesting. Ignoring what the zombie was doing, the young man began to concentrate, deciding that he wanted to try something new. Having opened his pumpkin bottle, our hero commanded that it absorb all the energy that comes from the former thousand man. Sun Changming did not show his joy, but he understood that the filling was going as quickly as he needed. Loading the heavy bottle onto his shoulders, the guy noted that the wind draws its strength exclusively from fire. Opening the container, the young man directed it towards a fireball, which, in turn, the ill-wisher sent towards our hero. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Sun Changming sharply grabbed his sword and headed towards the convert. The very next moment, the young man, approaching the enemy, pierced not only his armor, but also the zombie himself.